Hoje a gente vai jogar contra o Dragon Steel, a gente vai levar em cara isso como um jogo bem difícil, a gente precisa muito ganhar, então a gente vai levar bem a sério. Parece que o nosso time gosta de uma zona assim, tipo, de desespero pra gente conseguir mandar bem, parece isso, eu não sei porquê, mas a gente sempre consegue mandar muito bem quando a gente tá ferrado. Então a gente vai buscar as 2 vitórias e vamos tentar classificar.
I think today's against Wiki, yes, I think we're definitely gonna win. I think we scrimmed them the first day we came here, and I think we did pretty well, and I think we just matched good against them. And it also looked like they were playing bad on stage, so I think...
Eles são um time bem bom, acho que é o Seed 1 da NA, né? Todo mundo fala, acho que em geral que é o melhor time do campeonato para vencer. E a gente vai buscar essa vitória para a gente conseguir a classificação nos playoffs também.
I'm actually really excited for our game against Pain Gaming today. I think Tatu is really good. I'm honestly hoping for a close match. Obviously, I hope we win, but I think it'll be close, and I don't know, I'm just excited to play against him. He seems like such a cool guy, so it'll be fun.
No jogo de hoje a gente vai vir para ganhar, obviamente, a gente quer tentar ficar em primeiro lugar, né? Provar um ponto, querendo ou não, para FearX, que a gente não tá para brincar e que a gente é o melhor time do campeonato.
I think even though we're basically qualified for playoffs, I don't really want to take our foot off the gas. Like, I really want us to go for the #1 seed, and I want us to go for just a strong tournament in general. I don't really want to drop games to anyone, and I want to make sure that we really make our region proud, and just, I want to make myself proud, you know? When I look back on this at the end of the day, I want to be like really happy with how I played in front of the Brazilian fans. Like, it's really so different to play here in Brazil, and it's amazing.
Yo creo que para la siguiente 2 partidas contra Dragon Steel y FearX, la verdad nos sentimos bastante preparados. Creo que igual dependemos mucho del momento de estar bien, sentirnos bien, y la verdad creo que sí podemos dar la sorpresa. Y la verdad yo sí creo que vamos a sacar aunque sea un juego.
Welcome one and all right back to the America's Challengers. We're here for day number 3 of our group stage, our single round robin best of ones, and I couldn't be more excited to kick this one off here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. Are you ecstatic to see who we get to qualify to the knockout stage this time around?
Oh, I'm ecstatic here, Mazel, and we're going to start it off with a banger, potentially the most important match of the day coming up right off the bat, as we are going to be having a couple of teams who are right on the bubble of actually qualifying towards those playoffs, one of them being Dragon Steel, the other one being Vivo Cage Stars, and the fact that Dragon Steel is even in this position is, I think, a big surprise to most fans of the Challengers League.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of those standings that we have thus far to get us prepped and ready to go for the day. Obviously, we still have some deciding to do. Unfortunately, WAP is out, and we do have qualifications by FearX, Starforge, and Pain Gaming Academy, but still some spots to fight for here.
Yeah, Fuego, Vivo Cage Stars, and Dragon Steel also trying to find their way in. Despite what it shows right here, these teams have not yet locked an opportunity to play for the playoff stage. 3 seems to be the number to get to. If you can get to 3 wins, you are definitely going to be going through towards the playoffs. And that means that a couple of our teams are going to need to try and win out today in order to make sure that they can actually make it. But Mazel, it's not just about getting those wins, because one team is probably going to be making it through with a 2-3 record, but they have to do it with the head-to-head.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part, is the head-to-head decides so much here. We got to hear a little bit before the match from Vivo Cage Stars tell us, so let's go ahead and hear from him now.
No jogo de ontem contra a PEN, a gente estava bem confiante, mesmo a gente perdendo os jogos no campeonato, a gente sabendo que a gente estava jogando muito bem. A gente não estava perdendo por os caras serem melhor que a gente, era mais pra gente, a gente tá perdendo pra gente. A gente estava jogando nosso jogo muito bem, só que do nada a gente dropava muito a nossa lead. Daí agora contra a PEN a gente fez um jogo muito bom. A gente conseguiu pegar uns picks que a gente queria. Foi uma comp bem diferente, acho que os caras nem esperavam, mas a gente conseguiu executar bem e os caras são freguês bastante agora da gente, fomos campeão em cima deles. Hoje a gente vai jogar contra o Dragon Steel, a gente vai levar em cara isso como um jogo bem difícil, a gente precisa muito ganhar, então a gente vai levar bem a sério, vamos tentar de tudo da gente, eles são um time bem bom e a gente vai buscar essa vitória pra gente conseguir a classificação nos playoffs também. Acho que a gente tá bem tranquilo, a gente não tá desesperado com a faca no nosso pescoço, esperando que, mano, a gente tem que ganhar, vamos morrer se a gente não ganhar. A gente parece que o nosso time gosta de uma zona assim, tipo, de desespero pra gente conseguir mandar bem, parece isso, eu não sei porquê, mas a gente sempre consegue mandar muito bem quando a gente tá ferrado. Então a gente vai buscar as 2 vitórias e vamos tentar classificar.
When their backs are against the wall is the time to shine and the moment they feel like they could shine the most. It is going to be an interesting one, though, with so much on the line for our first series of the day, and obviously a lot of pressure on all these guys' shoulders.
Yeah, and we've touched on this a little bit already, Mazel. The fact that both these teams are currently 1-2 in Dragonsteel and Cade, we really need to see one of them win, because getting this win not only gets you the head-to-head, but also gets you one closer, and we still see lots of opportunities for both of these teams, and I can't wait to see what happens in our first 2 games, because they will set the stage for what the rest of the games in today's matches are going to mean for playoffs and for Pride.
Yeah, and both these 2 teams obviously playing a couple games today, so still a lot on the line, still a lot of games, a lot of time left for them to sit with all that pressure. But I think it's been an interesting point, speaking of pressure, that Dragonsteel remains so confident. I mean, at least Scary Jerry himself, and you hear him yesterday at least, being able to maintain the confidence that they are still here to try to win the tournament. And that kind of stuff is very powerful at this level of gameplay.
Yeah, Scary Jerry was saying that they feel like they've always been a team that has struggled to adapt to new patches, going from the patch we were playing on for playoffs and Challengers League to suddenly shifting to a new patch for this tournament, as well as dealing with the travel. You have to deal with it's not that bad, but you do have a little bit of that jet lag coming in. I think it's very surprising to a lot of people that it is Fear X Starforge who are doing super well, and not Dragonsteel who are at the top of the pack right now. And with 2 games already down, Dragonsteel, they need that confidence. They need to showcase that they have shaken off their demons from stage play more than just the playoffs, where we saw them go 3-0 and really undo a lot of their demons previously.
And I just think it's so interesting, the story of this team. Obviously, we've been through 3 days. I know every caster has talked about the stories of every team, but it's still so cool to see a team like this have such a performance in their regular season that wasn't looking great, and then they kind of that run in their playoffs, and being able to still maintain that big brother status. Yesterday, it felt like over Pain Gaming, but trying to use some of that confidence to fuel themselves forward. And I think a lot of it obviously comes to Kisse, but I think you also have to look at the rest of the team and how they provide around him and play around him particularly.
Yeah, it's definitely been fascinating to watch the different style that this team has had. We know that they speak in English, which is very unusual for all the teams down in the CB level and in the Academy level, simply because of how big of a factor Kisse has been for their play thus far. We've seen that he allocates a lot of resources to himself. He spends a lot of time in the side lanes playing a lot of these AD champions and making sure that he has the resources necessary to carry it later on in the game. But if you want to be a late game carry, like you said, the rest of your team needs to get you there, and that's something that Cade Stars has been having mixed success with thus far. They need to make sure that they're playing the laning phase well. They're needing to make sure that they rotate effectively, and then if Kisse doesn't get those early leads from the mid lane, they can set him up to be this big star. You got to set up all the pins so you can knock him down.
So we got a little bit of the stars set up there for Cade, but on the other side, Dragonsteel, a lot of stars need to be shining here, but particularly this bot lane, who does run off that confidence, I feel like maybe hasn't had that same stranglehold we had seen them have in NACL over a lot of those 2v2s.
Yeah, in spring, this 2v2 was the one that was getting the most 2v2, the isolated kills in the bottom lane out of any single set of bot laners that we had in the entire league. They calmed down a little bit in summer as the competition got a little bit better, and also the meta moved away from nearly as aggressive bot lanes. However, we know that this pair, Scary Jerry and Zyko, have been very strong in the bottom lane, building up some of the biggest leads that we've been seeing consistently. But we haven't really been seeing that at this tournament here, Mazel, and that means it is time to buckle up, make sure you can take everything down, and crucially, a fun stat that you had for us, Mazel, earlier, nobody has really been winning on their red side, and Dragonsteel, they need to find at least one of these red side wins to stay alive.
Yeah, out of 3 games for both these teams, it's been all blue side, baby. So we'll see if Dragonsteel could upset that. But we're already into our game number 1 again. So much pressure, so much on the line here between these 2 teams, just trying to keep their heads above water and get to knockouts. Vivo Cade Stars will be on that blue side. They've already banned away some of the key targets, as the Vi, the Udyr, and the Ashe are banned away. Dragonsteel on that red side banned away the Sejuani, the Skarner, and the Tristana. It will be the first pick Yone for Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, Kisei already just throwing down a bit of a gauntlet here, also blocking Spyrex's Azir a little bit with this pick. I do want to highlight that the Skarner ban, last time we saw it go up against Cirolu's like, well, I can play all kinds of things. I don't really care about this champion. But also the Udyr ban away from Zamudo has been something that he has been causing havoc with up in North America. And I'm really excited for this one, Mazel. It's been a while since we've been treated to UG on Viego, but it's getting buffs just in time for Worlds, and this is his opportunity to shine.
I think UG said, I'm taking the gloves off. We're going fisticuffs right now, and I'm going to take it all the way. I mean, our most valuable prospect 2 times in a row for NACL, rightfully so, put the sticks in his hand, and he'll give you absolute payouts. Now, it is the Varus. Paired alongside that, a lot of utility to ensure the lockdown to get these resets. On the other side, for Vivo Cade Stars, I expect them to try to get some of this peel back if they can. They are going to go with utility of their own in the Jhin, and it's unfortunate that on the 4th pick, they still haven't found a single win.
I mean, this might be it. 4th time's the charm, We do have an opportunity to continue playing it, but the Jhin and the Rel, that's a lot of crowd control, a decent amount of safety already paired up for the bot lane of Cade, whereas Dragonsteel, they very confidently are going to be going for this Alistar for Zyko. Now, he did have a bit of an oopsie. I'm sure you remember, Mazel, when we were actually seeing them play in playoffs. However, they still won that game. We are still able to see Zyko have a lot of control all the time. And now, as we get into the second phase of bans, you need to start shutting down anything that can actually deal with the champions from Dragonsteel. You're a little bit low on the damage profile coming up from Cade, especially in the early to mid game, where Jhin and Yone haven't really taken off quite yet, whereas the Viego and the Vars are very strong. So I'd really like to see something from Vivo where they can bring a little bit more damage in the early to mid game to make sure that they don't just lose before Kisei is online.
So some very particular focuses for both these teams so far is definitely trying to even up the pool against the Viego is Dragonsteel, and for Vivo Cade Stars, they're just trying to get the combination of what mid-jungle can be for Dragonsteel out the wayside as they take away one of the premier picks, it feels like, with Viego in the LeBlanc, just being able to get all that burst damage now as well, but expect maybe a little bit more of that focus as it's actually the Garen.
I love the respect bans coming through.
No mid lane ban, just saying.
No mid lane ban. We do have an opportunity here to see what Spyrex wants to go for. I'm kind of expecting them to grab Spyrex as champion right now. It is going to be something, I would expect something a little bit more cautious coming through, as it is going to be an Orianna pickup overall for Spyrex in the mid lane. He has been a strong mage player in the past. He has a lot of utility. He has some good tools to set up for the shockwaves. But on the other hand, it is going to be giving over a couple of very strong power picks to Cade. They already have the Yone, they have the Jhin. Like we said, they have later game damage, especially against a lot of these squishy members, so they need something to kind of bridge them. So far, the Cassante seems to be the answer right now for Tyron, and there's no way. There's no way it's Lulu, right?
Hey, don't get baited by hovers. Don't get baited by hovers. It's fine. I do want to talk, though. I think the Cassante is actually a huge unlocking factor for this composition here. Just providing a very healthy frontliner that can get access to backline, to get access to squishies, but doesn't really have a lot to be dealt with now. And they're going to have a little bit more damage to pack into that early game punch as the Elise going to come out.
Yeah, this was the pick that they ended up using to take down Pain earlier on in the tournament. That said, it didn't do a lot. This is real, by the way. This is something that Zamudo loves playing if he is thinking about it, but instead it is going to be a Poppy. Okay, so a little bit, not a completely sack lane up in the top side. It is a good lane for the Poppy into the Cassante. However, we did see that yesterday, one of the things that got Cade a bit of an advantage is the fact that Cirolu was playing up in the top lane with Tyron pretty much the entire time, really shutting down Hidan so he could not farm. I think he got his first CS at around the 3-minute mark. Now Zamudo has been, we'll call it vulnerable to ganks in the past, right? He has died to junglers coming up to his top lane a little bit more than a lot of other top laners. This is going to be an opportunity for Dragonsteel to showcase that they have learned a lot. Zamudo, the most improved player in the Challengers League, has learned how to deal with this kind of pressure because they need to make sure they don't get run over by the spider.
Yeah, I mean, the early game right now is going to pack a heck of a wallop, even though Gnar isn't in here. For Vivo Cade Stars. And I think that's something that in the past Dragonsteel has had struggles dealing with. I mean, that's the approach that Fearx Starforge was trying to bring to them every time they were trying to take them down, and obviously coming up big last time around, get a little bit of revenge there. But this Dragonsteel team, I think going back to the original conversations we were trying to have, maybe not relying on this bot lane as much in this early game and needing to focus on this top trio.
Yeah, we'll see how they end up playing around it. But Mazel, let's go ahead and set some stakes one more time. Both of these teams are currently 1-2 in the round robin thus far. 3 seeming to be the magic number. If you get 3 wins in the round robin, you are definitely going through to playoffs. Both of them looking to win out. However, something that is just as important here is whoever wins here will have the head-to-head. So even if they lose their next game after that and their opponent wins, they are still much more likely to be going through towards the playoffs. So this really sets the stage for both of these teams, and both teams are looking to come out. We know that Dragonsteel is an aggressive early game team, and Cade looking to match it with the Elise.
The #1 NACL seed versus the #1 CBLOL Academy seed. It's sure to be a fun one with a lot on the line and a lot of stakes in tow. This is where you have the control of your destiny in your hands. This is where you need to take it. Now, both teams leaning on a lot of confidence, saying they can take the moment when it is most dire. Love to hear the crowd also getting into it here. Obviously, a lot of representation for the CBLOL teams, but it was really actually interesting to hear Dragonsteel and specifically Scary Jerry say that, this kind of rooting against Dragonsteel, all the momentum that they feel against them in this arena has been fueling them to some extent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're playing up against the hometown favorites. Cade and Pain have a lot of fans who are always coming out here, and being the #1 seed kind of makes you public enemy #1. People love to see upsets. People love to see them lose. And Zamudo, he knows. Oh my gosh!
Somebody knows. Oh my gosh! It's Zamudo who knows. That's how we found out.
That's pretty funny. It's not going to slow down Elise.
We need the meme made.
Yeah.
Somebody at me.
But still.
Put Zamudo into the meme.
Zamudo knows. Yeah, there we go. But the big thing that we're going to be looking at right now is how well Dragonsteel are going to be playing. One of the interesting things, this top lane, Poppy loves taking some of these big trades because of how powerful that Q is. If you can get both the first and the second hit of that Q, you're going to be winning pretty much every trade going into Cassante. And Cassante's Qs, I mean, they're on a lower cooldown, but they don't do anywhere near as much damage. And one other thing I want to highlight, Mazel, before we get too far into this game is, because we are playing on 14-18, it's not the absurd 80 ratios that Vars has on his Q. It's merely pretty good 80 ratios that Vars has on his Q. And that's part of why Scary Jerry moving away from the Arcane Comment and going towards press the attack.
Ooh, level 2 gained by Cade's bot lane and taking the aggressive 2v2 advantage there against Scary Jerry and Zyko.
Yeah. A lot of early game pressure already coming through. Zyko pushed away. That will be giving Scary Jerry a little bit more of the solo experience, but that's not necessarily this big boon coming through. The one thing that they have going for them is that Sorolu, they do know exactly where he is. He is skipping camps right now, moving over towards UG.
Oh, Zamudo tries to go for the solo kill, takes an extra turret shot there. We have to take a look at the jungle setup here. Actually, we're going to stay topside. Maybe thinking there's a kill going on up here. Zamudo trying to get the wall bang angle there. As we did see, actually, the bot lane of Cade move up to try to support Sorolu.
Yeah, Zyko's still level 1, and Sorolu hanging out right around, but not going to be finding anything. I think he might have gotten one camp off of that. You do see that there is a 6-team, so he might have stolen away the Gromp, but Yuji, moving towards the other side of the map, at the very least protects his bottom lane, protects Scary Jerry from any upcoming dive.
Oh, they actually try to get a little bit aggressive on here. Telos hanging out and just trying to get as much damage down onto Scary Jerry. But this is the exact kind of setup you need from Cade Stars, is keep pressure on this bot lane, be able to move Telos out as soon as we do get these aggressive moves. And they've been able to utilize that very well.
Yeah. It's been really good, actually, for Merteus and Telos, but on the top side of the map, Yuji at least shows where he is on the map, not going to be taking anything away from his opponent's side of the jungle, but for all the success that Merteus and Telos have had down in the bottom lane so far, it's only a couple of CS, but Zamudo already more than a wave in advantage up in the top side of the map, so more than making up for the deficit they see in the bottom lane so far. And we'll see what Zamudo can do from this Poppy. He was instrumental in a lot of their wins previously as Sorolu comes bot lane yet again.
I like this little lane gank setup here. We did also get the reset from Yuji, so he's on top side. Going to try to re-clear his jungle. We're going to get the re-engage bottom, as they don't know yet. And now he comes around, the cocoon lands, and we might just get first blood. The spider is hungry, and he's going to chomp down on a live cow.
And this is a much better start already coming out from Sorolu in this game than we saw up against Pain. Oh no!
The cleanse isn't getting him out, but no, it's the instant shattering strike's going to have both summoner spells burned by Scary Jerry.
That's a big play coming through for the Cade Stars bottom lane and the jungler. They're already setting Dragonsteel behind so heavily, and we know that this Vars can do a lot of things later on. It has plenty of utility, but more than that, the Elise getting off the ground means that they're going to be doing so much damage. Already have the boot completed. The extra pen means that the damage is going to be ramping up so heavily. But this top lane at the same time, Mazel, Zamudo, he's looking like a honey badger because he does not care that the wave is all the way back here. He can take that damage as long as Tyron can't farm.
I was wondering how far you're going to go with that statement. I was here for it, but I do agree. I think it's been really hard for Tyrion to deal with, and now you obviously see a lot of that focus coming up this way to try to bounce back a little bit as Melos can use the flash. They actually get him too, and Zamudo had no idea right now. Sorolu is owning this map, is not going to be able to use the repel to connect on Zamudo. Telos is still here. Nobody is coming to save Zamudo. The lockdown connects, the wall bang does not, and Zamudo goes down. Tyrion almost falls, but is out of there just alive.
And losing the teleport as well, Zamudo can't even catch this big wave. It's not just the kill that they're getting here, Mazel. They're also denying so much money from Zamudo. This is one of the downsides that we have seen from Zamudo's playstyle. He's so focused on trying to get these waves frozen that when you actually get dove, you lose so much more. Yuji tries to contest the grubs, loses the first one.
Oh, flash coming out in mid lane. Spyrax has so much pressure on Kisei, and this is where we're actually going to see Dragonsteel's composition get a little bit proactive. Been wondering how long they'll be waiting for, because Viego is also not a champion that you can just sit around and rest on your laurels. You need to get proactive, and I feel like Dragonsteel, now that they're going to be level 6s, they are going to feel a little bit more confident on the map.
And at least they get a couple of grubs, but still, this is Vivo Cage Stars out-rotating, out-macroing Dragonsteel so far on the map, and this is something that Dragonsteel has been very good at. They have been one of the better teams in the Challengers League at actually setting up some early game plans, but Cage Stars are reading the map beautifully, and they've already got themselves some pretty big advantages. Even though he's still down about a wave of CS, Tyron now ahead in gold because he did get that kill on the top side.
And that's really huge for the Cassante, honestly. I don't think the lane's going to get any easier, though. But at least they'll have a little bit of standing room, as both junglers going to be level 6 now as well. And doesn't matter as much, obviously, for the Elise, but more so for Yuji on his side. And we are seeing
spider. Come on.
Hovering it. Yeah, there you go. Hovering down towards bot side. We will have the dragon up. No big focus on that just yet, but the bot lane prio could lead to that objective going down for Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, Dragonsteel chose not to actually go for any early game play, any early game trade. They just decided to pick up some of the grubs instead of getting the objective on the other side of the map. And Sorolu coming down bottom side yet again, wisely staying outside of this brush so that Dragonsteel don't know is here. But Yuji seems to have a good idea. It's like, oh, we've seen what this guy does. Now he shows on vision. Yuji is already en route to counteract the play.
My bot lane's getting pushed. Okay, let's go down there and see what's going on. Because again, the Cade Stars were trying to use this prio to maybe get this dragon. Looks like they're going to start it up here as well. Dragonsteel on the verge of potentially responding.
The fact that Zyko is down a whole level is very, very tough as a support. Yuji coming around. Dragonsteel, they're considering contesting this one.
Vision is not going to be there for Vivo Cade Stars. Maybe Yuji goes for the smite bite. Zyko going over. Now we just get a 50-50 going down here. Who's going for the dragon, though? It's secured by Vivo Cade Stars. Now the fight afterwards as well. Kisei is going down, but now he is out as well. He gets one kill, and Yuji survives that fourth shot going a little bit wide. Still, though, Vivo Cade Stars in the advantage.
Yeah, they're the ones who pick up the dragon, and crucially, as Zamudo goes for a bit of a trade topside, we do see that Zyko is the one who actually got the kill there. The Ignite, the last tick coming through, denying the money from Scary Jerry, so it is a 1-for-1 kill, but giving over the gold to the cow is not really where we want to see it. We see that Zyko trying to go for this big play, unfortunately goes for one of the few characters who can completely ignore all of his crowd control. And as we get the Ignite on the other side, it is enough to actually go over towards Zyko, and all the shots go wide. This is a really good opening coming out from Vivo Cage Stars, but the fascinating thing here, Mazel, the gold lead is not that large, despite the fact that they're up 3-1. The laning advantages are still very close across the board.
With this comp as well, you definitely want to have more than, you know, a couple hundred gold of an advantage. You still have some scaling, and I think Kisei is going to have a lot to say for this team, as he has for this team. It feels like this whole split long, but especially in this tournament. And it is something where this has been a weird change of the Dragonsteel recipe in a lot of ways, where it felt like in long times past they were the early game team. They have brought back games that they have been losing heavily in the early game. So it feels like maybe a little bit of a confidence play coming through here from both teams, as we're going to look at a top lane play. The double headbutt hold, but Zyko still not having level 6. He's not tanky enough. Sorolu wants to eat him for lunch again, but can't get the repel combo, still gets the death. And now unstoppable combo with the Heartbreaker comes out from Yuji. So much CC going wide. Scary Jerry stepping right back up. And here comes Dragonsteel. They absolutely get the execution. Beautiful flash from Mortis, but it doesn't matter. Zamudo's chasing him down. Lockdown coming through from Tyrion as he's under tower now. Morteus is still alive. The Deadly Flare is going to pop right back, but Dragonsteel finally bare their fangs, Joshi.
Oh, it's not done.
Oh, it's not done. They're going to go for the plays here. The curtain call has been called. Zamudo still playing up front. Spirax still here. Looks like we're going to get round 2. Fate Sealed used. It does connect onto him. And Scary Jerry's going to bite the dust now. Zyko going right back in. Tyrion going down as well. Trides back and forth. Zamudo trying to get forward as a huge reset's now coming through. Sorolu got a killing spree, but Spirax takes him down.
An absurd fight back and forth. Sorolu and Kisei walking away with most of the kills coming up for Cade, but Dragonsteel, they're fighting their way back, and we're in an even gold state because of all the CS that is being lost currently for Cade. And now, Dragonsteel, we are going to see a little bit of the promise that they were showing us previously, but we can't underestimate how weird that fight really was. I really want to highlight at the very beginning, it looked like Dragonsteel was on different pages for that fight because it took Scary Jerry a little while to turn around for the rest of the fight, and it really allowed Cade to jump out and take down Zyko, who still doesn't have his ult.
I mean, that was absolute bloodbath. I love these teams are just throwing their bodies at each other. Though, this actually leans out to a pretty big victory for Cade if they do end up getting these 4 grubs. So they'll have the might spawn for themselves off the back of any of these fights.
Yeah, I wonder if the Twitch chatters are still active in Brazil. I know that it has been difficult for like some websites down there, but I'm pretty sure that Twitch chat can still come through and help out one of these teams. It would make sense for the audience to be there. Okay, but watch this fight. Watch how long it takes Scary Jerry to turn off of the wave. He's still hitting this cannon minion. He only now turns around, and Zyko is already effectively dead. You even see that Sorolu waiting in the repel to see if there's anything worth going for. It ends up being able to do whatever he wants because the damage was not there. He has an extra couple hundred HP that could have been enough to take him down. However, when all the teleports come through, everybody else on the map eventually will join this fight, but Kisei runs mid lane first. This is him allocating more resources to himself before he joins the rest of the team, and it's what allows him to come in, not only crash a wave mid lane, but also show up to pick up Scary Jerry.
God, what a good combo. Honestly, Cade right on the same page there with the Fate Seal Deadly Flourish combo. But the fact that Zyko dies first in that replay and is back at the end for the fight and to help secure some kills on the back end for Dragonsteel, absolutely wild. Both these teams know how much pressure is on them and are trying to put everything on the line. We do have our first item spikes coming across, at least the static shiv completed for Morteus, and that Trinity Force for Yuji.
Yeah, it is a lot of damage coming through for Yuji. Picking up one of those kills has helped a lot. Now Zamudo does have to run a little bit.
Itsy bitsy spider. Oh, nice little dodges there. Uh-oh, Kisei. He's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to get a little fight back on a Spirax. Here comes some support from Telos, though. Maybe it's enough. Heartbreaker out. Yuji is still alive. Curtain calls opened up, though. Can't hit the first one. Hit the second one right on the money, though. And Cade come away with a play on Dragonsteel's attempted dive.
Yeah, that was a disaster coming through from Dragonsteel because of how long Kisei was able to stall out with that soul, knowing that he is unstoppable. You cannot prevent him from going back, makes the dive untenable. Then because Yuji is the one who starts tanking the turret at the very beginning, he has to dip. That is a lot of the damage necessary to actually try and take down the Yone, so it ends up being a kill and a dragon, and potentially even a turret going over towards Cade on what is supposed to be Dragonsteel's turn, right? League of Legends is a game that's played in turns, and because Cade Stars turns that one around, they completely flip the momentum. They're the ones who come out with an advantage. That means that Dragonsteel, they're again looking at a small deficit. But we have to ask the question yet again, Mazel, is this enough of an advantage considering Sorolu got first blood?
I'm just like the biggest scary point for me is that Kisei can literally decide if any important characters from Dragonsteel die at any moment, right? Especially once he gets to those 3 item spikes, right? Like this Yone is going to be a problem, but they need to have that bridge built for him in that case, and trying, you know, continue get these neutral objectives is a big way of doing that. They've already gotten those 2 dragons. Now they're going to set up around this Rift Herald, though Dragonsteel, they're right around the corner, Joshi.
Yeah, they're still looking to fight. They know that so much of their power comes through in this mid-game. Spyrax is level 11. He has that level 2 ultimate. It does more than just crowd control at this point. But they have to be very careful because Psycho almost getting caught.
That Cal's got moves.
Nice cleanse.
Instant cleanse there from Morteus. Really, really nice.
But nobody's in the bottom lane right now. Zamudo had moved up, looking potentially for a play. He was up 30 CS at one point. Now it's only about 10 as a teleport comes through from Tyron. They really want to play for this. Might be a little bit of an overplay, and Zamudo already pinging down towards the bottom lane turret saying, yeah, no, they can have that one. We're going to pick up the thing that you take the Rift Herald for.
And just go ahead, start up, use all that damage here. And I've been really appreciative of the decisiveness from Sorolu. I think obviously the experience not being the biggest factor for this guy, having the 1 split in tier 2 seed, but having a lot of decisive moments already in this game against Yuji, who is, I feel like, the most decisive player NACL has.
Oh, for sure. I also want to point out that normally the Dragonsteel players, they look pretty happy whenever the plays are going through, whenever games are going in their favor, but they are still zoned in. You can see that Scary Jerry, in particular, one of the players who was the most vocal about how confident he was feeling, was saying, yeah, we're going to be going first. He looks concerned.
He does indeed, and honestly, the lack of any big advantages might be the cause of that in some regard, as we did see the side lane turret finally fall. It was the first turret of the game at 17 minutes in, so pretty lengthy waiting on that one here, but the gold graph absolutely representative of what we've seen so far. A back and forth slugfest to try to keep their heads above water here and get to the knockout stage.
Yeah, there's nothing to really fight for a couple of minutes, so it's really just about trying to find people who are caught out across the map. Yuji will get spotted on this pink ward. Telos, okay, ends up just jumping over the wall saying, yeah, maybe not the fight we were looking to take this time around. Whoa, that's aggressive.
There we go. I said he just has to decide. Now Spyrax gonna flash away, and Kisei does not come away with his purchase. Dragonsteel did end up TPing Zamudo up there, so that's a big summoner spell burned. And I think Cade want to take a little bit of advantage of. They're still hovering around this top side.
Yeah, that shockwave from Spyrax, he definitely thought the ball was on top of him. He thought it was going to be a sombrero, but instead it was a fiesta on the other side of the lane. And now Dragonsteel, they're down members in the mid lane. This is going to be a lot of damage, and potentially the Rift Herald crashing here or to pick that one up instead. Just a little bit of pressure before they go back towards the other sides of the map. That we get to see exactly how dangerous Kisei is feeling. That is an aggressive play that I don't think most Challengers League mid laners would have gone for, but Kisei knows how strong he is already. He's going to pick up this top lane turret with the help of the Twitch chatters, and Spyrax is going to fall even further behind.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing is that's just a precursor. That's just a little aperitif, because he literally only had boots and a Blade of the Ruined King. I mean, as time goes on, this pick is going to absolutely delete some of the squishies from Dragonsteel. And that is exactly what Cade have tried to go for here. Kisei has been the pillar for this team, and they're giving him all the resources to be that again.
Dragonsteel, they are lining up now for this upcoming dragon. They know that Vivo Cade Stars already with 2 of them towards their name, halfway to that soul. As we start looking for the next upcoming fight, Dragonsteel, they should still be feeling okay about it, but they haven't had a whole lot of setups. They're normally renowned for their ability to flank and go for retakes. But this is a very different look from them.
I'll have to use some of that setup now, though, as they're trying to clear out some of this vision. We're going to get the TP play in from Tyrann to join his team from the mid lane. Looks like Dragonsteel not going to fight for prio there. They're just going to stand front and center on this dragon.
Already setting up. The dance is beginning. Dragonsteel are just going to start it up, but the Rip Herald's crashing mid lane.
Oh, a little bit of a split play from Evocade Stars, but they now are all in here. Zamudo going to tank out Talus. The dragon is taken by Sorolu. Yuji cannot find anything there, but maybe they find the fights after. They need one reset, and that's all.
Oh, that's two.
Kill coming out for Scary Jerry. That's a hell of a piercing arrow, and a nice flash play from Psycho 2. Kisei is down. The president is down, and a shutdown has gone over to Dragonsteel. They're moving straight over to the Baron that is spawning at 20 minutes.
Wow, that is such a big fight. The piercing arrow from Scary Jared piercing the hearts of Evocade Stars, and they're turning this game right on its head. Sorolu commits the flash smite in order to pick up the dragon, but it's going to be at the cost of a much bigger prize. Even with the Rift Herald taking the mid lane turret, doing a lot of damage towards the second one as well. They're going to be giving up this massive play right now. And for the first time, the Baron buff going to be going over towards Dragonsteel as they are able to back away with all of these Baron buffs intact.
That early game advantage not paying out. Yes, the smite goes down, and you have to applaud on Sorolu for doing that. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff, but Dragonsteel knew what the prize was the whole time. It was the kills.
Yeah, Zamudo really loved that ultimate coming through, knocking away Rel exactly as the Magnet Storm was going off, allowing his team to not be crowd controlled and chase down the rest of the team. And we get to see what happens when this team is starting to fire on all cylinders. The Guinsoo's Rage Blade comes out for Scary Jared. Now they are sieging in the mid lane. They're currently up just about the gold of the Baron, so we'll see how many structures they can actually take down during this power play, because both Kisei and Tyrann want nothing to do with this fight. They are sending the Yone towards the top half of the map and is currently uncontested by Dragonsteel.
Cocoon actually connected there. Nice little move onto the blast cone from Sorolu with a repel. They're trying to get a tier 2 up there as best as possible. Dragonsteel keep on pushing in mid. But honestly, I love it because we talked about coming into this one. Oh, Dragonsteel, you really need to step up that 2v2 down there. You need to really win that lane. They lost hard, and it didn't matter now. Scary Jerry is in a prime position to be extremely strong, and obviously a key carry for them throughout the season. And here we go, continuing on to Tyrann, as he got so much CC layered onto him, but not going to go down just yet.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the catch coming through, but Kisei expends his teleport going towards the bottom side of the map, really making it look like this Baron power play doesn't mean a whole lot. He picked up a lot of farm in the top side. He teleports bot lane, gets a turret there. He's taking away some farm. He's allocating so much gold and experience to himself, and it was on Dragonsteel to try and make a play happen while Kisei had teleported down to the bottom side. But Scary Jerry, even though he lands the ult onto Tyrann, not able to get any real damage through. The Cassante just too tanky. We see that the shield, the dash coming through, making sure he never ends up going down at all. And just 2 turrets coming through for Dragonsteel is not much of a prize, especially at this point in the game.
And it's just so obvious that, you know, everybody's now looking at Kisei to have the answers, at least for Cade at this point, and his engage is going to be the one you have to watch out for, but he really, again, wants to get to that 3-item spike. He's going to continue using this side lane pressure, try to take down a tier 2. This is where some of those grub takes earlier on can pay dividends for Cade.
And you can tell how frustrating it is for Dragonsteel. Scary Jerry throws out the ultimate. The stopwatch is committed here from Sorolu. It doesn't do a whole lot, but Dragonsteel, they commit 2 players, both Yuji and Zamudo, back away in order to try and deal with Kisei in the side lane. He's already on those 2 items, has another BF sword. We're very rapidly approaching the part of the game where he is going to be impossible for Dragonsteel to deal with. He's already level 15, and when he hits that level 16, he'll be doing it several minutes potentially ahead of Spyrex, who will not have a shockwave to match.
And those timings, I feel like, are super important at this point. The lockdown tools for Dragonsteel of utmost importance, but it doesn't feel like necessarily we're going to have as much time to set up this time around. And really trying to get Cade Stars having Kisei with the team if they want to take this soul fight or trying to decide if they want to leave him on the side of the map.
Yeah. Kisei, I mean, he gets the wave pushed in that forces Zamudo to come towards the top half of the map as he is constantly playing catch-up. This is not the way that Dragonsteel is used to play. Some damage goes through, forces Telos out of that. But Scary Jerry has the ultimate coming up in a couple seconds. Spyrex has access to that shockwave as well. But look at Kisei's position. He shows where he is with that scrying bloom, whatever. You know, the one that shows all the wards. And Zamudo is just now catching up to him.
Yeah, they will end up meeting. There's going to be a little bit of push. Zamudo going to take a lot of chunk here as he goes. He's going to dodge out initially, though, from that deadly flare. The turret is the focus right now for K-Stars as Dragon getting burned down by Dragonsteel. There won't be an attempted steal this time by K-Stars, and they will just go away with the gold earned on the map. Again, getting closer and closer to that third item for Kisei.
Yeah, Kisei still with no teleport available, but Dragonsteel, they don't have the tools necessary to lock down any of these members. This is one of the reasons why this composition has been so strong for Cade is how do you catch an Elise? Well, they have a stop. Now they have the full hourglass. They also have the repel. It's not enough to just root them. You have to actually stun them so they can't use any of these. Otherwise, they're going to be invulnerable. You can't kill them. Same thing with Cassante. Whenever you press that W, you gain a ton of damage reduction, and also you're unstoppable, so you're just going to go ahead and leave a couple of moments later. Rel, difficult to take down. The only person you can really get to is Jin, but with inconsistent crowd control coming out from the side of Dragonsteel and a fantastic set of cleanses we've been seeing from Morteus across this tournament so far, Dragonsteel's ability to get these fights started is significantly reduced, and it has allowed Kisei to just play on the side lane so effectively.
And it's been really fun to watch them kind of move around the map in these kinds of ways because it's very cerebral in how you kind of approach these states of the map. And it feels like Dragonsteel haven't necessarily had an answer, but are kind of just sitting there smiling along for the ride, maybe in the passenger seat, just saying, you know, I'll be fine too if we go this long, as they're looking for a side lane play now to try to get a tier 2 themselves.
Yeah. We do have a big fight.
Oh my god.
Spyrex.
What a combo. Spyrex has to burn the flash. Now you have the fight in the jungle, though. I think Yuji wins that one out. There's the TP play coming in. Dragonsteel, they're in a little bit of trouble, leaving Zamudo out. He will have to burn his flash himself. We have full focus on this top side, a 5v5 that Dragonsteel's running away from.
I'll say it right now, Spyrex has not been playing up to his traditional standards so far in this game at all. It's the second shockwave that has done absolutely nothing that we've seen come out from this player, thinking it was somewhere other than where it was. Not a lot of damage, still down an entire level as compared to Kisei, so the shockwave still not doing a lot of damage, losing the flash, losing the summoner spells from his top laner at the same time, and there is no recompense coming through for the rest of Dragonsteel. The gold lead that they built up off the Baron is gone. And now, Cade, they are very happily playing this game even later and later as Kisei now with 3 completed items, easily the strongest player on the entire map. Everyone else on Dragonsteel is stronger than their Cade Star counterparts, but Kisei up 2,000 gold by himself.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he might be stronger than all of them combined. No, that's probably not true. It's a team game. Yuji, though, getting caught out, but maybe it's just the catch out they wanted on Cade, as it's going to be Telos having to flash and get away barely with his life. The Heartbreaker has been used, but this might mean Dragonsteel feel confident to start up the Baron again.
Yeah, very tempered response coming through as Tyrion's going to be teleporting towards the top side, charging up the ultimate, just saying, nope, you're going to have to use another teleport there, buddy. That is a lot of space that they bought for themselves. Can Soroli go for another steal? It's too late.
Maybe he does. I mean, he's already gotten 2 right out front of Yuji, but it is too little, too late. Dragonsteel, they're trying to escort themselves out. Cocoon lands on the Zyko. Kisei, he's behind them the whole time. Scary Jerry getting low, but they have to fight back now as Tyrion is in the front line. They still have to worry about Kisei. He's behind all of them, but now maybe getting caught out as the curtain call is going to hit on the Scary Jerry. He's so low. Kisei wants the kills, but he can't get it. He's going to go right back, though, in a second, as now it's the re-engage there. Scary Jerry trying to get the quick back, but it's the flash play for Morteus, and it's Vivo K-Stars coming alive. That was the Baron taken by Dragonsteel, but it cost them everything.
Kissei absolutely coming alive when they need to, finding a huge flank on all the members of Dragonsteel, and now Yuji trying to make sure they don't have a wave to play with. Gonna have to get that one, not able to do it. Trying to use the Baron to buy enough space, get those recalls off, because his team is dead for a long time. It's a negative Baron power play, and you can hear the crowd in Brazil already going absolutely crazy, because their hometown heroes looking to take down, prove that they're not just the kryptonite for the #1 seed that we've seen for so much of CBLOL, but also the #1 seed from North America.
And so much chaos led into this fight. Kissei with that angle just kind of made Dragonsteel not understand how they could fight this one.
Yeah, you could tell they were trying to move in one direction or another, but Kissei instantly recognizing, hey, I don't want to hit these big, tough players. I'm going to be going for the weak ones instead. Scary Jerry gets caught out, and Yuji looking for a potential entrance to the fight, but he doesn't have access to the Heartbreaker. He can't start popping off. Maybe he could have otherwise, but now he is the only one on his team with that ultimate, or rather with that Baron buff. They don't have the minions to play with it at all. In 8 seconds till the Dragon Soul spawns for Cade.
Yeah, you don't even have third item for Spyrax yet. You cannot really let this M-Tech Dragon go away. Keeper Vertigo's wide. They're still trying to take the engage, though. Nice little double knockup by Tyrion, as UG is looking for an entrance again. One reset maybe makes the difference for Dragonsteel, but it's Cade Stars who have a perfect setup right now. All the front line is in the right position, and we have Kissei waiting to pull the trigger. Dragonsteel let the Dragon Soul go, and that'll be huge for Vivo Cade Stars.
They're going to get the mid lane turret, but it is not a lot in their favor that they are able to pick up. We're seeing that they're just taking way too much damage before these fights even start. From Morteas, from Sorolu, throwing out all the damage. Pyrex was down to half HP, and now it's moved towards the top half of the map, maybe trying to take away a couple of camps. They cannot even get towards the next turret up in the top side of the map, so that's more gold that's missing. Zyko, turn.
Oh. I mean, Vivo are all on their way right now. Dragonsteel are overextending up here. It is not their turn, as you would say. Zamudo getting locked down now. Zyko going to tank that one up. Meanwhile, Tier 2 is being taken. And Kissei, he's got his eyes on the prize. Wants to go with that fade sealed. And Zyko getting locked down now, though. And he's already turned into lunch. As the big chains of corruption coming back. Resets there. Maybe it's the moment, but Yuji not feeling confident to step forward. Meanwhile, Tyrion has been taking all the base of Dragonsteel. Did take a Tier 2 and took about half the health off that inhib turret.
Yeah, it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade up at the top side of the map, but like you said, it's always the meanwhile that always gets you. You never know what's happening on the other side because you can't look. You're so focused. And Tyrion, you can see, he is very vocal. He's saying, we got this, you guys. We're looking to go through. We're trying to make sure we can make our way towards playoffs. They're set up to do it. There's 3 items on Kissei. The rest of their team, so hard to pick. They are slowly picking away at the members of Dragonsteel. They're still up 4 of these kills. And now Spyrax, there's a lot of pressure onto this Orianna when we have not been seeing the best version of Spyrax in this game, but he needs to stand up tall right now. A big shockwave can completely turn this game on its head. He just needs to make sure he actually lands it.
This pick has to be there for a reason. We had seen the Yone from the beginning of the draft, trying to find that big shockwave impact, but honestly, as well, it's just been an interesting point for Dragonsteel, not really finding the positioning in a lot of these fights that they want. I think Vivo K-Star has been taking full advantage of that in a lot of the pick potential that they have in their roster.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we have been seeing from Dragonsteel at so many of their LAN events previously. The NACL playoffs was the first time that they played on stage and actually won their tournament. They actually won the series that they needed to, whereas this time around, they are not performing up to their normal standards as a pretty heavy favorite from most of the players who are looking, most of the people who are looking at this event. Said Dragonsteel should be taking this one handily, but they have been pushed to the brink, and even if they win this game, it's going to be asking a lot of questions about how they would do come playoffs, but Vivo Cade Stars, they know that they are just one good play away from ending the entire game. They are one good pick, so Sorolu, Kissei, always looking for these small entrances to try and pick off one member who is too far forward.
But hasn't that just been the story for Vivo Cade Stars? At least when you're looking at all the track record, the narrative coming into this, and when I was watching back their games, right, always kind of discounted, but making the run all the way nonetheless, and now here maybe nonetheless in a America's Challengers tournament.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to be good, you just need to be clutch, and that seems to be what Cade Stars has been using so effectively. Even yesterday, when they were playing up against Pain, there's a lot of talks like, this composition has been outscaled. What is the point of playing the Elise if it only has 1 death and no kill participation? This time, it has plenty of kill participation, but it's not the reason why they have been so powerful. And Kissei, looking for this flank, does get spotted out. But Dragonsteel needs to back up nonetheless, as Zamudo off in the side lane didn't have great opportunities for teleports to come in towards the fight. And now, Kissei, once again, in a beautiful position as he continues to get pushed, and the rest of Dragonsteel needs to be looking to try and force an engage.
Okay, they're syncing around this Baron. Dragonsteel have been very willing to go for this one when they have the timing right. With Kissei having that TP and already at the inhib turret, Dragonsteel need to respond. They have no response right now, so they're just going to give that side of the map.
That's a really tough position to be in, as now Scary Jerry leading the charge. Zamudo's caught.
Oh, if they get this pick, that's so big. And Zamudo can do nothing but stand as a killing spree comes across for Morteus. Kissei is literally just proxy farming in the base, using the Fade Seal to make his round ticket trip. Though he does get eventually caught under turret, he's still fighting his way out there. And maybe he even has that GA, so maybe it's enough. As he tries to get away, the rest of his team is here to stay. And they are acting now. Big Magus Storm engaged, but he might still get the kill back. Yuji's already gone. Scary Jerry able to fight down Tyrion. Might be the only time we see a Cassante go down to an ADC, but Dragonsteel are falling apart at the seams as they are losing their base. They do end up getting 1 kill back,
Teleport
but
mid.
my goodness, it is not stopping. TP coming right back in from Kissei.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be Cade once again, proving that they are the kryptonite of all these teams. Sorolu with slivers of HP. It is Scary Jerry, Zyko, and Zamudo coming up in a couple of seconds, but 2 inhibitors are down.
Oh, I think it's too little too late. They're going to try to get one more, but already Zyko's down. Zamudo's here taking up the front line. Scary Jerry, one last ditch effort, but they are going straight for the turrets. They know what's on the line. The pride of CB LOL and the pride of NA as they are going down tooth and nail. It's going to be Bo3s Bo5s who take the win.
You can hear how excited the fans of Cade are in the audience. This is a really big win for them, not only for their pride as a region taking down the #1 seed from the North American Challengers League, but also virtually guaranteeing that this team is going to be moving on towards playoffs, can still try and defend their spot as potentially the other best seed in the entire tournament in this playoffs. And Kissei did so much work for this team. This whole team's been built around him. They speak a different language for this player. They set him up in every single lane, and he's able to once again take them towards the victory in this one.
And it was literally like being on a one-lane road and watching a semi-truck drive at you from miles away. Like you literally could see it coming, and it still hits them like a ton of bricks. And I think being able to play around that, being able to consistently find wins like that for Vivo Cade Stars, incredible stuff. It shows the grit, it shows the tenacity this team has, but it also plays off their own words. Like literally, they just feel like when their backs are against the wall, they can rise to the occasion. It's been like that time and time again.
Yeah, I like how you put that. It definitely feels like Austin Powers, that one scene where you have just like the inevitable rolling construction vehicle, and it's like, get out of the way! They first picked the Yoda, you know exactly what they're doing! They have a game plan, it's very obvious what they want to do, and it's like, no! And still, it eventually comes through. Kissei shows that he
right
is
over.
as powerful as he needs to be. It looks really good coming through, and Cade, with the amount of clutch plays that they have had, puts Dragonsteel in a position where they no longer have their fate in their own hands to move towards playoffs. They are now cheering on everybody who's playing up against Fuego for the rest of the day, because Fuego needs to lose to both Fear and Dragonsteel for Dragonsteel to even have a chance to make it through.
We're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown now of that game, and it was a doozy. I will say that. It was so back and forth, but that freight train kept trucking along just as well. I guess the freight truck, I don't know, would keep the meme going. But Vivo Cade Stars rise into the occasion, and it was off the back of some hometown favorites itself, but I know we give all the love to Kisei. I think Sorolu deserves so much of the praise. I mean, taking away two 50-50 dragons, but also having the decisiveness to find picks and have those moments against none other than Yuji, I think is a great combination for Vivo Cave Stars there mid-jungle.
For sure, Sorolo and also the bot lane coming through in Morteas. I mean, the most damage in the game on this Jhin, partly because he can shoot when most other players just can't do any damage, is able to get the top damage there, take down Scary Jerry.
Now, we do have our interview ready to go with Tyrion, so I believe we're going to have him on the line. And man, how does it feel to take the win, to keep your head above water, but not only continue to take down the #1 seeds, taking down obviously Dragonsteel, but also having your revenge against Pain Gaming last time around?
Hello guys, first of all, we were watching Dragonsteel for a long time, because we watched the NLCA finals and everything, and we kind of knew how the guys played, and I think even the games we lost to ourselves because we were hard winning early game, and then we just mess it up. Yeah, so I'm glad that we win. I'm really happy, and yeah, let's go. We see everyone in playoffs.
I like to hear it. Thank you so much, Tyrion. It was great to get to speak with you just a little bit, and good luck further on.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right. Thank you so much. Now we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here as well, as it was a topsy-turvy game, as we had kind of stated, but one that had so much pressure, so much emotion behind it, just to make sure you can keep your head above water, keep your head going here to get to that knockout stage. And we said it was back and forth, started off with those dragons, and especially go the way of Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, we were definitely seeing that a lot of the clutch team fighting, the trust that we have seen from this team, from Dragonsteel, just not showing up today, whereas it was showing up in spades for their opponents. And we can kind of see this with how chaotic so many of these fights actually were, Mazel. You can see that every single time multiple teleports would come in, multiple people would walk away on no HP every single time, but Cade, because they started off with just that little bit of a lead and a couple of botched dives coming through from Dragonsteel, it means that Cade just slowly built up this advantage over time. Nobody was really able to deal with the Yone. Dragonsteel, normally the ones who are setting the tempo off in the side lane, not able to do that this time around, and it ends up meaning that Dragonsteel not able to find this one. Cade looking so good, and I love the fact that they can play some of these more pick-oriented champions in these team fights so effectively.
Yeah. I feel like we had two very similar style compositions, and that's why I found it so interesting that Dragonsteel were very willing to kind of rest on their hands and kind of wait and see what the early game had in store. I mean, typically you want to try to get Viego as active as possible, but he was full clearing multiple times. And I think it was a situation where the difference maker is kind of the go button factor. The fact that Kisei, not only on a champion like Yone, but having the moment-to-moment fate-sealed action that he can just pull off and have that kind of 100-0 pressure, where Spirax not having that on the Orianna a lot of times. It was just kind of the different ways, if you look back at draft, that the composition was just better from Vivo Cade Stars.
I'm looking to see what they're going to be able to do later on. If Kisei starts losing some of these champions as seeming to be the main win condition for this team, it is going to be very tough as they move towards the rest of it. But I do want to look at what the path looks like for both these teams as we look towards the rest of the day. Vivo Cade Stars, they have WAP, unfortunately winless so far in this event. WAP can't really prevent Cade Stars from coming through, so it's mostly just a game for pride, whereas on the other hand, Dragonsteel, they need to win their game against Fuego, and they're also Phoenix Starforge's biggest fans for the upcoming match as well, because if Fuego lose, there is still a potential route for Dragonsteel to make it through towards playoffs.
That's the biggest thing on all the teams' minds here, is we still have spots left to give, and as well as spots to say goodbye to. In that way, I think that's where WAP can actually have one of the funniest moments as well, in terms of just being able to pick up a win on the last day. I feel like that's all that Tier 2 is always built on, is the kind of underdog stories there, even if in the grand scheme of things it doesn't matter all that much. But now we will have our MVP to give away, and of course, it's none other than the guy in the mid lane, Kisei, who went ahead, picked that Yone, and absolutely performed on it.
Yeah, it was the B1 coming through, the first pick in the entire game, and the KDA looks fantastic. But one of the things that is fascinating is, yet again, kill participation for Kisei has not been the highest overall. Only 61%, a little bit low for mid laners, but that's partly because he was doing so much work for them off in the side lanes. He was picking up turrets, he was picking up farm, he was up multiple thousand gold over Spirax throughout the course of the game, despite having some good and some bad parts of the early laning phase. So Kisei showcasing that he can allocate resources very well towards himself, and if you give him those resources, he will make it worth your while.
It absolutely does. I mean, be able to turn that laning advantage into even more advantages. But also, it was just very clear that Dragonsteel didn't have anybody that could deal with it, but they were just kind of like leaving him in the side lane. So his know-how of when to go to those side lanes and when to kind of pull with the team and utilize that strength was really big. And I think Vivo K-Stars can be very happy to continue building around that man again. And obviously some big ups to, you know, the likes of Telos. I think he had a lot of really good re-engages, a lot of the good setups for the team itself. And I think this team is riding a very high wave of momentum going forward now, Joshi.
Yeah, they very clearly have some good early game plans. They very clearly are understanding the map reads pretty well. They abused the fact that Zamudo loves freezing up the top side. Oh, you're building a wave for us? We don't have to do it? Great. Well, we're going to dive you now. It ends up working out very well with how they are moving out in the early game. As long as they can make sure that they are fighting some of these early game leads, it should be a pretty easy time for them to continue finding more of these wins. But we're already seeing the next couple of teams getting on to stage right away.
We are indeed, but it is time for us to send away to a little break. We'll get ready for game 2. We'll be right back.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, one and all, to the America's Challengers as we are getting underway for our second game of our final day of the group stage. Couldn't be more excited. It's FearX Starforge versus Fuego, our number 2 from NACL and our number 1 representative from LRN. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and what a game one we had, at least for the CBLO representative, starting off strong today.
A big one for the standings, as well as Vivo Cage Stars now virtually guaranteed to go through, as they only have one more game to play up against WAP, and that'll get them their crucial third victory. But this one can spell a lot out for the rest of the day as well, because like you said, it's FearX Starforge going up against Fuego, and if Fuego lose, there's still an opportunity for Dragonsteel to come through. But now we got to see how good our friends are, Fear and Dragonsteel. We know that there was some bad blood from them earlier on, and now there's an opportunity for them to showcase they're actually still best buds.
Well, we get to hear from the maybe most crucial piece of the team, but a for sure pillar of FearX Starforge, as we got to talk to XU. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Yesterday we beat Dragonsteel, and it was like a really, really good feeling. I think you could kind of see from everyone's reaction after the game, like everyone is really excited. They kind of have been our kryptonite, like I mentioned in the interview before. So getting the opportunity to beat them convincingly was really nice, and I think all of us are pretty proud with how we've grown. Today we're going to be playing against Fuego, and I think it should be in our favor. I don't think they're a weak team, but I think we're definitely a stronger one, and a lot of our teammates are friends with Baula, so it'll be fun to play against him, and hopefully we can win. I'm actually really excited for our game against Pain Gaming today. I think Tatu is really good, and when I got here, he was like the first person we played against, and we kind of started talking, and he's super friendly. I really like him and respect him, so I'm honestly hoping for a close match. Obviously, I hope we win, but I think it'll be close, and I don't know. I'm just excited to play against him. He seems like such a cool guy, so it'll be fun. I think even though we're basically qualified for playoffs, I don't really want to take our foot off the gas. Like, I really want us to go for the number 1 seed, and I want us to go for just a strong tournament in general. I don't really want to drop games to anyone, and I want to make sure that we really make our region proud, and I want to make myself proud. You know, when I look back on this at the end of the day, I want to be like really happy with how I played in front of the Brazilian fans. Like, it's really so different to play here in Brazil, and it's amazing. Like, I love it. So.
Love to hear from XU, but I also just want to highlight a little point that he made there that I feel like maybe we haven't talked about as much and need to. It's the fact that these players get to experience this kind of setup, this kind of moment, the travel to an international event, the fact that our Tier 2 players get this kind of experience to put them in a better position for that Tier 1 call-up if they do get it, I think is also so awesome as an underlying current to all of this. But XU here putting the pedal to the metal and trying to keep that going against Fuego.
Yeah, I thought it was also cool. Something else that he said, saying that a lot of them are friends with the support Baula, is pretty neat. I know that a lot of our Tier 2 teams in North America will be scrimming it against a lot of the Latin American teams to varying degrees of success, of course, and this is an opportunity to showcase what those scrim bucks are actually worth, as they're going to be starting to look for another game up here down against all of these teams. And FearX Starforge is a team that I think it would be surprising to a lot of people if they didn't know all the history of all these teams, to not have them as one of the favorites from the tournaments, because every single one of their players has played not just in Tier 2, but in the Tier 1 stage before, and now going to be going up against Fuego. This should be a pretty big advantage with how much more experience Fear really has.
Caveat to the longevity of those moments, but yes, absolutely, the experience.
Yeah, you know, some of them are longer than others.
We get to hear. Yeah, some longer than us. It is also really cool. Obviously, we're from NACL, so we get to talk to some of the players as well. But it's more the learnings that you get from that T1 experience that you bring back into T2. And I think that we've seen that unfold here. And especially if we're going to highlight FearX Starforge first and foremost, XU has been a pronounced victor in this kind of growth we've seen over this split, and himself, you know, carrying the flag of victory in a lot of these games so far for FearX Starforge.
Yeah, my other favorite fact about XU is that every single jungler in Challengers League seems to be required to have an opinion on whether or not they are better than XU, and they're always very opinionated about it. There's no like, you know, I think he's pretty good, maybe I'm better. It's like, no, that guy absolutely terrible, or, yo, that guy is really good. I don't understand why people always down talk him, but this is definitely a player who has showcased that they actually did reasonably well on the LCS stage, not necessarily in the best situation for success, but now coming down and playing in Tier 2, once again showcasing a lot of learning, and the pairing that he has had with the Blaze Olive has given them a lot of success thus far, and we're going to be looking to see that continue here up against Fuego.
Now let's talk about that team a little bit more here, because I do believe they deserve some praise, especially Mataz is going to have a lot on his plate today, but the combination that he can have with a lot more of these kind of facilitating junglers, a lot more of those engage-centric junglers versus what XU has been going with more of the carry-centered junglers can be super important today.
Yeah, and we also know that Zelt and Virus coming through have been rather key members for Fuego thus far, finding them some of their big wins in the first part of the round robin already, taking down Cade and WAP. But they did end up dropping to Pain Gaming earlier as well. So it is the kind of thing where they do need to start off on a strong foot. It seems like they play fairly standard League of Legends except for Mataz. So we will see how they end up trying to go through the rest of this series. As FearX, they play very standard League of Legends.
Yeah, they do. And again, they have leaned a little bit more towards XU playing those kind of carry center junglers, but throughout the regular season, especially playoffs, they were playing a lot more of like the Sejuanis, the Maokais, things like that we are seeing from Fuego as well. But that maybe brings a little bit more attention to some similar pop-offs, and I love it because we have two very similar mid laners here, but also very differing ways of kind of trying to adjust to the team composition. And Blaze Olive taking more of a pronounced effort in a lot of ways, whereas I feel like Zelt takes his time to find the damage dealers that he really wants to go for Fuego and try to find the combinations with Mataz.
Yeah. I mean, we know that so far we've been seeing a lot of heavy damage dealers, a lot of heavy scaling coming through from Zeld, the Smolder and Azir, being the champions that they did find success on thus far, whereas the Tristana, not necessarily quite as good. We do know that Blaze Olive tends to play these marksmen and AD mid laners way better than most other players at similar tiers of play. And so this is going to be an opportunity for Zelt to showcase that he is able to outpace one of the best that we have had in the Challengers League. The other thing I'm going to be looking at is also the top lane, because ADD used to play in our league. He used to play for Immortals Academy, and Philip was generally getting the better of him then.
We'll see if that continues as we are back into Champion Select, as we are in game number 2 of the day. It's FearX Starforge on the blue side, banning away the Rumble, the Tristana, and the Vi, as Fuego on that red side are going to ban away the Varus and the Sejuani so far.
Yeah. Also, I forgot about this. Blaze Olive was also on that team with ADD. So this is going to be a potential rematch. They know that they have played up against each other. Can I also just say, like, I know it's it's starting to cool down a little bit. We're getting into September, but Blaze Olive, he's got the Under Armour on. Is it that cold there?
Hey, maybe they got the AC pumping. I don't know. Maybe it's a little chilly. Got to keep it cold for the crowds, but maybe a little bit cold as ice. We're gonna get the Ziggs locked in here as a AP B1 pick.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It has been something that Instinct has been really enjoying. It has been one of the perennial top picks so far, especially in the LCK, where they have really liked it, and the LCS. However, not necessarily quite as popular down here in the Tier 2 ecosystem. The top lane is going to be ADD going immediately for the Cassante, and it kind of sets up pretty naturally for Philip to go with a lot of his standard picks. He's really liked the Renekton in this matchup. He's really good at the Gragas in this matchup as well. So Philip, who has oftentimes been a neutralizing force for Fear, already knows what it is he has to neutralize.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's just going to depend what he wants to grab into that. I mean, we have the likes of the Poppies. I mean, Zamudo was actually having a really good time into that Cassante until things started going a little awry, as it is going to be the Kai'Sa, something that has risen a little bit more in priority, but just provides that lethal punch, and Virus is going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, and we did hear that Virus was feeling very good about today. He said, like, yes, we have a couple of very strong opponents between Fear and Dragonsteel, but we're feeling very good about our ability to play across the entire map. They think that they're going to get at least one of these games today, and they're going to need to. They want to try and make their way towards playoffs. Remember, they are coming into this one at 2-1. They just need to find one more win in order to actually find their way towards playoffs. And as we see the Corki come through right now for Blaze Olive, this has been one of his best champions, something he's had a lot of success on so far throughout the regular season. Whereas on the other side, Fuego, I mean, we've seen this, it would not be the first Pyke that we have seen in this tournament.
I welcome the chaos that the Pyke brings, but I feel like maybe there's more priority picks on the table right now to go for, as Fuego going for a potential all-in style composition here, as that 0 seconds lasting a long time, but I'm sure it's going to be a big lock-in for them, because again, if you grab this Kaisa, you're looking for a lot of CC combinations, but you're also looking for that kind of dive capability.
Yeah, I gotta echo that. That, I think, was the longest 0 seconds I've ever seen. So either way, it is going to be the Yone picked in here for Zelt. It is going to be trying to put some pressure down onto a Blaze All, but this is a very common matchup, something that you have to be very aware of. So Corki is going to be A-okay. We do see a Jax ban going up towards Philip on the top side, as well as this Nautilus being banned away from Baula, making sure that you can limit some of these strong things that you can pair with the Kaisa. I think the biggest thing that we really have to look for is actually what Mataz is going to be playing. We have seen in this tournament alone, the Amumu has come out, as well as the Maokai and the Sejuani. Otherwise, pretty standard things, but mostly leaning on the tanks.
I really like the Leona ban here. I was going to say, if that doesn't get banned away, I feel like you're just giving over great combos to Fuego. Taking any CC combos away from them is big, but obviously still some on the table. Is the Rakan going to be locked in? So they still have that dive presence available to them.
Yeah. I mean, with the Ziggs already locked in, this Callista Hover would be very surprising. Philip is not generally the player who's going to be going for weird picks up in the top half of the map in order to try and go up against ADD. However, there is a lot of pressure already being put down on the back line of Fear. A Blaze Olive and Instinct going to have to be trying to get away from Cassante, Kaisa, Yone, and Rakan, and it is going to be a Renekton, the classic pick coming in for Philip. One of the first champions I ever saw him play, one of the first champions I ever became a fan of Philip, already coming through. And lastly, they're going to be leaning even more into the backline, as the Brand is going to be the last pick coming out from Fear. A lot of damage, but not necessarily the easiest ability to actually go for engagers. They're putting a lot of faith right now into Winsome, and I haven't been particularly impressed with his positioning when we're setting up for fights. He's oftentimes found himself caught, and so Fuego have picked up on that as well. They have the tools necessary to pick off all of the engage tools for Fear before a fight will start.
Now the remaining question is what the R5 is going to be looking like for Fuego. I feel like the setup and around the Viego is very important, because it just provides you so much go buttons against a composition that is very much centered around Winsome taking the engage, where you have a lot more ways forward, it feels like, for Fuego. And I think this is a great pick for Mataz.
Yeah, ultimately, it's just a very chaotic style of fighting coming through for Fuego. It is going to be a fire game, as they say, coming through for all of these players, because every single one of them has the ability to play for massive mechanical outplays through every single one of these fights. Whereas on the other side, it's a bit more straightforward. You have a lot of very easy, relatively champions to play, simply because they don't have as many buttons, where you don't have as much ability to move around the map.
Mon ami!
Mon ami.
J'espère que ça va bien. Nah. Obviously a player from CB LOL there, but yeah, I think the curious point to me is that we are getting a lot of classic comfort in a lot of ways for Fear X Starforge. We've seen them performing very well, at least across the board so far, in their undefeated start to America's Challengers. But it is a very team fight oriented composition right now for them.
And now it's going to be on Fear to actually showcase that they can play this. Normally, we look at XU and the Blaze Olive as two players who will be relatively aggressive early on in the game. They will oftentimes move together in ways to go for these 2v2 duels in the mid lane, but this time they do not have the mobility. They do not have as much control over who they are actually going to be hitting throughout every single one of these fights. This is going to be the opportunity for Fuego to set the tempo on how Fear is going to be playing the game.
Well, we're locked in and loaded, and we're getting ready for game number 2 of the day. Dragonsteel fans, keep eyes on the game and hope that Fear X Starforge can take down Fuego. But Fuego fans, they are feeling the fire. They're feeling the momentum now. They need to try to get to that 3-win mark and secure their place in that knockout stage. Now, again, the biggest focus for us has to go straight to this jungle setup. Last game, we saw the Viego for Dragonsteel the proactivity was not there. I think this is going to be a very different take on this Viego now.
I'm just listening right now to the crowd because there's no crowd quite like the Brazilian crowd to play for. One of the things that I thought was so funny was, I think it was Scary Jerry was on who said, yeah, I normally can't hear the crowd at all when I'm playing in LA, when I'm playing live in NA, but when you play for Brazil, you can't ignore them. They are just going to be so loud every single time. We can hear them too on the casting desk, and they are already starting to throw the game into a little bit of chaos right off the bat. But so far, nothing really exciting. We actually haven't been seeing that many lane swaps coming into this tournament so far, Mazel, and as we go into standard lanes right away, I definitely like this for the side of Fuego. They do have Virus coming through with a third teleport as well, and they do have a bit better time actually going for these trades in the bottom half of the map.
And they really at least are putting the onus onto either this mid lane or the bot lane early on for Fuego. Mataz is going to be pathing from top to bot. We're going to get that opposite side pathing for XU. I think that puts a little bit more of a spotlight on Virus FX. I think he deserves it. Obviously, a big piece to the puzzle for this Fuego roster, but I feel like his Kai'Sa here has a very big unlocking factor into trying to taking down the backline of Fear X Star.
Yeah, Blaze Olive with all this priority actually can put a reasonably deep ward instead of just throwing it over the wall on the other side of the map. However, Baula going in only catches one, not a ton of damage, but it is going to be waves crashing on opposite sides of the map. Philip really wants to get this wave to bounce off the turret. He's getting a couple of good trades. We are seeing so far that the North American representatives doing a little bit more to their Latin counterparts as they are trying to find pushes here so that they can actually support XU as he gets to the top side of the map.
Trying to remain constant on that clearing path up. Now Philip is going to be taking a little bit of proxy farming fun on this top side of the map. Maybe something that Fear X Starforge can utilize, but in all actuality, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a state of game that XU can be very proactive on the brand. It feels like he's going to have more of a reactive style setup. Oh, nice satchel charge there.
Yeah. One of the things that I was questioning, let's say, was watching Instinct play the Ziggs yesterday. We saw a couple of satchel charges where he got caught pretty badly because he would throw them out for damage early on, and it is a very long cooldown, especially early in the game. So we'll see what he ends up doing in his bottom side of the map. Hasn't been punished for it thus far, but we're also seeing XU going for an early back. He knew exactly where Mataz was likely to be, but not going for any kind of early play. Instead, trying to back away, get his camps completed later. Whoa.
Nice Valkyrie buffer there from a Blaze Olive, but I think Mataz showing off early and getting involved is super important. I mean, we talked about it before the series today even started, but you know, having control of the map has been super important for him, but also for Fuego.
Yeah. Philip also getting an early bag. You can see an extra longsword sitting in his inventory as XU comes in, takes away a couple of the Raptors, and also showing himself up on the top side, so Mataz has to be careful in the top lane.
I love that XU is actually playing aggressive on this brand right now, just trying to upend any of the early presence that Mataz can have. He's going to get a little bit of a trade back here as ADD is moving down as well. I feel like you might have a better trade on your hand right now for Fuego. XU is going to flash over towards Philip. Look, Zelt is coming around the corner. Flash play, first blood for Philip. The Croc has got teeth, but Zelt ends up responding right away. As now Flash coming through from a Blaze Olive. We are throwing everything at this early game. A Blaze Olive has Zelt's number here as well. ADD getting low. A Blaze Olive going to take him down. One last auto. Philip wants to take out ADD. Philip's the big Croc on campus, but can't get the last kill. He wants to go in for it, though. He smells blood in the water, but guess who's coming out? Mataz coming to save ADD's life. Cassante survived.
What's up? We got a big Croc up on the top lane now. Philip walking away with the blue buff, forcing ADD to teleport back and also getting a play. This is a ton of gold and experience that ADD ends up losing because he moves for that. He ends up only getting the Bramble Vest and moving out on the map, whereas XU, even though he dies, gets both assists. He's able to get enough damage spread out, despite the fact that he was playing very aggressive. Furious?
Really good satchel charge again, playing with it very aggressively, not defensively, and getting a huge trade on the Virus, though. Get a little bit of healing back from Vala. Instinct using a lot of his mana early. That Astral Charge is not cheap.
Yeah. I'm really impressed, though, that Vala was actually not in range of the turret for that. I definitely expect that Winsome thought he was going to be in range, take a tower shot or two, but he was not. Really good spacing coming out from this support. Either way, the Dragon going over towards Fuego, but XU already moving towards the top half of the map, and we know that Brand does the grubs so quickly as he starts to chain all of his abilities together, making sure that he can get every single passive proc on this side of the map. So it is going to be overall a trade, all 3 grubs for the Dragon. Very standard stuff overall.
Infernal Dragon first will be very nice for Fuego as well. Fitting their theme, staying a little bit fiery. But it also gives a little bit of an XP. Yeah, it gives a little bit of an XP advantage for now to XU, and he can try to utilize it. This is something I really love to see players use in this recent meta is if you do get the grubs, you do get that little bit of a moment to have an XP advantage, you can play a little bit more aggressively as well.
Yeah. Philip remaining very aggressive up on the top side of the map. You're noticing he's not actually going for very many auto attacks in these trades, trying to make sure that he does not lose any of the effective healing and damage off of the previous wounds that the Bramble Vest is providing. So he is already building up this advantage, forcing another back away from ADD, and as Mataz moves towards the bottom side of the map, it is just going to be leaving Instinct and Winsome to just play this bottom lane very effectively. We're seeing small gold advantages start to go across to the entire top side of Fear X Starforge. And Instinct still remaining down in the bottom lane shows himself, so at least Virus knows he cannot back for free. He's going to have to back away a little bit.
Most annoying little Yordle you could ever ask for. I personally am a Ziggs enjoyer as well. Although, I mean, using the Satchel Charge as a poke is very interesting there. Instinct just try to get as much annoyance into Virus as he can, but it's also something that Fear X Starforge can utilize. I mean, we're making a little bit of fun of it of him staying down there, but him keeping presence down there, him keeping eyes on Virus and keeping pressure is really big for Fear.
Yeah, but at the same time, with Virus backing away, oh, ADD.
Oh, that's the flash. He still gets hit by the Q3. Not going to be able to follow it up, though. The rest of the team was right behind them. Keeping presence on this top side is Fuego with Mataz and Bala.
Yeah, and Virus with no teleport. But, I mean, this is the payoff from Instinct forcing him to stay in.
Oh, okay, Philip. That's an all-out. The stun connects. Dominus is not enough to save you today. Mataz is going to claim that kill, and they're going to get turret plates on top side, too.
Definitely an unforced error from Philip. He knew how many people were still here in the top side of the map. Ends up going down without the flash available, but at least his bottom side gets a lot of money.
They do, and that's really nice, as they're going to also get a play here onto Bala. Might be friends, but they are enemies now, as XU claims the kill.
Yeah, that is a lot of crowd control going through, a fantastic use, and making sure that Bala with both the ultimate and the flash does not get out of that one. Also, 3 plates getting picked up in the bottom side of the map. Instinct forcing Virus to stay in the lane for as long as he does. Gets himself a lot of extra money, and even though Philip goes down the top side without the flash available, he's still very far ahead up in the top side, considering that he still has a gold, and so Fear across the entire board have come out of this early game with a lead. Wow.
Get a little play in mid lane there. Throws the thumbs up both ways. Says, okay, we see you. They are still looking to try to make a play on mid, though, as they are bringing Bala over. Looks like a little bit of setup preemptively before we get to this next round of objectives. Something Fear X Starforge will love to have is 6 grubs, or even just the 4 for the mites, but anything to help the siege potential, and Fuego don't want to give that over.
Yeah, I mean, with both of these Yordles, with both Corki and Ziggs existing, it's a lot of damage to structures, and Corki can play the side lane very effectively. Instinct has been sitting on quite a bit of money at this point. Where's the ultimate going? Oh my gosh, it's just stopping Mataz.
I love it, man!
Okay, Ziggs might be the most annoying Yordle, but most Ziggs don't do that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm actually really appreciating the style that Instinct is bringing to the Ziggs gameplay here. I mean, obviously we've seen him play it time and time again, but it's kind of nice to see how annoying he can be with this early game. Just try to stop any kinds of resets, things like that. But now we are going to finally get those full resets. Vision is going to be attempted to be cleared out by Fear X Starforge, but Dragon and the Grubs going to be on the horizon, with Fear X Starforge favoring the Grubs right now.
Yeah. I also love the fact that Mom says it is Zig's turn to go mid lane and say, hey, go farm, go make sure you can get some damage. We already got a lot of plates in the bottom side. Make sure you share them around a little bit. And now he's got enough levels. He's got the Ludens completed.
Joshi.
He's going to be doing a lot of damage. What's up?
It's Grub again.
It's Grub again.
What do we do? Close your doors.
Well, we're going to take turrets very quickly. I'm pretty sure that that's what it means. Either way, Blaze Olive separated. And now Fuego, who's in trouble.
Oh, they're going to find the preemptive play on the Instinct. Sats will charge out, but it's heartbreaking still as Bala claims that kill. They're still going to try to find the fight. Winston trying to get his way out of there. Mataz getting over with that Heartbreaker. He's still alive, but gets flashed on by XU as now he has come over to try to claim all these kills back. Zelt's going to use his Fate Sealed out defensively as Bala is barely hanging on by his teeth. As he's not. He's down. His teeth has been claimed as Philip now also trying to find out ADD, but that's a big turnover play for Fear FX Starforge.
Yeah, we ended up seeing that it looked like the other team that was in trouble, ADD. Taking a lot of damage up here on the top side of the map. Philip ends up turning that play around, and he will reward himself with a plate because of it, as the Grubs, the Twitch chaters, helping out Fear X Starforge in this game. I thought it was going to be Fuego who was in trouble on the bottom side of the map, but turns out Fear did not know how big of an invade was actually coming through on their side of the map. Those Grubs, or rather those chickens, completely gone, and this time around Fear, they have to fight their way out of that one, and now they're playing for the next dragon.
Fuego starting up this dragon already, though. They will be able to burn it pretty heavily, and Fear are still coming out of base. See if Winston wants to put a stop to it, or if Instinct can steal it, maybe, with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Not even going to throw it. Dragon does go over to Fuego, but here comes Philip. Now they're going to find the engage on Winsome. Fear X Starforge are collapsing. They're losing bodies, though, but so are Fuego, and that is too much heat to handle as Fear X Starforge wiped the board with Fuego. They're going to get a TP response on the top side by Instinct to stop the push by ADD as well.
Fear just moving on the map much better this time around, seeing that ADD committed the teleport to go towards the top side. Philip says, well, what if we just fought 5v4 for a little while? It doesn't matter they don't have an ultimate. I am an entire extra champion. They're able to not get the dragon, but they find multiple kills. Blaze Olive is now up to 4. Philip still walks away with 2 plates here in the mid lane. And because XU is right around the corner, he even walks away with his life. Look at all of the plates that are all of a sudden going on over to Fear. The top lane turret goes down. The bottom lane turret goes down. They find plates in the mid lane. And a gold lead that was small for so much of this game has now ballooned to over 6,000.
Blaze Off, such a nice guy. He let Instinct get the first turret. Oh my gosh, what a guy. No, we'll take a look back at the play here.
Yeah, I mean, Instinct just gets caught. They did not know that all these players were here, but as the teleports come through, you see that as a Blaze Olive comes down or comes up from the bottom lane, nobody can really do any damage to him, and because XU has waited for all of the ultimates to be used offensively, he's able to come in, flash over the wall, and auto-attack some members of Fuego to death. As they come back around, again, ADD has already teleported towards the top side, which allows Philip to use his teleport to come down towards this dragon. Winsome ends up going down, but because they group up directly, the Mega Inferno Bomb does a lot of damage, and Blaze Olive is able to auto-attack because there's no tools left for Fuego.
Yeah, and unfortunately, especially in that first setup, Virus using the Killer Instinct, but then not having really much mana to follow up anything after that as well. So just kind of putting himself out in the dry air. But it is still Fuego with the stacking advantage in the Dragon, so it's something for them to play off of. They still have a very heavily centered reset composition with Mataz on the Viego. Things can all of a sudden start going their way if the right pieces start to fall for Fear X Starforge, though they will maintain topside objective dominance as Fear take a Rift Herald on top of all of it. Now Philip is all that Fuego want. And they're looking to have a little bit of crock for dinner as there's the Fate sealed in and the combo comes through.
Good patience from the rest of Fuego to make sure they find that kill. The Rift Herald is going to be crashed up on the top side, and because they're taking this one so quickly, they're going to be able to pilot it into the next turret as well if they want to, because how long it's taken the rest of Fuego to actually back away. There's going to be some good damage onto the inhibitor turret, as no, it's going to be a Blaze Olive driving on out of there.
Driving away in style. It might not be a limousine, but it's just as nice. We'll keep that statement, I guess. I don't know.
That's what we went with.
Picture in picture there. Yep. Instinct went and cleared that first wave, so it became a much longer task for Zelt to claim the side lane turret. They still will get it, and it is bounty gold going over to Fuego, so that's pretty big going their favor.
Yeah, before we move on from that real quick, Nizel, I do want to ask Twitch chat, and I am not reading Twitch chat at all, so I have no idea what you're saying, but I will check later. Do we like, it's not a limo, but it's just as nice, or read like a piano? Because that was something that I think Henrique or 4x4 or Beatdown said yesterday, and I know Twitch chat was really giving them, some questions on that one, so Twitch chat, I need to know which one of these calls you think is better.
All right, we'll have the deciding factor sometime later, posted on Twitter probably. Taking a look at the map state right now as well. I do want to find. Yeah, there you go. I do want to figure out exactly how Fuego can start taking some of these team fights if they do. I mean, I already said the kind of reset composition, but it feels like a lot of the onus is on Bala and on Zelt to find those big engages for the team if they are going to.
Yeah, Zelt is really going to have to be very aggressive because he's the one who has the damage. Bala can set up for the team, but he's not the one who's going to be actually taking any of these players down. And Fearx Starforge, they're just taking these turrets down. It is a bounty, but they're still fighting.
Ooh, nice little double knockback from ADD. Gonna get the Mega Inferno Bomb out of Instinct as well, so a lot of ultimates used, and we're starting to see the Yone side lane pressure come up, although Philip going to TP right out of that one a little bit confidently. He does end up responding to Zelt in the side lane.
There's a potential counter TP. There's a ward halfway down that lane.
Here comes Bala. Nice move from Blaze Olive with the Valkyrie to get away from that one, and now they're feeling pretty offensive here for Fearx Starforge, though there is that dragon to turn back to.
I want to give a big shout out here towards Philip for chasing Zelt that entire time, because we know there is a ward halfway down the lane. But even if Philip doesn't know that, he knows he just committed his teleport. He was able to use that priority to play for the dragon previously at the cost of ADD. And so Philip making sure that his teleport doesn't get counter-teleported by Zelt by just walking him down, saying, I am going to stun you if you try and go for this teleport, potentially risking his own life off in the side lane, but regardless, making sure that the rest of the team is safe will earn them their first dragon of the game. So Fearx Starforge, the gold lead has diminished a little bit. It used to be more than 6,000, now it's a little bit less than that. However, Fear is still putting a lot of pressure on the game, and Fuego, they have some scaling tools, but they have not been able to find any engages other than the one time where they were able to get into the Raptor pit where Fear had no idea.
And that's where like those kinds of little combinations can make this team come alive, but it can also be very hard to play around. Now, second items are going to be completed for majority of the damage dealers of Fearx Starforge, and that's something to think about because as soon as we get to second, third items for this kind of combo, it becomes so scary to deal with when you're centered around those team fights. And that's what we kind of set up from the beginning for Fear. They've gotten this earlier lead as Blaze Olive going to try to take down Zelt. This earlier lead with the composition that we said, they're pure team fighters, right, in a lot of ways. So they are now coming alive with the strength that they set themselves out for.
Yeah. They're doing really good stuff. They got the dragon, like we said. They're taking control of the bottom lane. And as they start taking away all of these buffs and all of these camps to Viego, which we were saying last game for Yuji was mostly relegated to farming, doesn't even really get to do that as Blaze Olive heads him off on their side of the map, making sure that Matans cannot pick up any blue buffs. And I know, I've played enough games with Rafa, I know what happens when junglers can't really farm. They mostly just kind of get quiet and sad. So it's definitely a position where you need to make sure you are feeding your junglers twice a day and not losing these turrets.
Siege coming in the mid lane by Fear. Starforge are going to use the Satchel Charge to take down that tier 2. He will not have any big objectives besides the Baron to maybe pull back towards, as Mega Inferno Bomb just used as an annoyance yet again by Instinct. But this composition, a little bit more wary of just outright starting the Baron. Maybe more so than we saw last game, especially with the kind of compositional strength from Fuego. But we are finally getting full second item completions around for Fearx Starforge. And honestly, we got to open up a conversation of like, what has changed with this team? I mean, they are looking to go undefeated here in America's Challengers and even got their revenge against Dragonsteel.
It definitely looks as though Fear just are very comfortable on this stage. They are definitely a team that has a lot of stage experience between them. They definitely looked at the games that they played on stage in the Challengers League finals and said, yeah, we were just not having a very good day. It happens. And now that they are coming down to Sao Paulo, they are giving a much better performance overall, whereas Dragonsteel at the same time not playing up to their own standards. This is one of those things that we get to see in multiple tournaments with the same teams. Fear just having a little bit more consistency this time around. They're taking everyone down. They're standard League of Legends. They're asking other teams, how are you going to beat us? And so far the answer has been, they're not.
And the biggest thing I loved is this team, obviously having been in person at the Riot Games Arena, like they were beat up about losing the finals, but they still had hope and eyes on the America's Challengers, and obviously those eyes were set on prize. As Philip gonna flash out of the Fate Seal, he's still in a 1v3, he's in some trouble trying to heal up now, trying to buy time, but finally goes down. This is exactly what Fuego were looking for. This is what their composition thrives in, chasing you down. As now Mega Inferno Bombs used to separate it, but the shutdown comes over to Perbaula anyways, and Fuego, they're turning up the heat.
Unfortunately, another unforced error coming out from Philip, and now Fear, they're trying to look for something. XU still strong.
Crowd backing, the
Whoa.
momentum coming their way, but no, it's returned right back on its head. The crowd goes silent, and Fear X Starforge put them down.
Oh my god, the bounce coming out from the Pyroclasm off of XU going towards the other half of the fight. Randomly, one of the longest bounces I've seen in a long time as Baula dances around that fight, ends up returning a lot of that gold right over to Fear. But ultimately, the thing we're looking at is what summoners were expended, with the goal being more or less even across the board. There's no flash on a Blaze Olive, there's no flash on Philip. But Veer still has one, and that means that he's going to be so safe. As Philip comes down to this, he knows where his team is, but he doesn't have a great idea on where the other team is. Flashing around, trying to look for some of these outplays, ends up putting him in a worse position than he was before. A great Void Seeker coming in from Furious means that he can use the Killer Instinct to get to a Blaze Olive, find that little bit of extra. But as we come to the next part of the fight, watch the Pyroclasm that XU throws out. He throws it to Mataz, and then it will bounce off to Baula, and then that gets directly on over to Virus, and that is a ton of extra damage that you suddenly have going into the members of Fuego that would not have happened with a worse bounce.
We're getting a little play on top side though. Philip gonna take the ire from Fuego again, but Fuego's attempted dive does end up failing. As now they're actually maybe followed up on now. Nothing else gonna come of it there. A reset on the map state, and Fear gonna take a second dragon, tying up that objective with Fuego.
Still, with these two Cloud Dragons, the extra movement speed for both Instinct and a Blaze Olive and XU suddenly means that the dives that will be coming through from Fuego are a little bit easier to withstand because you can move faster, you can dodge things more easily. And with a 6,000 gold lead, I think it's simply a matter of time before Fear are feeling strong enough to actually go for this Baron buff. It has been something that they are a little bit more reticent to do than a lot of other teams, and this time around they have to look for their play to try and close out this game. It's not enough to just have this big lead. You have a Cork, you have a Ziggs, yes, they scale very well, but the game becomes more and more volatile the later the game actually goes.
And it goes back to kind of the conversations we've heard from both the sides of teams, but especially from earlier from XU. Is like, we might be looking at a good moment, at least for Philip, before I talk about XU, is he's going to be trying to get out. Oh, he gets stopped in the middle of his slice of dice. Okay, well, he is going to be carved up, and Zelt will claim that one. Another side lane pick, and Fear X Starforge, they can't be affording that.
Yeah. Philip goes down again. There's been a couple unforced errors from this player in this game. Luckily, there's nothing that Fuego can do with it. They're going to get some pressure down in the bottom side of the map, but XU already en route in order to make sure that they don't lose anything there. The waves have been pushed so far forward, and so this means that Fear can actually now look for Zelt.
Actually might end up fighting a Fate Seal. Will end up getting him away, as well as a couple ultis used there by Fear X Starforge. Can't find the connection in the end. But the thing I was going to say earlier about XU was just the fact that they didn't want to kind of let off the gas here in this tournament. They want to continue trying to keep this undefeated streak alive for themselves.
Yeah. Instinct actually doing a lot of damage to ADD there as well.
He doesn't even have a hat yet.
the foot is still on the pedal, and the hat very close to coming through for Instinct. Already got the two needlessly large rods. You knit those together, and that's how you get a hat. That is how science works and how knitting works. And so now a Blaze Olive on the other side of the map has so much pressure, and Zelt looking once again for a 1v1.
Oh no. I mean, I think he just pieces him out here. Now they're going to get the TP in just
rude.
in case. There's the Sterix popped. Now it's actually a 3v4 on top side. Fuego, they might be getting taken advantage of now. Immediately starting the back is Zelt to try to get back to TP up here and even up the odds. Fearx Starford taking a huge chunk there. They'll back away from the Baron, but they did get the Fuego TP from Zelt. And ADD has walked his way up for a massive flank. Looks like it's going to be too much of a flangle this time for Fuego.
Yeah, Fuego going for this really big play. They end up committing a teleport. They don't get a whole lot out of Philip. They do get the ultimate, but look at this. XU still hovering around, trying to make sure that they don't lose too much. Remember, blue buff goes to your entire team at this point in the game, so picking that up, very helpful towards your team's chances. Winsome is wild for that. I don't know if you saw him just go over the wall. He did not know how many people were in that bush at all, and he only had XU with him. Not super thrilled with that one, not punished for it whatsoever, and now we have a minute and a half until the next dragon.
Philip needs to be careful because it does not feel like he has the strength to be in the side lane any longer now as well. Zelt is just taking half his health yet again. He doesn't even have Dominus yet back up. It'll be coming up in about 8 seconds now. Maybe they feel like they can come capitalize on him. That ultimate will be available coming up now. Fate Sealed is there for Zelt. Philip taking a greedy back there as he's going to slice and dice his way out. Does sidestep Zelt and is still just okay.
Yeah. Fear, we're going to be starting up the Baron yet again. This time there's way more members of Fuego on the bottom half of the map. We'll see how many of these Void Seekers Virus can hit. It's ADD getting caught.
They're just going for the kill now. That was actually a really big Void Seeker from Virus, but ADD now get a little bit of his own medicine thrown his way as he's going to try to Cassante his way out of this thing. Maybe he does not have enough to get away from it. Does end up meaning an outer tower falls to Zelt. Now the fight is continuing. Big damage though. Pyroclasm coming across onto Fuego. They're feeling the heat of the furnace. The re-engages and Fear and Starforge out of nowhere collapse. They lose XU, but they wipe the board with Fuego here and right onto the Baron. There is no jungler available, so this could just go either way, but it is going to go Fear X Starforge's way.
A massive wave still crashing in the bottom lane at the same time. Almost takes the entire inhibitor turret by itself. Fear is setting up some fantastic waves. And yes, Zealot will pick up the mid lane turret, but the Baron Nashor going over towards Fear X Starforge. And also, they will be getting back onto the map faster in order to try and play for this next Cloud Dragon. Continue to put them at a 6,000 gold lead, but the advantage is slowly coming through. Ablaze Olive now has the rapid fire cannon. The Rabadon's death cap also completed for Instinct across the board. They're going to be moving out on the map, and XU will be getting towards that dragon at about the same time that Mataz does. Fear setting themselves up with a lot of advantages, but they have yet to crack the base from Fuego, and until that happens, Zelt is always going to be strong in his side lane. He has been trying to chase down Philip time and time again, and now, not going to quite find Bawa.
Just behind the play a little bit, but it's Fear resetting onto the bot side of the map. Try to use as much of this Baron before they need to turn back for that dragon. Will be a third dragon in a row for Fear. Just trying to get as much of this Baron power play as possible. Also a play on the Philip coming through here. Killer Instinct out there as all out coming through, and Fuego have found their mark as they take down Philip. They're losing their base. The only one in defense right now is Zelt. They'll lose their inhib on bot.
Okay, I've said a lot of unforced errors. That one was a good death from Philip. We're going to defend that one. However, the rest of his team now needs to be careful as the teleports come through.
The Avenger beams from Fuego. ADD going to pop up first. Virus is coming around the corner. We said how much this reset comp can kick you in the teeth once they get rolling, as they will have Zelt coming right behind them. They realize this is a good play for them. Fuego trying to surround them as Winsome goes for the engage. Oh, the damage on the Fowler. He's already gone. Now XU gonna hit that Pyroclasm, and the damage starting to rain there on Fuego. Though they're trying to get the resets themselves, but Tom is doing so much damn work. This Viego has reached Reset City, and it's a ticket for Fuego.
And they find themselves another route back into the game. Fuego keeps their game alive. Mataz finds the resets. They will get a dragon off of it. So ultimately, it ends up still being the game remaining in Fear's hands. But finding these small windows gives Fear some reasons to fear it as well. But the next fight really going to be coming through in about 3 minutes. There's not a whole lot for either of these teams to play for, but there is a bit of extra pressure for Fear. We can see that with all the poke that Fear can actually throw out in these fights, it's not the worst thing in the world. Is able to take down Baula before the fight even really begins. However, Zeld's able to get his way onto a Blaze Olive, and so all of the damage dealers from Fear are suddenly playing for themselves. They do not have any battle lines because Philip and Winsome have to just run away in this one. And that means that Fuego finds so many kills as they reset off of these squishy members.
As soon as something breaks in that line, they scatter like rats. And that's exactly what Fuego want. And this composition we've been setting up this whole time, and we are on those 3 item spikes. We are on that composition that can just outright dive your squishies, and Fear need to realize the position they're in. They just lost a fight by being up almost 8,000 gold, and that lead has diminished a little bit, but it's still there. Fear in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Virus also now has the Void Seekers that are going to be resetting. You can see Fuego like, is there a Philip here? There is not, unfortunately, this time around, but they have a lot of pressure on this bottom half of the map, and Fuego, they're continuing to push Fear x Starforge in this game for just now getting their push going up in the top side of the map.
Philip wants no part of this. He's paid the price 5 times in the side lane over and over again, being caught by Fuego. But here comes the TP pull instinct. Okay, I like it. Sure, why not? We're going to look at the Satchel Charge play onto the turret, though, as they look to take an inhib. They do take that inhib turret. Fuego are here in response. Again, Mataz had a really, really nice executed fight last time around, and it was on the back end of a play just like this one, but on the bot side.
Yeah, gotta be very careful. Zeld has gotten the back completed, is now on 4 items. We saw what Kisei was able to do when he had 3 of them, as he absolutely terrorized the members of Fear. But this time, Fear going to be backing away. They got something that they came for. There's a minute and a half left on the next Baron. There's almost 3 minutes to the next Dragon. They're comfortable getting what they can, using the pressure of the bottom lane inhib, which is still going to be down for another 2 or 3 waves. That will allow Fear to set up around this Baron very comfortably.
Hear the crowd still there, still cheering loud for Fuego. And really nice to see a little bit of life coming back into our LATAM North representative in this game in particular. The fact that they've been able to hold on even with this massive deficit against a composition like this. But time will come that the answers need to continue coming, as a lot of the base is already burned against them. And need to find a little bit of promise on here. Again, I think that all comes around to how they find these engages in fights, and if they can kind of catch Fear out of order.
Yeah, Taz barely dodging out from that last Q. Keep himself alive. But Fear, they're already setting up. They need to clear out some of this vision, make sure that Fuego have to guess at exactly what is happening when the Baron actually spawns. They haven't done so just quite yet. They don't have a lot of control wards left in the inventory to clear out this part of the map. And we're seeing that Fuego continue to play around this Yone at the same time, as they are setting him up off in the side lane while the teleport is still available. And Baula making sure that Philip can't comfortably show anywhere on the map. The first W lands from Virus.
Oh, here he goes. He's just about to blow up Instinct, almost going down. Baula misses his engage. This is the play from Fuego. They have found Fear x Starforge sleeping, but big engage from Winsome. Philip finding the back line. The big cross come alive once again. And Fear x Starforge, they're finding some of the kills with the resets from Mataz are starting to come through now as well. ADD on the side is going down to Blaze Olive. So much chaos and so much damage. Almost 15,000 from Fear x Starforge, as now they're trying to push in the base and top side.
Blaze Olive yet again standing tall, but we got to see how good XU was in that last fight, making sure he stayed alive. One of the most high-value stopwatchers we've seen in a long time, allowing him to get all of his buttons off as he came back out. Virus trying to make some of these hero plays. They set up a little bit for Zelt and Mataz, but it's still going to be the top lane inhibitor that is going to be falling from Fear. They're still going to be taking away a couple of these camps, and they're still going to be out on the map in time for this upcoming Dragon.
Biggest difference that time around was that a Blaze Olive didn't get caught first or like didn't go down first. I think Fuego utilized that in the last fight to really propel themselves forward and the strengths that he had.
Whoa.
Now Fuego trying to propel themselves even further.
He teleported bot lane.
Has just TP'd bot side. There is a Baron being burned down by Fuego right now.
What a play coming out from Fuego. As soon as they see the teleport coming through from Philip, say, hey, it is time to hit the Baron. They end up picking up, and yes, Fear will get a dragon, but it's not even the soul for them at this point. Fuego slowly chipping away at the gold lead that Fear have built up this game, and now the number 2 seed, but currently the only undefeated team in this round robin. Fear, they're the ones who have to be very careful. All of the advantages that they had before, where they had incredibly strong mid-game ultimates coming through from Instinct and XU, not going to matter because it is so much the power that Zelt has. 4.5 completed items already in this game. They have the Baron buff. They're going for this power play, and Philip cannot safely stand in his side lane considering how strong the solo lane of Zelt has become.
And that gold lead is not even going to really matter that much when we're at full items for a majority of our carries here. So it's all about the execution in these fights. And I will say just outright, I've been feeling like Fear lost a lot of their confidence that they were playing with for a majority of this game. And Fuego have picked that up and ran with it now. Their composition scaling hugely. And now they're the ones looking for an aggressive play on top side.
Yeah, it's been a mix of unforced errors from Philip, as well as the fact that Fuego have been preying upon him. They are consistently sending multiple members to try and set up their side lane for success. And because there's a Ziggs on this team, unfortunately, the Baron speed coming out from Fear is just not that high. As XU looking for Baula a little bit, not going to find it, will have to give up this position in order to deal with the waves. But look at this once again, both ADD and Zelt down in the bottom lane, trying to make sure that Philip cannot match them. The wave has gone all the way from their own inhibitor towards the bottom side of the map, but there's no movement from Fuego to actually make good on it. So they just get some pressure, they get a little bit of extra farm, the gold lead decreases a little bit, but Fear, they're the ones who are still looking to try and end this game, protect their perfect record, and also defend their North American counterparts in Dragonsteel to potentially still have a way to make it towards playoffs.
Well, we said that magic number is 3, and Fuego try to put themselves on that precipice here. And if they could do so over the undefeated Fear X Starforge, what a boon it would be. Now Fear in positioning around this mid lane, trying to do some of this push, trying to get a little bit of a catch out. Oh my gosh! You blink and you miss it, but Taz is gone.
38 minutes of gameplay that was so good from Fuego, and then suddenly all of their hopes seem to be dashed as then now they're playing a 4v5 for nearly a minute.
Looks like they want to try to defend this mid lane a little bit more. ADD going to come to the team. No big reset. That was a crucial pin in the piece for Fuego. As that 35 seconds will ring loud and true. Fear looking to try to take down this inhib on bot side. They should be able to take it very easily as the 6 grubs payoff really coming alive here with these little moments to siege. They were trying to push with the Blaze Olive in mid lane, but they should just back off here. No other objectives to fall back for.
Yeah, it's just going to be another inhibitor overall as Fear going for the easy objectives. Remember, there's 2 minutes until the Cloud Soul will spawn for either team. If either team picks that one up, it will be everything. But now Virus, he's got a lot of AP. He's putting down all the pressure. Paula also seemingly in a perfect position, but now they know where he is.
Oh, no. They know.
Run!
Maybe he's fast enough to get out. Run, use the feathers. He could do it. He's going to get the speed up. Okay, okay. It's the great escape.
Fly, you fools.
No. He can dash. Nice! You fools! You come to Bala. Better respect the blast code.
Wow, he's able to get out of that one. Really long chase, but ultimately not a lot comes of it as more of these Void Seekers have been landing. Now ADD potentially caught in the same place.
He is a little bit tankier, but it doesn't matter. So much damage falling all out. Doesn't matter either. X claims it, and now again, it's Fuego on the back. Kataz has just come up. They lose their final remaining inhib turret, and they're about to lose their final inhib as well.
Yeah, I thought Paolo was playing a bird, but it looks like he's playing a rat the entire time. He's trying to find some engage off of one different side or another. That's 2 inhibitors down. The top one at least respawns. But with ADD still dead, when the dragon actually comes through, Bala still trying to find his way into one of these engages, but he has to make sure his team is ready to follow up. And Fuego seemed to have lost the thread a little bit. They were doing so well for a lot of the game, but now all of a sudden, Fear back in the driver's seat. They're going to be resetting. They're going to be getting their last item on several members, and as they come back onto the map, they're going to be setting themselves up for the Cloud Soul, and then potentially a game-ending push.
Still, though, feels like Fuego, if they find one big reset, engage, it can actually turn a lot of these fights, especially if a Blaze Olive gets caught. Though the questions will remain, as they will not try to contest over this soul for Fear X Starforge.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul gives a lot more safety. Look at how quickly Ziggs is strutting around at this point with so much extra movement speed coming through for this character. But he still has to be very careful. They don't have vision on where Bala is, and Beerus up on the top side of the map, just slowly pushing out that wave, so it will not be ready for Fear to play with at all. They're actually just playing in the mid lane, trying to create some pressure there, pushing these waves in.
Thought maybe they'd be fast enough to try to get a push going wide there, but actually, Bala has stayed. So he stopped his back. Baron is spawning now. They have the flank of all flanks right now, Joshi. Can they utilize it and get out here? Looks like Bala not super confident in it.
Yeah, Fear seemed to be wise to his ways. You know, they say a lot of them are friends with him. They said that at the very beginning, and now they're just clearing out as much of his vision as possible. They want to try and find Bala so he cannot go for any of these wacky engages he's been looking for the entire time. They pull the Baron. Virus finishes up the Rabbit on Death Cap, and Zelt has the teleport available as Bala now moves into the river.
Zelt needs to get over here as well. A little bit late on the TP, though. It's Fear not feeling super confident to finish that one off. Not going to go for the 50-50, though. Fuego are in full strength up here now. Will be a blue buff secured by Fear X Starforge.
Yeah, as everybody gets the blue buff these days, they all have that mana regen, instinct to
Do it again, do it again.
So much. Okay, Zelta's mid lane. He's kind of far.
Oh, and yeah, ADD has TP, can get over here if they need to. They're just trying to see if it's a bluff or if it's a real deal. Philip getting about half health, realizing it is just a bluff. Fear X Starforge back away. Fuego still holding around just in case anybody overextends. Nothing else.
We end up seeing that the play coming through from Virus to push out that wave early is going to be paying dividends, as now they're the ones who are going to be starting it up as everyone on Fear
so
back.
Fast.
They didn't cycle.
Oh my god, they burned it so fast. XU, he's known for his smites. Is he going to go for the 50? Doesn't even go for it. The Mega Inferno Bomb not enough, but now Fear trying to capitalize on the back end of it. Slice and Dice is not enough, but they still get the CC chain onto Virus. He's getting low. Fuego, they need to turn up the heat now. Re-engage going in. Big quickness. Fuego trying to fight fire with fire, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have enough damage now as well. Resets coming through from Mataz, though. Maybe it is. Maybe they catch out Winsome as well. They need to get Mataz out of this fight. ADD going down low now. Blaze Olive going forward with that little corgi wiggle. And they have Fear on the doorstep of taking down Fuego.
Zelt has no ultimate. It's so hard for him to get towards his back line. Instinct has the Mega Inferno Bomb coming up in just moments as the game going past 40 minutes. And now, do Fear try and end the game? They still have 20 seconds, but no, they just want to push things out. Zelt still has the Guardian Angel. They do not want to risk another flip, another time that Fuego have outplayed. Now Instinct, he's separated.
Oh no, no! It's the getting over the wall, though. He can get away, actually, from Mataz. He is going to survive. That death timer will not be there. The defense comes alive for Fuego, though. They stand strong. It is now officially our longest game and our most killing game here in the America's Challengers.
Oh, crazy game. A crazy back and forth series. Fuego, I mean, what's the team? It was Wild Card? No, Winnie's team. Back AoE. They would do this all the time. Oh, you're all back at the same time. Well, you shouldn't have done that. This is going to be our Baron. Fuego showcasing it's not just an NA Challengers League special. Instead, it is something that we can do all over the world. And now, Fear, there's 2 minutes left until this Elder Dragon spawns. I did not think that we were going to see 7 dragons. I did not think that we were going to see an Elder Dragon in this game. I did not think that Fuego were going to take 2 dragons, because Fear, of all teams, were the ones who were not moving. They were not cycling back. They were not playing the standard League of Legends correctly, and Fuego able to punish them for it this time.
And this is a FearX Starforger who had like a 7,000 gold lead early into the game. Like 18 minutes in, they were ahead by far. And the fact that Fuego have shown this much resilience, I'm honestly loving the tenacity in our teams today. Not only did we have a banger game number 1, we're following it up with another banger in game number 2.
So now we just gotta wait. It's waiting for a couple of these objectives to spawn. There's 1 inhibitor still coming up for the side of Fuego. One of the major worries that you have to have here for the members of Fear is that even if you have a fight that takes place around the dragon, if you get clean aced, the game ends. Whereas if you have the push going towards your opponent's side of the map, if they are caught up in their own base, oftentimes it's going to take them too long to run across the entire board. But now, Fear, they're setting things up. They're denying as much vision as possible. You're seeing that Virus has to use those Void Seekers just to check different parts of the Fog of War. If you can't see anything, they're going to be on a long cooldown because you're not hitting them super consistently. 1 final bat coming through from members of Fear. Got to be a couple of elixirs coming through at the same time. Phillips still has items to complete, but as Winsome comes back with more items, now the poke begins, and ADD with nowhere to really teleport to has to be very careful trying to move through this bottom side of the map.
And this is the duality between the comps. There's a lot of poke that can come through in preemptively for FearX Starforge, but as soon as Fuego hit those go buttons, Fear need to be ready to respond. We're going to see Fuego get a really good collapse around the back end of this play. Fear, they've put themselves in a hole right now. They got to dig themselves out as they're trying to move around. This death wall has been the bane of so many teams, and Fear need to get together on the same page, though. Blaze Olive, think about going for the end. Zelt did end up getting the back off to defend that one. Elder Dragon started by Fear.
Yeah, Baola also looking for this heavy flank. They just need to keep Mataz away.
Baola has a massive flank. There's the TP coming in. Fuego, they're going to turn on the fire here as well. Try and go with that engage. Baola
they get it
there, but it's going to be secured by Mataz as now the executes are alive. It might just be Fuego turning it all around. Zelt with the GA, and they're all still alive. Fear only have Instinct and Phillip left, but the defense is not going to be enough. And Fuego, they are banes of the existence of the NACL teams.
Not only are Fuego up, no, they're trying to base race at the very end.
Base race. It's a 6 grub. It's a 6 grub. Ziggs. Maybe it's enough. They need it back. Virus.
They killed
ADD,
Ziggs.
They're staying on it. They're going to fast forward. They got Ziggs. Phillip is going down too. And Fuego maintain their might. And they maintain themselves as a 3-1 scoreline comes out.
And with that, not only do Fuego secure their own spot in playoffs, they eliminate Dragonsteel from contention at the same time. And suddenly, the favorites for this tournament are blown wide open. Fear undefeated thus far, looking like potentially a favorite, but immediately we see Fuego coming through. It is not that easy. And now, so much of the rest of the day, we're playing for pride, baby. We know who's going to be going through towards the playoffs portion of this, and that just means that the rest of our teams can leave everything on the field. It's all time to play for the regional pride of Fear. Fortunately, they tried to step on the gas. They were out. They didn't check the tank. You got to make sure you fill up every now and then.
Fill up indeed, but an incredible showing from our LATAM North representative as well, and being able to have that kind of game, especially off the back of literally going down so heavily against a team fight oriented composition and still being able to play it out, being able to catch out Phillip time and time again. It was the know-how of how their composition worked and the execution of it. And I think Mataz deserves a huge amount of praise there for the way that he controlled the map, the way that he moved around the map. I know that's something we set up for him from the very beginning as well.
Yeah, it's definitely worth pointing out the effects that the jungler has had. His ability to go for some of these resets and really turn what looked like fairly even fights into ones that were dominating for Fuego really helped them out. And also, getting that last smite at the very end. Exio has been a player who has been renowned for his smites in the Challengers League, and this time goes over towards the Fuego representatives and wins them the game off of just how much damage they're able to do with the Elder Dragon at the very end.
I mean, the fact that he gets in there and takes it from a guy who we've known has his finger on the trigger with his smites this whole year is incredible stuff. But honestly, we're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown, and it deserves a couple lookovers, as that is a heck of a gold graph there, but also representative of how chaotic this game went. Again, longest game and the most kills we've had so far in America's Challengers.
Yeah, I know that the members of Fear, they're going to have to look back on this one and ask, where did things go wrong? Well, just didn't step on the gas. They were not able to push the mid-game. Philip, unfortunately, making some mistakes, and also really being pushed by Fuego, making sure that you have the tools to actually get these fights started, to actually make sure that you can take some of these structures, is going to come back to by Fear. And as we take a look at some of these highlights, we can kind of see that a lot of these plays were just Fear being better in some of the team fights. And that's why Fuego said, hey, we're just going to play the rest of the game. We're going to prey on the fact that your 4 group cannot get fights started without Philip.
And man, it's also just a realization of the way that these kinds of tournaments could go, the back and forth nature of kind of the competition between tier 2 leagues themselves. But you know, so much was on the line for NACL in this one, especially Fear having the kind of control over Dragonsteel's destiny. And the way that Fear lost as well is so interesting to me, just because it felt like it was a moment that was so strong for them, and the lead into it, but just some of the maybe not crossing of the T's and dotting of the I's came back to bite them.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting tournament overall. I think we're also seeing the growth of the strength of Yone as this champion who has survived a lot of these different patches. And as we take a look at this last fight, we get to see that what happens when you put some pressure onto the backline. Instantly, as Instinct turn and a Blaze Olive turn to try and deal with Baula, that's damage that's not going into the front line at all. And even though they do get him, it ends up being just enough. They get enough members out of the fight that they're able to defend their own base. And here, at the very end, there's just enough pressure coming through. The full dive, it becomes a completely chaotic game, and Instinct forced out of the fight. A Blaze Olive, first one dead, and when you lose so much of your damage early on, there's just not enough left in the tank.
And I appreciate the side lane play here by Fear. I think trying to get something going and using the Ziggs with those 6 grubs, absolutely huge. The fact that they get caught and things like that, I mean, I feel like they were going to lose this setup anyways after losing the Elder Dragon, so it's an attempt there, but really good heads-up playmaking from Fuego. Not only take that, but immediately going for the end and knowing that they had it in the bag.
Yeah. I think you have to, at that point. Things were going wrong. You have to throw one last Hail Mary. It's pretty hard to do that, especially because Zelt doesn't even need to survive. He just needs to kill Ziggs, and then the game is going to be over. Ends up being enough coming through. And I think this says a lot about Fuego, right? They have been playing fairly well throughout this tournament. The only team that they've lost to thus far has been Pain Gaming, and they have one more team going up against the North American Challengers League. They still have Dragonsteel left to play against, and even though that was kind of expected to be the #1 seed, they have not been playing up to their own standards, so Fuego could potentially end this group stage 4-1.
Should be impressive stuff. I love that we're going to have some representation from all over, but let's go ahead and give some representation to the MVP of that game. And of course, it's none other than Mataz on the Viego and taking it to, I feel like, what was one of the best junglers in the tournament here into XU.
And I love the fact that Mataz comes through as the director of the game. He knows what everything is going to be looking like the entire time. He doesn't necessarily have the most impressive stats because it was yet again another game where it was so focused on all of the clutch plays back and forth in every single one of these team fights, finding the necessary resets, finding that crucial smite at the very end, winning them the game off a champion that we have seen so many different players just refuse to lose on.
And again, it's the combination of kind of that Yone priority that you were talking about that honestly is just winning games whole-handedly, but also an early advantage for Viego that continue to be built upon. And I think that's maybe something we didn't see in the first series or the first game of the day, but getting to see that kind of build up here and know that there is a condition always in these fights for Viego to have an advantage.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're able to do come the playoffs side of it. They are now jockeying for position more than they are for actually making it through, which does change quite a bit about how teams can play. You can start looking for the right opportunities. You can start trying some things out, knowing that you have already secured your spot. And because it seems to be so close with Fear, Pain, and Fuego all currently 3-1 at the top of the standings of this, it ends up being a situation where we're going to have to get all the seeding coming through off of the tiebreakers, very likely, with these teams not really playing each other for the rest of the round robin. They're mostly just beating up on the little brothers.
Yeah, and I think that's also opens up a little bit more of an interesting conversation, at least with the kind of best of one nature of the start off of this tournament. It really is who shows up in the moment, who's got that right, draft style to get the combination and win, because it's no longer, building up over a best of. It's literally one game, and you have to go on to the next.
I feel like the fearless style hasn't really shown in best of ones, Like, that's one of the big things that we've been loving.
I would say not. I would say maybe not.
You can't pick this champion in the next game this series. So we'll get to see a little bit more of that come the actual playoffs, which is going to be a double elimination, by the way. So we will have a lot more. It's going to be a lot of best of threes and then a couple of best of fives as well to close it all out. And I'm really curious to see what happens when the South American teams are really pushed into playing a lot of this fearless style, because it has been something that we know can drastically change the meta. If you don't have the same number of best of fives as so many of our teams, because we had so many best of fives up in the Challengers League, you end up in a position where it's like, oh wait, I have to save that champion? Oh, you guys are going to get to play Aurora Game 5? Wait a second, this isn't how I was playing this whole thing. I just wanted to play the Yone 3 times in a row.
Yeah. And I guess it goes back to kind of being in the moment, and I think taking advantage of the moments that you have. And that's why it's awesome to see kind of this representation across the board from all the regions representing in some way. Obviously, I think WAP would want to have some of those games back themselves, but in some way, shape, or form, at least we're getting a lot of opportunities, even to this last day of this group stage, to have a lot of fun with it. And I know bidding adieu to Dragonsteel is going to be a little bit sad, but now we do finally have our interview ready to go, and we're going to be talking with Fuego's Paula. So we have one question for you here, man. How does it feel to not only take down your friends on Fear X Starforge, but also deny the other NACL team in Dragonsteel from the knockout stage?
Oh, there's certainly a lot of feelings going through there. The vibes were low when we saw Dragonsteel lose, because we felt like we had 2 chances to make it, but in the end they were favorites, right? There's some point where they stopped choking, especially Dragonsteel. I think they were still the best team at the tournament when we look at VODs, when we look at practice. And I think here the crowd just messed up with them. Every eye being like a negative to them. It's a new thing, right? When you're in NA, when you're playing LTS Studio in LA, fan base is 50-50. You don't really feel the pressure. You don't really feel anything. But right now when you play, you have like this fanaticada in Brazil that is like so big, so impactful, and it's like it feels really good, but it feels really bad when you have them yelling the other team, right? So I think that had a lot of weight. When we were thinking about like Fear before the tournament, we thought they were a little bit more achievable than really Dragonsteel, but this game was not it. I think I was having a lot of blunders. I can say it so myself, but we got a really close game. We felt like we could win all the time, but there were times where it felt like it was slipping away, right? We got 3 wins, but they have been mostly comebacks, and it's been a little bit stressing. It's been a lot of pressure, but I think the veterancy that we have as a roster really carries us through in those like clutch moments. More than really the mechanics, because we're a little bit old. There's a little bit of arthritis in my bones right now, but the brain's still there, somewhat.
Yeah, I like that you say that. You had a very veteran team coming from Fear. You guys are a very veteran team as well. But Paula, I got to say, I thought you were playing a bird last game, but it seemed like you were playing a rat, because I think for the entire second half of the game, you were just trying to find all of these crazy flank angles. Could you talk me through a little bit about how the communications were going when it felt like you guys were playing for your life in every single one of these team fights?
Well, I'm the main shot caller, so I was calling that I was going to flank because it felt like we couldn't get any vision. That was like the only option, and I think flanks in stage, they're a different beast. Like, if you're flanking, the enemy team panics. It doesn't matter if they have champions that can really match you. In this game, it's the Brand, the Renekton. Everyone could just go on me, but they're like, kind of like choking because they're not accustomed to having that in a really high pressure situation. Even the games they had versus Dragonsteel, they were just losing yelled all the time, so they didn't really know how how to handle the pressure. I think we, in the end, did get a little bit lucky to get the win today. We do have to improve if we want to go like further into the tournament. Like, I'm talking top 3, top 2. But showing the potential to be able to win versus these teams in stage always helps with the confidence, always helps a little bit with the ego as well. We got to get humble checked. Hopefully we don't get a humble check versus Dragonsteel, because that would hurt a lot, especially playing. It feels great. It feels great. I think there was especially one call in Baron that Virus did. Virus is like a AD carry, and he's a little bit more quiet side. Usually he's the one that comes less out of the 5 of us, and we just trusted him, and I think it really helped us like getting that momentum going forward. That Baron that we sneaked when they got the, I want to say it's the Soul, but it might have been like their 3rd dragon or something like that.
Yeah, it was actually crazy. And we were talking so much about the decisiveness. I want to ask you, though, do you have any decisive words going into Dragonsteel to finish out the day?
Ooh, first of all, more than Dragonsteel, I want to say to Tony and all my friends, Instinct, I'm still your father. I will always be your father, and you know it already. It's been 5 years of knowing us, and I'm still your father. I won in stage with a worse team on paper, and you will lose if we play VO3. On Dragonsteel side, well, I'm not really sure how much at stake is it. I'm not really sure. I think we can finish first place if we win, right? So hopefully we win. I mean, I don't have any bad beef versus them. I don't really know them. So
of course,
not much to say. I just hope we win.
I appreciate you so much, Paolo. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you here. Thank you so much. Do you have any other words you want to say before we let you go?
No, not really. I don't have anything to add. I already took too much space on camera from this transmission, but I'm really glad everyone's enjoying this Americans Challenge. I think next year is going to be really fun to watch competitive for both NA, Latam and Brazil people. I think change might be good, and hopefully League of Legends can grow stronger.
I appreciate that so much. We're going to send it away to a short little break, and we'll be back for game number 3.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 America's Challengers. We are into our third game of the day. We have Vivo-Cade Stars versus WAP. And it is an unfortunate situation where WAP is already out. They are 0-4, but trying to get a win in any case, shape, or form is still on the docket for them.
Yeah, normally it's down but not out. This time it's out but not down. It's definitely WAP looking for an opportunity to bounce back. They're still playing for pride of their region this time around, trying to make sure that the LATAM South still has an opportunity to play for something cool for the rest of this tournament. And in particular, Thorn, QQ, a couple of players who have been impressing us so far with their play. QQ especially always playing very hard in every single one of these games, trying to find their way in. Fortunately, it just hasn't been enough.
And it's not through not trying, right? We've seen some very close games as well from them. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the holistic standings now to see exactly where we are, as we do have the couple eliminations and a couple of dues there in the bottom row, Joshi.
Yeah, it's important to note that even though Dragonsteel are just one game behind Vivo-Cade Stars, because VKS did win their last head-to-head, they now have the first tiebreaker in their favor. So even if Cade loses and Dragonsteel wins, it will not be enough to put Dragonsteel over the edge. And Dragonsteel are unfortunately eliminated from contention in playoffs, which means that everything else is just for seeding.
And I think that's super important to think about moving forward, because we do go on to the best of 3 format in the Fearless mode. So I think it's important to kind of stock up on as much confidence and figure out exactly the game plans moving forward, because in best of 1s, a comp can be extremely decisive on your entire longevity of your tournament, but it is also something to think about of what works for these teams. And I'll say one thing that very much worked for the Cade Stars is the Yone in mid lane, but primarily playing around Kisei.
Yeah, Kisei has been instrumental in so many of their games thus far. He's consistently finding these leads. He's consistently finding opportunities to split push. And because his team is setting him up for success in these split pushes, he's repaying them by finding all of these team fight wins later on. And I'm expecting that Yone, as we start getting towards the playoffs portion of this event, is going to fall off very heavily, simply because people are going to start banning it. You're not going to have access to it. You're not going to have access to the same kind of split push and scaling potential that you did previously. And so far, it is worth noting that Cade has had a lot of success. They're a team that knows how to play on the brink, because they had an entire bracket run. They were sent down to the bottom bracket in their playoffs at the very beginning, and then they won every single match after that. They have played more best of series in their playoffs than most teams did in their regular season.
Lower bracket runs seem to be king around the world this time around. But again, we said it the last time we saw them play, but you keep discounting, you keep discrediting this team, and they continue to find wins. Even in their interviews, they say when our backs are against the wall, for some reason, that's when we turn it on. And now back's not against the wall. We'll see if they have maybe a little bit more fun with it, but still trying to have kind of that forward aggression that they've presented so far today. I mean, you look at that first composition, it was literally an Elise and a Yone combo in the mid lane. So trying to get anything that continues to play around that, and the hands that we saw Sorolu play with in that game number 1 as well.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to seeing what VKS can do in this next game. On the one hand, WAP has everything to play for. They're likely to play a lot of, we'll say, pocket picks in this situation. But on the other hand, Cade doesn't want to be the one team to lose to WAP. All the cool kids have already beat them. You don't want to be the one person on the outside of that. And of course, you also don't want to be the 4th seed going into playoffs either. You want to make sure that you have the best seed so you can play closer matchups. Make sure that you're going to be playing on the top side of the bracket rather than the bottom side relatively early on, so that you can get to see a little bit more of what your opponents are going to be doing throughout the course of the playoffs.
And I think looking at WAP a little bit more, the interest has been in kind of the back and forth nature of what they've been trying to go with in their bot lane 2v2s. But I think primarily in this matchup, you have to look at kind of the top trio. If they're going to be grabbing priority for their solo lanes in any regard to try to play around QQ more, or if it's going to go back and forth in that nature, because we have seen him go with more facilitators, more setup junglers, but maybe this time around they try to give him a little bit more of the resources too.
It is rather interesting seeing how this team has been functioning so far coming out for WAP, just because some of their games definitely feel like they can come back. They have not been the most dominating games. I think that was actually Fear going up against Dragonsteel, which was not really on my list of predictions coming through. But they're very scrappy games coming through, and one of the things that I am going to be really looking forward to is how Shuhari is going to be playing in this last game now that they know that there's nothing really left to play for it, or nothing left that they can earn. It's all just about for pride. Are they going to tighten it up? Are they going to be looking for these champions where they can make these big plays, or are they going to continue looking for these very aggressive playmakers with even crazier angles than they were going for before?
I can't wait to see what angles we have. Also, we're going to have a little bit of time until the next game setup is ready to go. So maybe opening up a maybe more broad question as we're going to bring back up the standings. We've had pretty decisive moments already so far. So as we look forward with our teams moving on to the knockout stage, do you have any thoughts on chances, on kind of momentum going forward, on what we've liked from some of these teams, Joshi?
I mean, in particular, I think Pain and Fear X Starforge are the ones that are looking the best. And the thing that makes me very excited about saying that is they are going to be playing up against each other today. And I think that is a very likely final that we're going to be looking at later on, simply because I think these two teams have generally moved around the map the best. Even though Fuego did get the better of Fear today, I don't think it's something that is consistently replicable up against Fear, simply because it's easy for them to play around. It's easy to be like, all right, Philip, just got to play a little bit more passive, just got to make sure that we are not going in for these 1v1s when we don't know where people are. It definitely looked like Philip was just having an off game, and as we start looking towards the playoffs, I think Fear win that one more times than they lose, whereas Pain, they've been playing very well across most of their games. The only issue that they had was going up against the team that has been their kryptonite throughout this entire summer split.
Yeah, just looking at the draws later and hoping you don't end up in that position to be facing off against Vivo K-Stars. But honestly, it's a really important question to have as we move forward, because it is our last day of our group stage. So trying to get the rundown on who exactly is moving forward and how they're moving forward. I think Fuego now today has shown us a little bit of up in tempo, and I really love to see that. Obviously, even though we went the longest game that we had, the fact that they were able to turn it around when the moments mattered, that kind of stuff is super important in a tier 2 tournament where everything's not going to be always super clean and fine and dandy, right? Things are going to get a little bit messy, things are going to get a little chaotic, and that's where moments like this you can thrive with those styles of play. So a lot of fun to look forward to in the knockout stage.
I definitely want to see what happens with Fuego if they are able to play the early game a little bit more cleanly, if they have some tools necessary to build some of these advantages in the laning phase rather than come back a bit later on. So it is going to be a very different style coming through from Fuego, especially going into teams like Dragonsteel later, because Dragonsteel is a team that has historically been incredibly strong early on in the game. They're not necessarily a team that has had to come back very often. They have shown that they can do it, but they've generally shown that they are just going to build a lead and crush you from that position. It has been a very strong team going through, whereas Fuego, it hasn't been the cleanest of games. They're very clutch, but clutch can only get you so far.
So we do have a little bit of a change coming up. We had issues with some WAT players, and we will be changing the next matchup into Fuego versus Dragonsteel. We're going to set up a little break before then, and we'll be back with our next matchup.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers 2024. We're getting ready for our next match. Now, we have changed it up. It will be Fuego versus Dragonsteel. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and this one is going to be a little bit of fun, I feel like, for Dragonsteel. Obviously, Fuego still fighting for contention of the seeding, at least, but being able to take this one over Dragonsteel, I'm sure would mean a lot. We actually got to hear from Virus, so let's go ahead and check in with him.
La partida contra WAP creo que fue un poco caótica. Yo estaba un poquito nervioso al principio, la verdad, por tener la presión de Latinoamérica contra Latinoamérica Sur. Entonces, creo que fue un poco caótica y bueno, espero poder dar lo mejor. Yo creo que para la siguiente dos partidas contra Dragonsteel y FearX, la verdad nos sentimos bastante preparados. Creo que igual dependemos mucho del momento de estar bien, sentirnos bien, y la verdad creo que sí podemos dar la sorpresa. Y la verdad yo sí creo que vamos a sacar aunque sea un juego.
And coming off a hot performance against FearX Starforge, I think they'll be using a lot of that momentum here. Joshi, couldn't be more excited to see what this team has to bring and what Dragonsteel is going to offer us now that they are knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, Dragonsteel is definitely a team that is going to have to try and find something, at least for a little bit of pride. Even if they're already out, if they can beat the team that Fear lost to, it'll have to do something for their confidence coming back around. It's definitely something where we know that there's going to be a lot of people who are watching this tournament, especially these scouts, especially all the people who are looking to build up rosters for the Americas, whatever it ends up being called next year, where we will have opportunities to potentially promote some of these players both in America's North and in America's South. And finding that consistency on stage is definitely something that they want to try and prove they can do.
I am so happy that we have had kind of this comeuppance, especially for Fuego, but also for LATAM North, and being able to, you know, come in and have that big upset against a team that probably should have gone undefeated in the style that they had set themselves up for in that last game against FearX Starforge, and now Fuego using that to maybe put the hurt on NACL a little bit more. I think the biggest winner of that last game was Mataz. I think being able to have that kind of performance was huge on the Viego, but it was really the combination of a lot of things that came alive in that decisiveness in the later part of the game. That's what I'm looking for more of, at least in this one.
Yeah, I am going to be looking to see what they can do. They still need to make sure that they can play the early game out. Like we said, Dragonsteel, a team that has oftentimes been a team that doesn't need to come back. They just run over a lot of other rosters because they have been better at team fighting, they've been better at laning. Unfortunately, we haven't necessarily been seeing that come through, and with how chaotic some of these games have been, Vera said it himself, the game that they had up against WAP, very chaotic. The game that they also had up against Fear, very chaotic. They already got at least one of the wins that they said they were going to against the North American representatives. Now they're just trying to go 2-0.
And the also biggest thing here, I feel like, is the game number one of the day. We got Yuji's Viego. It did not look super great. And then we got Bataz's Viego, which was, I guess, picture perfect in a lot of ways. Now maybe seeing if both these junglers are just going to go for a straight-up boxing match in the jungle itself. But I think a lot of step-ups from Dragonsteel, maybe now that they have had that pressure taken off them, maybe they are a little bit more loose. It feels like maybe they paid everything to win that NACL championship, but now the reins are off.
Yeah, I mean, I do know that for the North American players, they had to come to Los Angeles, and then they went home for like a day and a half, and then they flew down to Brazil. So there's been a lot of travel back to back. They're adapting to a new patch. They're adapting to, you know, new food down in the bottom side of the world, and it is going to be a very big change of pace for a lot of these players, many of whom have not had an opportunity to travel outside the United States, at least as a player. So now, as we're going to be looking at this next matchup yet again, Dragonsteel, like we said, not living up to their own expectations, but Fuego, I think, looking very strong and going up against what was supposed to be the #1 seed. I'm going to be looking at Mataz yet again, going up against Yuji, like you said, looking for these opportunities to be aggressive and to showcase that on this international stage, the LATAM still has a lot more to offer.
And I think going back to something you said in terms of getting the experience to go internationally, a lot of these players not having that experience and finally getting it, it is a massive difference to travel for sport and to do that even domestically, right? But you're looking at traveling internationally here as well, and it is also something where finally having something like this tournament, America's Challengers, in the Western Sphere is just awesome, because you're getting these players this kind of experience of that travel, of this kind of competition, of the pressure of the moment, even for teams like WAP, even for teams like Dragonsteel, who are already out. Just getting these games under their belt is long-lasting experience, and you love to see how much fun they're having with it.
Yeah, I think the other big part of that is you also get to learn more about yourself, right? This is the kind of thing that a lot of these players are aspiring to do. A lot of these players are looking to go do this at the tier 1 level, and just getting an opportunity to feel like, yes, this is what I want to do, or like, every now and then you're going to come across players who are like, yeah, I don't know if that's actually what I want, right? We know that there are lots of players in all levels of play who are continuing to play for, looking for opportunities to pay for their schooling. And I think this is another great example where some of them can come in and use this as a bit of a vacation in some ways. They've already proven everything that they feel like they need to. This is going to be that next level for them where they get to travel internationally for the first time. I know Yuji in particular was very vocal about how much he wanted to use this to travel, to be the only Mongolian professional player in the world to now have an opportunity to travel to another continent because of it.
Yeah, I mean, just even getting the opportunity to come here, I know means a lot to these players. And I'm not going to mince words. I mean, they're going to be absolutely beat up that they didn't make it to that next round. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. These guys push themselves super hard. They're going to be sad about it. But I think, again, utilizing these kinds of experience to move forward, and then switching the table over to Fuego, utilizing this experience to really put yourself in the best position, right? Like a seeding increase helps a lot, I feel like, in a lot of these setups. And, our representative from LATAM North going to be looking for that.
Yeah, I think with how close Pain, Fuego, and Fear are currently looking in this event, one of the things that you have to remember is that one of these teams is likely going to be playing up against Cade, right? And Cade has shown to be a bit of a kryptonite for some of these stronger teams, so you have to kind of ask yourself, how important is it to be playing up against one of the other teams that you're currently tied with 3-1, or do you want to play against Cade instead? And so finding all of how this is going to shake out can really change up all of the different situations as you start looking towards playoffs. But I think if you want to win this, I'm pretty sure you have to play all 3 of the other teams at some point based on the way that the bracket works out, unless you just win both matches on the top side. No, even then, you still have to play 3.
Can't wait to get to the best ofs for the Fearless section of things in the knockout. It's going to be a lot of fun, I'm sure. See kind of the comfort picks come alive, maybe some of the niche ones as well. But we have definitely seen kind of stock standard in terms of the meta delivery right now with the best of ones, at least. And just thinking of what kind of compositions can win. As I feel you, crowd. We're waiting for the action to kick off. Hopefully the picks and bans will be starting up here pretty soon. But what do we want to see from these teams in terms of kind of compositional strength? Do we want to continue seeing Mataz on more of a resource-heavy jungler, or do we want to see him go back to some facilitation?
I think he's probably looked a little bit better on the more facilitative junglers. In general, I think Zelt played a really big role in the last game as well. And looking to see how they play. What was that?
Yone win condition?
Yeah, Yone is kind of the guy right now, it seems. And I think the other big thing that I kind of wanted to reflect on is there was a lot of questions about how Fuego was going to be performing in this, because they 3-0'd their entire way through playoffs. They 3-0'd TMR, they 3-0'd Peak Gaming, and then they 3-0'd Peak Gaming a second time. So there's a very obvious look at this team as this is going to be a team that only has themselves that they're competing with, and as they're coming into this event, they're showcasing that it's not that, the other teams were weak, it's just that they were better. And this is something that is going to be helping them out a lot with their confidence going into Dragonsteel.
I know we're really far from it, but shout outs to the person in the crowd with a D20 on their earring. That was so cool. And now we'll see how the roll of the dice affects either of these teams. See, there you go. I can tie it in. Fuego on the blue side, Dragonsteel on the red side. They have not been able to win on the red side. We'll see if that continues here as we already through the first phase of bans. It is classics towards Dragonsteel. Teams have been constantly going for these, but the Yone joining that with the Nidalee and the Udyr. Dragonsteel on that red side, ban away the Sejuani, the Gnar, and the Olaf. First pick of the Smolder, and it's going to be that scaling classic for Fuego.
Yeah, very interesting ban strategy coming out from Dragonsteel with both the Gnar and the Olaf very clearly targeted at ADD. I don't think Zamudo was expecting to have a lot of trouble with ADD, and now in their last game of the event, and for some of them, their last game with Dragonsteel, because I know Zyko going to be graduating very shortly. It is the UG Ivern coming through. I'll be honest, I don't like UG Ivern that much. Like, I don't think he's bad at it. I just think it's the kind of pick where whenever you see this come through, you have to be exceptional at it in order to try and prove an advantage with this champion. And especially going to a scaling composition like the Smolder provides currently for Fuego, I generally don't like UG on champions where he is not forcing the issue early in the game.
And I think we have, and just looking back retrospectively to a lot of their games, we haven't seen the necessary like full-on commit to playing around UG, or at least UG finding that avenue forward in a lot of cases. But now we'll have that avenue forward, at least in a very tried and true manner. Though I will say some answers on the board for Fuego. A tree definitely hates fire, but I do like the brand for Mataz.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of fire. You got the dragon fire, you got the normal fire, or magic fire or something.
The games yesterday, there was like a Rumble, Smolder, Brand. I was like, where's Zuko, man? Where's Zuko?
That's a lot of fire. Unfortunately, it's a different IP, but as the Nautilus does end up coming through, it is going to be going over to Paolo. We got to see the Rakan from this player last game, and now as Dragonsteel find their next pick, we do see Spyrex very likely going to be playing this Tristana, Yuji on the Ivern, and Scary Jerry going over to a Ziggs would be a little bit interesting to me. I know Ziggs has been very strong, but it has not proven to be particularly effective in this event. And they're going to be going with the tried and true, the double Yordles coming out. And I think this means that Zamudo very likely going to be on something that is very tanky up on the top side, going up against ADD, banning away some of the classic champions that ADD has played up in the top side, giving Zamudo kind of free reign with what he wants to play.
I'm always curious when you get the Ivern and then we see the picks like Ziggs come through. Obviously, like the double marksman is super huge to have with Ivern. They can get it elsewhere, but we'll see in the second phase where they do grab that one, as it is the Jhin Kai'Sa focusing down Virus a little bit more. In the second phase, it is also full focus on Zyko, as the Leona and the Rel banned away right now by Fuego.
Yeah, hovering a bunch of champions that Zyko doesn't play, so I'm curious what they're going to end up doing. I remember that Dragonsteel is like one of the few teams that just doesn't play Senna. I'm not sure exactly why. It is going to be an Alistar at the end of the day that they go for. They do have a little bit of crowd control. They do have a little bit of ability to get the fight started, but I'm actually very worried with this composition that Dragonsteel have drafted for themselves, because they have poke, yes, but it's mostly off of the Ziggs. It's all skill shot poke, whereas on the other side, Fuego, they have a lot more ability to control a lot of these fights, and their backline is very uncontested. You're not putting any threat onto Smolder whatsoever, and now that ADD has this Jax on the top side, he can also create side lane threat as well, and Jax is absolutely crazy on this patch.
Oh yeah, I mean,
where's that next patch?
Well, I think in general, he has a style of play that brings such a wrench to the works of traditional team compositions where you have that side lane pressure. We saw Dragonsteel fall prey to that in their last game as well. So Fuego trying to use a little bit of the recipe of disaster to take down Dragonsteel. Will also be the Corki locked in, so a ton of damage going to be coming out of that mid lane for Zelt. See what the final pick is going to be for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, it is going to be the Corki versus the Tristana, a very classic matchup. We saw this so much earlier this year. You have so much pressure across the entire board, and oh my gosh, Zamudo going back to I won't call it his El Clasico, but at least one of the El Clasicos that we have up in the Challengers League. Pioneered by Moose Hater, and then everybody slowly started picking it up. It is going to be the Garen coming through up in the top side of the map. Remember, even when you're stunned, you're still spinning, you still got to dance with this Garen, and so he will be looking for these massive flanks going into ADD. He is going to be the player who's going to put a lot of pressure on the back line from Fuego. There's a lot of pressure onto Zamudo going into this game in their last game of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy they're returning to letting Zamudo cook. I think he represented so well in their finals performance, and getting him a little bit more of an onus maybe in this one, going to pay off dividends for Dragonsteel. But I still look at the composition and the frontal damage that Fuego have, and if you get them around team fights, can be very strong itself, Joshi.
Yeah, do you remember what it was that Zamudo said about the champions he was playing during finals? I think he's like handsless champions.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't know. You guys said I played really well, but like I just played champions. I, bound one hand across my chest and played one-handed. Like, these champions are so mechanically easy to play. Now he needs to showcase they can put all that brain power into moving around the map, because Garen is one of the scariest flankers in the game, but you need to have access to it. And I think Zamudo is one of the players that the Challenger League has had that has become fantastic at looking for their own flank angles, as we see some of the Pain Gaming fans come through.
And I think looking at Fuego a little bit more so here, and obviously their fight for seeding in this one, I think ADD actually had a pretty big step up in their last game as well. Maybe not as much of like that big felt feeling early on, but I think some very big moments in the later game team fights as well. And a lot relying on what Mataz can do here for Fuego. He's been a crucial pillar for them to build off of. But the last time around we saw them, it was about a comeback story they had against Fear. Now, up against Dragonsteel, where Dragonsteel has nothing to lose. We'll see who can take this one. Fuego looking for a level 1 on top side. They got Zamudo last time, at least in Dragonsteel's last game, with something like this.
Yeah, he's like, hey, what if we just did the exact same thing? He's like, oh, there they are, run!
I've seen this somewhere before.
Not again. Okay. I don't know what that hook was about, Paolo, but it's okay. It's on a low cooldown anyway.
It's feeling himself. They're coming off a win. They're playing back-to-back games.
This is a PG
honestly,
broadcast. You can't be doing that.
I think it's powerful. I think, honestly, like, in some cases, I think you can think about the momentum of back-to-back games or kind of the rest that taking a game off would be. But honestly, with the way the Fuego were playing at the end of the last game, maybe using that and playing back-to-back games would be huge.
We'll see what they can do with it already. Scary Jerry setting up, looking for some bombs to throw these ones out. Our scoreboard is missing 2 champions, but that's how life goes. As Zamudo
just
runs in, gets a lot of damage. Yeah.
It's a stick versus a sword, Joshi.
Yeah. And the big thing here is that as long as Zamudo doesn't die, his passive is better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them are going to be popping potions, but if Zamudo doesn't get hit, he'll at least start getting that passive healing. A little bit of trade 2v2 in the bottom side. Any stacks that Virus can get earlier on, the better for this Smolder, as we're going to see at bot lane.
Yeah. I look at the top lane. If our scoreboard is correct, I don't think our scoreboard is correct, but that would be no CS in the top side of the map at all.
It's definitely not correct.
It's definitely not correct. That's all right. We'll figure it out.
I just saw one die.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there we go. Now we have the correct champions.
Let's go, baby.
We did it. Scary Jerry, yeah, getting all that damage into Virus. Okay, Zamudo ends up getting in. One of the things that we've oftentimes talked about with Zamudo is how much his gameplay revolves around trying to get these wave bounces and freezes, and it has left him vulnerable to ganks like this one.
He's gonna... Oh! The little predict there might still have enough damage, though, from Fuego. They are going to get the flash out of Zamudo. That's huge from Fuego as well. Mataz feeling felt early.
Yeah, but we'll see how effective it actually is, because Zamudo doesn't have to teleport back up into the top lane. He's going to choose to anyway because the wave was building towards him, and Yuji already scuffling with ADD to try and make sure that he can't do anything.
Oh, Yuji. is going to take so much. I mean, he's just going to potentially die to the passive. Luckily, he has the shielding there. Going to flash as well. Zamudo is back with full health and looking to clean up. Does not have the flash, though, so can no longer follow. And also doesn't force the flash out of ADD.
The wave state is so good for Zamudo now. We'll see how ADD teleports in. Spyrex not quite getting the jump reset as it is just scrapping all across the board. Scary Jerry and Virus going head to head, and already a pretty decent number of stacks coming through for Virus on this Smolder. It is a lot of ramping damage already coming through as ADD brave enough to walk back into lane.
Might be in a little bit of trouble now. It's going to be the little dance back and forth between these two. We're going to see over and over again the spinning circles. And Zamudo going to try to clear as much of this wave as possible. Now, I do also want to take a look at the map state itself now. It does feel like, yes, there's a decent CS chunking advantage for UG, but the proactivity will definitely be on Matazu's side. You can be aggressive on the Ivern, but I definitely want to see this brand get more involved.
Really?
Oh, a little bit. Trying to take that extra turret shot there, Zyko, as he does have to get his way out of there. Scary Jerry is in a very weird predicament now as well. And is just going to get out of this one. Take the turret plate too, so Dragon still will get a little bit of something, and they'll be able to TP Scary Jerry back to lane.
Yeah. It'll be all right. I was a bit surprised at how aggressive they were being, but they just needed to land a Q, like a flash headbutt from Zyko, and the Ignite should have taken him down. At the same time, up on the top side, we do see that ADD was able to get the wave to crash into the top lane turret, so will relieve his own position. Scary Jerry forced a flash, hasn't used a teleport just quite yet. We saw how annoying Instinct was with his Ziggs, making sure that no one was allowed to back without his say-so, and this time Scary Jerry on the receiving end.
UG will be spotted out, so some vision information going the way of Fuego. And ADD is going to take the Scuttle Crab away from UG, who's coming out to try to get that one here. But I also want to talk a little bit more about how Dragonsteel's composition exactly works. I think we know how Fuego's comp works. It's a lot of damage, and they're going to throw it all at you. But I think Dragonsteel's is a little bit more nuanced with a couple carry comp.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of composition where UG, Spyrex, Scary Jerry have to kite a lot. Ooh.
Oh, he did not buffer that one. Does have to use the Buster Shot back. Spyrex is okay.
Yeah. Okay, remember how good Caps was at that, by the way? I just want to throw that out there. It doesn't really have to do with this game, but like, oh my god, that guy was nuts. Either way, we know that Spyrex, Scary Jerry have to do a lot of kiting in the fights with UG, whereas they're trying to pull the members of Fuego forward such that Zamudo can jump in on them. And then only Jax is not very likely to actually do a whole lot of pressure to Spyrex and Scary Jerry by himself. So ADD is going to rely on the rest of his team actually being able to deal with Zamudo. But Zamudo is better at killing Virus than ADD will be at Scary Jerry.
Connection does hit the root caller there with the headbutt pulverize combo. They're trying to get the combo onto Virus, and it looks like it's going to be good. So Dragonsteel slowly but surely, they just need one more. Okay, finally gets to Scary Jerry, claims first blood for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, and Baula will be able to get a lot of this CS, will get a lot of the experiences. The rest of Dragonsteel will be backing away. I don't think they knew exactly where Mataz was, but now as UG goes back into the opposing side of the jungle, we'll be able to take away that red buff. And Mataz is starting to fall significantly behind. We were talking about how some of the early scuffles had really allowed UG to get a lot of farm done early on in the game. He's continuing to make that happen, whereas Mataz has not been able to find repeat ganks up on the top side. And Zamudo already with the Berserker's Greaves, you get an extra spin on this, so that means you get an extra tick during the time that you're spinning around. That is a significant damage increase because of the breakpoint it hits.
We're also seeing UG redeploy with Zyko, and I think we're seeing a lot more proactivity from UG this time around, even if it's a little bit different from the Viego, the Ivor, and still being a heavy presence in the game is big. And I think in that kind of regard, if we do see a readaptation down towards this bot side, down for this Dragon, do you feel like Dragonsteel are able to try to take this one out?
They could. I think the big thing that you're going to be looking for is how Dragonsteel reacts to the fact that the Grubs went down to Matans earlier on. Typically, you look for those trades. Do you go for the Dragon? Are you able to pick up one of the Grubs? But this time around, Dragonsteel seems to be way more focused on actually playing the lanes than playing the neutral objectives. And Zamudo, once again, This is what he loves to do. He just sits there and goes, well, you aren't farming, and I am. So good luck finding money in this game. I'm going to continue to starve you out. This was something that was a bit of a pain point for some of his previous teams because he was doing this so much that he was not helping out the rest of his junglers. But Yuji says, that's okay, we'll play towards the rest of the map anyway.
Yuji just going to continue trying to keep a little bit of a CS advantage, but now that Taz has hit level 6, but he's also getting a little bit more items underneath him, his clear will continue to increase. Brand is no slouch in that regard. And honestly, a lot of reservation in terms of the kind of step-ups we see from both teams right now, although we did get that first blood for Dragonsteel. It was just a utilization of the map state itself. And honestly, that was a big moment for me for the step-up of Fuego in their last game, was just kind of the use of the map movements and the kind of shot calling that Baula was highlighting himself in the interview in the post.
Yeah, I love the fact that he says, like, yeah, I'm the main shot caller. That's the kind of confidence that we generally see in a lot of these more veteran teams, especially with some of these more veteran players. But now Zamudo has the flash. Gotta be careful.
Uh-oh. Oh, he might just die out right there. So much damage. The judgment is not enough, and Mataz comes up with the response kill to Dragonsteel's first blood.
Really good movement coming through from Mataz. The flash doesn't quite land the stun, but it's still enough damage. And now Baula, smelling something a little funky, knows, hey, Yuji wasn't top side, he must be bottom side. So now Dragonsteel, they're going to be picking up a couple of plates. Wow, that's aggressive, just walking back up to the turret.
Are you saying that Daisy smells? Virus, though, needs to be a little careful. Oh, Zyko's the one that claims the kill in the end. Throws it up, though. Fuego have come down in response. Spyrax is over on the other side of the wall, going to blast cone his way over, trying to get the reset now. He's in a lot of trouble. Zyko getting a little bit lower. ADD coming around the corner now to try to even things up. Spyrax just outright kills Baula. Now, meanwhile, ADD is in the midst of 3. The stuns are coming through, and ADD goes down. Spyrax trying to fight tooth and nail against Zelt, but will not fall. It's going to be Dragonsteel taking some plates on bot side, too.
This is the Dragonsteel I think we have all been waiting for. They're in so much control of the bottom side of the map, and Zamudo free to take plates up on the top side. ADD not able to farm, down 30 CS, down 500 gold after multiple ganks coming through from Mataz up in the top half of the map. Now they're going to be starting up the grubs as well, so they will at least have Twitch chat on their side as well as the audience on their side. But Dragonsteel up 4,000 gold 10 minutes into the game.
That's a lot. But I'm not bringing bad omens in here. I'm just saying, Fear had like a massive lead at like 18 minutes. And we went almost 50 minutes, and Fuego ended up taking the victory. So don't count these guys out, and that's something I want to continue representing for this Fuego roster, and we'll continue to see represented as they try to go for Zamudo on the top side. I think they have enough damage there. But it really has been the togetherness that has risen to the top, at least for Fuego as a whole.
Yeah, but they're getting counter collapsed upon as Zyko and Yuji moving towards the top half of the map. They will get a plate or two, but I'm not super excited about these lane allocations coming out from Fuego, as Yuji is still up on the top side of the map, is faster to Zelt and Baula.
Daisy's got speed. 3 knock up there. I don't know if they had the idea that they had the collapse there onto Baula. Playing super sneaky as he was in the last game too.
Whoa.
We need to get him a secret agent tag. But it's all presence from Dragonsteel on this top side of the map. We do still not have a singular dragon taken in the game 12 minutes in.
Yeah, nobody going for that one whatsoever. Instead, it's just going to be a bunch of characters farming in different places. And we got to take a look. That says 67 stacks coming through from Virus. That is pretty low, actually, for a Smolder. Partly because they've been consistently pushed off the bottom lane, consistently pushed off of the bottom half of the map. And Dragonsteel, they're just getting a lot of damage into these structures. In particular, the bottom lane has taken 3 plates off already. Scary Jerry could potentially pick up another one because of how low ADD already is.
Getting the Ziggs as much gold as possible, especially if you can. Oh my god. With so much damage with that Ludens. Now it's going to have to use the Leap Strike onto a ward to get out of there. ADD in a lot of trouble now, and Yuji coming around the corner. Snipe here. Oh, gets the root call combo. ADD in some trouble now. Might just die to Zyko outright. Here comes some more damage. No, he can't. Meanwhile, topside, Zamudo is already falling to Zelt. ADD survived, and Fuego, they're getting a little bit of a turnaround as Scary Jerry takes the first turret.
It's going to be some plates traded back and forth, but Dragonsteel, they will get that money onto Scary Jerry. On the other side of the map, Virus is finally on the board with an assist, but money in the hands of Fuego nonetheless. Now, it actually looks like we might have our first dragon potentially going down. No, Dragonsteel instead just moving back on the top half of the map. We have been seeing that Zamudo has been doing a good job drawing a lot of attention towards his play, towards his lane, forcing Fuego to react to him. But Fuego just showed how much they like playing around the enemy top laner. They made Philip look like a fool, and now they're trying to do the same thing to Zamudo. You want to freeze on us? Great, we're going to use it to dive you.
Use those tools against them. But in that case, I mean, we do have the Rift Herald coming up, and all of Fuego are representing around this side. We do have TP available from ADD in the side lane. So we take a look at the gold graph. Now, still in favor and has been for Dragonsteel. You're seeing a little bit of movement in it, though, as we go forward. Dragonsteel have re-represented this top side and trying to get a little bit of clearing around this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're also really close to picking up the structure in the mid lane with Scary Jerry. Just a couple more auto attacks and it will be in range of that satchel charge. So you're seeing how aggressively they are to try and get some damage down into Virus. And Scary Jerry, as long as he's on the other side of the minions, is completely safe from anything coming through from Vowla. Cyrex? It's okay.
Be a little bit careful. Jax is still Jax. The bane of all ADCs, it feels like. Especially if you have a roaming Nautilus. Oh, Spyrax doesn't expect it. There's the Buster shot gone, though. At least separating himself from ADD. Will still be alive. Still has a massive XP advantage as well. Meanwhile, Rift Herald has been started up and taken by Dragonsteel.
They also get the mid lane structure. They're just really ramping into this mid part of the game. This is the tried and true, the Yordle Demolition crew. They run around the board, able to find the bot lane and the mid lane. I have to expect that we're going to send Scary Jerry and or Spyrax top lane very soon so that we can continue doing the exact same thing. We'll see who Mom says it's their turn to go hit that turret up in the top side of the map. But Dragonsteel, nonetheless, already at 4,000 gold. But I am seeing a similar shade like you were talking about before, Mazel. Dragonsteel don't have the greatest engage tools this time around. That was something that really hurt Fear in their last game going up against Fuego. So we'll see how Dragonsteel actually try and step on the gas, make sure that they can close this one out.
We do finally get the first dragon taken in 1550 something. And it's going to be a little bit late, but rather now than never. As now they're going to make a TP play onto Zelt, who is trying to make his way out of this one. Does have his flash, does have TP, maybe trying to pull it, but realizing there is actually some CC coming his way from Zyko. He's going to play around the corner. Realizes there's two people here. Maybe just try to kill out Spyrax, though. Can't do it, and Spyrax claims the kill.
Nice try coming out from Zelt. Ultimately, a really tough position to get out of, especially once the Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. However, they are trying to make plays happen on the other side of the map. Look at Mataz, Vowla, and ADD in the bottom side trying to find that structure. But hey, look, Mom says it's Tristana's turn to hit the top lane turret. Spyrax, even though he's low, knows that there is no one else from the side of Fuego on this side of the map, which means that he is free to just ram his way through all of these structures, getting even more money going over to his side of the map. 175 local gold going there. And Spyrax coming very strong as the split push pressure from Bo3s Bo5s and Spyrax is going to give him a lot of freedom later on. This is a little bold.
Yeah. A little bold. Their single target damage for Dragonsteel is very strong, especially with the combination of Zamudo and Spyrax. So trying to find the right targets will be super important for them, but once they get to those right targets, the delivery system is absolutely there. We're also going to be on second items just about for a lot of the carries. Across the board, a little bit further behind from Fuego, obviously with Dragonsteel's lead. But the fact that Scary Jerry already has the Rise and Focus and also one of the rods, and that's a lot of damage from the Ziggs earlier on.
Yeah, the Ziggs very accelerated. Tristana pretty accelerated, but you're seeing 3,000 more gold going into Scary Jerry than is currently in Virus. And once again, 109. Yeah, that's pretty far behind the curve, unfortunately, for this AD carry. He's going to be not hitting the 225 they always look at for Smolder. until probably when Dragon 4 spawns, even with how late the Dragons have been taken thus far. It is a little bit of a boon to Fuego that the Dragons took so long to get picked up. Dragonsteel should know that they are on a bit of a timer, but they're really waiting for that second item to be done on Spyrax before they really start going for plays against champions. Right now, it's mostly plays against turrets.
Actually playing pretty aggressively on this top side. Gonna summon up Daisy. Here comes Mom as well to get a little bit of damage. Nice little double knock up there. Oh my god, Bo3s! He's almost dead there, as well as Aiko going forward. ADD trying to separate the front line here. Zamudo has lost a lot of his health on the side. Virus almost ties out right there, and that's some of the damage profile that Scary Jerry and Spyrax are bringing to the table.
Yeah, ADD being very aggressive here. I think threatening as though there are awards for his team to teleport to. We know there's not, but of course Dragonsteel do not. So ultimately Dragonsteel are going to be backing away from that. When they get a little bit of damage in the top side turret but don't quite take it down, instead we get to see some of the pressure that they can put on when Fuego is required to try and jump into a prepared position from Dragonsteel. It is very difficult to get onto both Tristana and Ziggs at the same time. They have the range, they have the damage, and Spyrax should have an item completion when he actually finishes his back.
I think as we get set up around this top side of the map, I think the holistic look for Dragonsteel hasn't been up to the standard they would set for themselves up, or maybe what the community would set up for these. But I mean, these guys have put everything to these kinds of performances, right? We saw them for the finals. You know, it was a huge moment for them finally being able to overcome all their land demons and finally win in person. And I think this performance, this setup for Dragonsteel, as they are in a positive position in this game, is not the end-all be-all for them. I think it's a team that's going to still hold themselves very proudly for what they've been able to represent here, as well as on the other side, Fuego being pretty proud of their record so far in the Americas Challenges.
For sure. We'll see how Dragonsteel can try and close this one out. The gold lead has grown a little bit, but it's still a minute until the next dragon. Bo3s has to be very careful. It's like, we know we saw a cow around here recently. Now we're bringing the Yordle Demolition Crew down towards the bottom side of the map. There's some wave clear from Bo3s. Wow.
What color are they? Are they going to be red like their color scheme, I guess? Oh my god, there's so much damage from the poke, man. Mom coming through to clear the wave. Luckily, you've got the anti-construction hat wears, I guess, on the Mom's direction. And no, Dragonsteel, they don't have to really back off. I mean, there's a dragon coming up soon, but if they wait for these waves, they can continue to siege. They're getting very close to the satchel charge distance that they need to take down this tier 2.
Yeah, and Zamudo creating pressure in another lane. Oh, no counter-strike.
Oh, Spyrax getting caught there. Going to immediately flash back out. Psycho tanking up a storm. Hasn't even popped the Unbreakable just yet. Scary Jerry not feeling confident to step up and get damage down onto the turret. Looks like Dragonsteel will be rebuffed once again. Going to turn back for the dragon itself.
Yeah, you got to be very careful here for Zamudo and Dragonsteel at the same time, because every second you're spending going for these kind of plays where Zamudo is stuck trying to push up against Smolder is time where Virus is building up more of those stacks, and also time where Dragonsteel, they haven't quite gotten either of these structures. The next time they all group up for a push like that, they should get both the top lane and the bottom lane one because of how close they are to being satcheled. However, as gold that they have not picked up for themselves just quite yet. Scary Jerry not yet completing the Rabadon's death cap. Zamudo has not really been able to create situations where he can flank some of these long angles and take down players like Zelt or Virus. So we're going to be looking at how Dragonsteel are going to be looking at the Baron in particular. Also, if they're going to be trying to close out any of these Hextech Dragons, and if they can get there before Virus finishes his 225.
Honestly, I know we haven't really talked about him too much, and maybe it doesn't end up coming to be true, but I feel like ADD is going to be like the sleeper killer here against Dragonsteel, because if he can find connection on Spyrax or Scary Jerry, I mean, they will just outright die. But it is a lot of looking at what the power pieces from Fuego look like, and right now that power piece of Bo3s is getting focused a little bit. Luckily, ADD there to stop Zamudo in his tracks, but their team fight damage is not slouchy, right? Like, I feel like if they can find the right combo in front and center around these objectives, it'd be huge. They are going to try to TP to save the turret down here. Maybe not fast enough. Oh, Spyrax, he just commits for it. Does it up rocket jumping away. Zelt has flash, is looking for it. Virus going to go with the Mom kill. Not hitting it, but still getting the stacks. And it's a big shutdown going over to the little dragon and Virus.
That's, I don't know if that was worth it from Spyrax coming through. He ends up getting 2 kills worth of gold, but he also gives over 2 kills worth of gold directly over to Virus, who is a champion that we are still very worried about how he will be able to play later on in the game. He's going to be doing a ton of damage. He gets a teleport out of it, but still a very potentially selfish play being made by Spyrax to get gold to himself that is going to be paying off very much for Fuego.
And putting a little bit more of a highlight on Virus, not only has he been a linchpin, it feels like, for a lot of the later game antics of Fuego and trying to find that damage in a lot of compositions, but I mean, the man himself, like, the smolder is going to stack faster and faster the more skirmishes we get, and it's going to be getting to that 225 shorter rather than later. Now ADD is a Jax. Maybe try to fight his way out of this one, wait to use his leap strike, but everybody's jumping down into the bouncy castle, and ADD goes down to a killing spree for Scary Jerry.
And you're seeing pings coming out from Dragonsteel towards the Baron. Remember, Zamudo, he's got a couple teleport wards to go for. He's also got a lot of pressure in the bottom half of the map. This is how I won our caster clash. Remember that?
I do remember that. Homemade event we make with all the NA casters. Good times. We do look at the plays happening right now, though, on the screen. Dragonsteel are starting up the Baron. They also have TP for Zamudo, but he's being chased down by Virus, who doesn't have any CC to take him out. So now Virus is down there, maybe looking at TP himself, but we've already lost Psycho. Now Dragonsteel losing their front line, but Zamudo showed up, and Demacian Justice is delivered for a double kill for Zamudo.
Yeah, that's the Beyblade we like to see. Coming in, finally getting those double kills. The ADCS lead he has really starting to pay off with the amount of pressure he can put onto the map. The teleport comes through from Virus, but he can't teleport to anything relevant. He cannot get himself into the fight. And so Zamudo, well, he's got Warmogs as his passive. He just runs right back bottom and says, thanks for the kills. I don't have an item completed yet. I'm going to go back bot lane. I'll see you guys in a minute.
And seeing as we have completed 3 items there for Scary Jerry, things going to be even scarier to approach these fights, as the name portails. But Spyrax also going to be almost on 3 items on the Tristana. This damage profile for Dragonsteel can be very strong. Obviously, Zamudo going to be close to his as well. But the question is, do they feel like they can push the tempo of this game? Because the setup here for Dragonsteel can get a little dicey, as we see the start of this looks a little okay for Fuego.
Yeah, it looks okay until you realize that the teleport is right behind them. UG keeps them alive so effectively. Freak even put in the patch notes like, guys, build redemption on Ivor, and I beg of you. UG listens like, oh my god, wait, they did no damage. We just completely undid everything that they were trying to do the first time around. Now Dragonsteel, they find themselves in a decent spot. They're going to be looking for this 3rd dragon in just a couple of moments. Dragonsteel have Spyrax on 2.5 items already. But it's about the same pace as Virus and Zelt, so they need to try and find a little bit of an edge elsewhere, and by pulling around their opponents around the map, that seems to be the angle they're trying to go for. Zamudo running down bottom lane, making sure that the wave will be in a good position if they do actually find a fight around this dragon.
Fuego going to push out mid lane a little bit. Doesn't look like they want to try to even contest for this dragon. Dragonsteel not feeling confident to outright take it here, as maybe Fuego can just burn down the Baron. Zamudo's coming around. We're hovering all 5 around here. Finally, Spyrax and Scary Jerry going to go down towards bot lane and start that dragon up. Fuego around this Baron pit right now. There needs to be some vision down, but Fuego going to try to pull their attention here. Spyrax taking down the dragon already, though.
Yeah. It just comes at the cost of Daisy, which is no real cost at all. The Hextech Dragon is down. Scary Jerry does have...
Oh, Zamudo.
Must have a bunch of gold.
Virus, no, hello. Virus! There's a scary man in the bush. He's going to immediately flash away. Zyko going a little bit too far. Now this is a front to back for Fuego, but they're going to be separated now by the wall. They're going to try to get this push on Dragonsteel going towards mid right now. Ping's coming down. Fuego needs to get a reset and get in defensive postures here.
Yeah, Zamudo really showcasing the patient hunter's Spyrax.
Yeah, goes with the flash play, all right. He's going to make it out
he actually
there.
canceled
Fuego,
his own jump in order to go for that flash.
Yeah, he did. Which, I mean, honestly, if you're going to potentially die, maybe is the play. Zamudo just sees 4 people and says, I want to go in. They got the smolder stacks now, but doesn't matter. Justice isn't coming down fast enough now, and a shutdown going over. Virus picks up 2 kills. There's going to be another traded in the end, but the fact that Virus is on his stacks now and picking up some gold, going to be close to 3 items.
Yeah, Vera is 234, very close to that third item as well. In the end, it remains about a 6,000 gold lead. We're still getting shades of the first game that Fuego played today. Mazella's, they are still behind a very similar amount. The Dragon situation is a little bit different, but they have this scaling tool. The 3-item smolder is now online. The Corki continuing to get stronger and stronger. The Dragon Steel, they're out moving their opponents on the map a little bit, but that last play showcases that it doesn't take a large mistake for Dragon Steel to make that'll put Fuego right back in this game.
And again, I keep going back to it, but that's the coolest thing about this Fuego roster. I mean, not only are we getting a huge representation from the LATAM North squad that is here at the America's Challengers, but it's just the way they've been doing it. You can never count them out. And here we are yet again finding ourselves in a very similar position. But 3 dragons up, still a while till that next one comes up. We're just looking for fights in between, and here we go. They've caught Spyrax. You can't jump out of an execution, bud, as Virus comes up clutch, and now the Baron is right on a silver platter for Fuego.
Oh, here comes the teleport. They're turning on it.
Ala realizes he needs to get over. Zamudo has come in. ADD getting low.
Damage.
Now is it going to be the time? That's a huge pyroclasm. No! You brought it onto your team! Dragon still fighting the fires, but here Fuego are representing. They end up evening up that trade, but there is a mid lane push now being taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-2 overall as Spyrox getting caught out. Zyko sacrifices his life, but we get to see the damage that Scary Jerry on the Ziggs is doing. The scariest of Jerry's. Oh my gosh. Double the damage of the highest damage player on Fuego. Mataz on the brand doing half so far of what we've seen from Scary Jerry. So much pressure. 2 minutes until the next dragon actually spawns. Fuego can still put pressure onto the Baron. They have some of these objective bounties. They can skyrocket themselves back into this game, but Scary Jerry, level 16 in the bot lane as the Ziggs. The Mega Inferno Bomb now does half of Zelt and Fire and Virus's HP by itself. Zyko is wild.
Zyko! It's a double headbutt pull combo now coming across as the rest of Dragon steals. They want to take this fight. Zamudo looking for some more damage as ADD's already fallen. Mom has come out a little bit too late here as a reset coming out from Zelt. Does want to probably finish that third item and get back with a TP as they're going to try to get a little bit of ring. Oh, Paolo! He's just gone! Killing spree for Zamudo, and I love that we're getting all the best iterations of this Dragon Steel team in their final game.
Yeah, we see Fuego moving towards the mid lane, try and get something in exchange, but they are barely going to even get this mid lane turret. It will burn to death because of all the Twitch chat helpers coming through, making sure they get the last bit of damage, but 50 seconds left until the dragon. Spyrex up in the top lane, finally getting the last inner turret off of Fuego's map.
Almost a 10,000 gold lead for this Dragon Steel team. And again, I got to go back to the conversation we've kind of tried to keep up in this one so far, is that this Dragon Steel team finally showing us maybe what should have been showed the entire tournament here, but showing us the peak strengths, a lot of cohesion, a lot of teamwork, playing around Scary Jerry's strengths, but as well as Zamudo representing in a lot of ways and having some side lane pressure, having backline access. Like, this is the Dragon Steel that literally dominated the NACL.
Yeah. It's good to finally see them come back at the very end of this tournament. Zamudo with a Flame Horizon coming up over ADD. Now they're going to be picking up the Hex Tech Soul. The game's still not over, Mazel. We have to remember it is Corki Smolder. They are both on 3 items. They have a lot of damage. So it's on Dragon Steel to try and close this game. They have a minute and a half left of this Baron buff, of the Baron power play. They really need to open the base of Fuego, and if they don't do that, that gives a lot of freedom to Fuego to try and flip an Elder in 6 minutes.
Yeah, which, hey, you know, it worked out last time. We'll see, this time around if there's going to be enough of an advantage for Dragon Steel. Much different state of the map with a, 10,000 gold lead this time around for the NA team. But it is about, getting to those 4th items now. I mean, the fact that we have 21 pages in the Magi's for Scary Jerry, huge stuff from the Ziggs. And now we'll see if they actually can continue pushing this one in. They just take half of Virus' health, as you say. Mom comes out and heals a little penny of it, but the turret is already falling.
That's the kind of damage that Ziggs does this late into the game. We get to see that Vera is just taking the middle of that, half dead already. The base is open.
Oh my god, that was one little water balloon, by the way.
Woohoo! Yeah.
Just gotta
He's almost
watch
out of mana,
those.
though.
He is almost out of mana. I mean, he does have balloons there, so he could get a little bit back. But yeah, I mean, this is just the siege that's going to continue. They're trying to push Spyrax in the bot side. ADD going for a play on the Zamudo. That's the thing about Zamudo. He is not very tanky, but he will just outright kill people. And now he's got a lot of help, and there's the justice delivered once again to ADD.
There it is. Demacia comes through. Spyrax does a lot of damage to the bottom lane turret. And Infinity Edge completes here for Zamudo. Full damage Garen running around in the side lane. Had a fantastic early game, and now Dragonsteel, as they move back onto the map, going to be picking up the blue bow so that Jerry can do more of those bombs, be even scarier in the next couple of minutes, but they do this quickly. They move back onto the bottom side of the map, and oh my gosh, the speed with which they move across the map on the Hextech map.
They're the type to show up early to the functions. Zyko showing up real early and just blowing Mataz out of the water with the help of Scarizeri, who is now dominating, and Dragonsteel are just exerting their pressure onto the map and onto Fuego.
Yeah, the scariest of Jerry's comes through yet again in this game. 6-0-9 so far. Again, a massive performance coming through. He was the one who was saying he was so confident even after their early losses. Unfortunately, they will not be defending his words, but they will at least defend their honor.
They're going to try to here. Everybody from Fuego is falling apart, and Dragonsteel, for one final time, will make NA proud, take down Fuego, put them in a bit of a worse standings position, and finally show us the Dragonsteel that we were expecting all tournament long.
Really glad to see we got to see something out of these guys. It was not the performance that they wanted to have at this event. They were very confident. They were the massive favorites for the whole thing, but as they come into this one, they will be bowing out after this game. They will not be going to playoffs, but they at least avenge Fear X Starforge in their last game. They will be able to end the event with their heads held high for this last game. And now they're going to have to watch. They're going to have to see how the rest of the tournament evolves. They're probably still going to be doing some scrimming. They're probably still going to be having an opportunity to help out their other NA team, and then hopefully they'll get a chance to do some sightseeing while they're still there.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing to hold their heads high is, you know, being able to finish like this, but also just getting the opportunity to be in a position like this. And I know they're going to be beating themselves up about it. I absolutely know these guys. I know they will. But in the end, it's just being able to have this kind of experience, being able to have these kinds of moments and take full advantage of it is the biggest importance. I think for Fuego as well on the other side, I mean, you have to start thinking about what an early game advantage can look like for you, or if you can get more stable compositions to kind of bridge that gap, because we have seen early games not necessarily go their way.
That's definitely something that Fuego is going to have to look at for the playoffs portion of this. Again, because they were winning so hard up in the LATAM region, they haven't necessarily had to be pushed. They haven't had to work on the same kind of early games that a lot of the other teams in this tournament have, simply because there's been more strong teams that they've been playing against. We'll see if Fuego can recover from that one. They've already made it towards playoffs, but the question might become, are they going to like their first round match?
I guess that is going to be a question. We're going to take a look at the highlights here of the game itself and give a little bit more praise to Dragonsteel, who, yes, didn't represent, and a lot of question marks had come their way through a lot of the games itself, but being able to show up here. And again, the composition was pretty interesting itself. The Ziggs, we're getting a lot of Ziggs play from an ACL today, but Yuji on the Ivern and still being pretty proactive on it as well.
Yeah, he did a really good job at making sure he was keeping his farm numbers up while Mataz was actually going for these ganks. And that's one of the major things about Yuji. He is one of our most consistent farmers. He is one of our most consistent at keeping up his jungle CS. And so it means that he will just have a lot more gold than a lot of other junglers when we look at the Challengers League. That was something that really helped out Dragonsteel this time around, because he was able to keep pace of brand as an Ivern in terms of all of this farming. So really good stuff overall. And then we also got to see how effective this Ivern can be when you are playing this more defensively. But you do need those players on your team to be as strong as they were. And we got to see that Scary Jerry in particular, when given the resources to carry, end up doing it.
Yeah, I mean, they consistently played around him so much throughout the season itself, and being able to see them do it one last time was obviously really awesome. There's some obviously up-and-coming names in the NACL scene on this team. Obviously, Yuji being our first most valuable prospect, two-timer in back-to-back. We are actually going to get to talk to him as well right after these highlights here. So get to hear a little bit of closing thoughts from Yuji. My Mongolian monster, my friend, you were able to close it out strong one final time. Do you have thoughts on how that game went? If you have any general thoughts of kind of finishing strong against Fuego?
I think we just played like how we used to play. I think we didn't show how good we are on stage. I think we were kind of playing bad, and I think we just couldn't figure out what was good in the meta. So, yeah.
Yeah, something that we've heard from Scary Jerry as well is this Dragonsteel roster seems to take a little bit longer to adjust to new metas, to adjust to new patches. Why do you think that is, and how do you guys think you can improve it individually as well as a team?
Well, I think it's just we have no, I guess, Pro League to watch. I think back then we were watching like LCS and how they play, and now we have like no info, like what's strong, what's weak. So I guess that's the reason.
I just want one last question from you. Thoughts on what this kind of experience, I know you guys bowing out early, what this experience means to you, what it means to be able to travel for America's Challengers and have this kind of stage experience?
Well, honestly, it feels amazing to play in front of like a stage. I think Brazilian fans are, I think, more, they're like passionate about the game, so it's very nice. It's nothing compared to like playing in LCS studio. It just feels like a different place.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, Yuji, and appreciate being able to watch you guys work on the international stage. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll get to talk to you sooner rather than later. What a finality, I guess, in the series itself for Dragonsteel, being able to represent, but also maybe holding their heads high, being able to have this kind of experience as a whole, Joshi.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting as well that he says, we don't have a Pro League to watch. Like, we have to be the pioneers. Like, that is hard to tread new ground, and ultimately it ends up being Dragonsteel's exit from the tournament. But like he said, they really played like themselves in that last game. I think the Dragonsteel that a lot of us were expecting to see. Fortunately, it just took too long for them to bring it all together. And so, as they bow out, Fuego continues to move on. 3-2, they hit that magic number. The only question will be, where do they end up in the standings?
We're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown now as well, and just take a look down that memory lane itself of what exactly went down for the compositional strength that Dragonsteel brought to the table. It was a lead they developed early. They nurtured it. It turned into a big, strong dragon and not the smolder for Fuego.
Yeah, it's definitely a ton of damage, a ton of gold going over Scary Jerry. He was up 2,000 gold relatively early on in that game going into Virus, having a lot of early game pressure, getting a lot of opportunities to hit these structures. And you can see he did close to half of his team's damage by himself on this Ziggs. Like, that is absolutely ludicrous. And unlike a lot of games which can oftentimes stall out, this is just a very classic game coming through of League of Legends. You build up a small lead, that lead allows you to get a little bit bigger lead, and then it's just like inflation, right? It just keeps going.
It just keeps going. I got to give also some big praise to Scary Jerry, who will earn our MVP for that one, but also a guy that you should be watching out for in the Tier 1 leagues sooner as well, because this guy, the way that he works, the way that he approaches his development, it has been awesome to watch, and bringing out the Ziggs for one final go-around.
Yeah, and 45% of his team's damage. Absolutely crazy coming through. 89% kill participation. Nearly 3,000 gold difference at 20. This guy has really showcased. He was our most improved player in spring. Still looking to be a very strong competitor in summer. And I can't wait to see what the future will hold for this guy.
It's going to be fun to watch, and I'm sure, obviously, after they get a lot of rest after a rambunctious last little bit for Dragonsteel, it'll be nice to see. But I think that also brings us to the occasion of kind of looking forward and maybe looking a little bit more at Fuego. Does this change those kind of conversations we were having before the series, before this game, as we look forward to that knockout stage?
I mean, I think it really showcases because I think they were supposed to have lost to Fear, and then it really changed how the conversation could have gone, right? Fear were up 7,000 gold. Dragonsteel dismantled them. There's a very real world where instead of Fuego moving on, it was going to be Dragonsteel moving on instead. So it is going to be a very different playoffs than I think a lot of people expected, but it also showcases to the other teams that Fuego is mortal, right? They are problems in their play. They still need to find ways to build some early game advantages so that they can actually move into these mid games with some parity.
Yeah, and the shot calling coming from Bala is going to be super important. He was very aggressively talking about the way that they bring that kind of decisiveness to the game. And I think that's super important at the tier 2 level because a lot of the time, especially maybe in the teams that don't have as much coordination, you can struggle to try to find that shot calling nature in these moments.
Yeah, really going to be looking at what they can do. That decisiveness, like you called out, has helped out quite a bit, but we're starting to see the players get ready for the next game. Kisei gonna look for another opportunity to take his team to the next level again, as Cade also going to be jockeying for some upcoming seeding very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Vivo Cade Stars going to look to continue a little bit of the momentum they've had. I mean, they've been dominating so far over these last couple days, at least in their last couple games. So trying to continue off the building blocks that Kisei supposedly sets up for them and absolutely smashes through. The Yone going to be a very, very big ticket item, I feel like, in this next one. It will be VKS versus WAP. We'll see you on the other side of this break for that matchup.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers 2024 as we continue getting underway with our last day of groups. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Joshi, and this one should be a fun one. We have VKS versus WAP.
I just realized earlier I thought someone was drinking out of a water bottle, but they were actually inflating the boomsticks, and I was so confused. I was like, oh, that's a super cool water bottle, but no. It's going to be great things that the crowd is using, as it is going to be a very different situation coming through here for WAP Mazel, as we're going to be getting some different player substitutions. It is no longer going to be DD in the mid lane. Instead, it is going to be their coach subbing in, Coach Raiden, and then they're going to have their manager on stage with them due to some unforeseen circumstances.
Unfortunately, players not feeling well, so hopefully they feel better. But it is also, a bit of interest to throw in at the last second. I mean, they are obviously already eliminated. They're searching for their only win. And against VKS, who are surging forward, I mean, there's really funny things that could happen here, Joshi.
I think it would be absolutely wild if they win with their coach stepping in for them. That's always one of the big questions people have about coaches, like how much League of Legends are they still playing? Are they still active in solo queue? Did they ever have hands in the first place? I definitely know some coaches who never really played League of Legends. So you're always a big question to see what is going to happen. Unfortunately, I don't know. I really hope we get to see WAP go out with a bang instead of with a whimper, but at the same time, I kind of expect that now that this is going on, I know at least one of their other players is not feeling the best. It is going to be a situation where I'm kind of expecting something silly.
Yeah, I mean, try to take advantage in the draft as much as you can, and that's where I want to kind of shine a little bit of light on the stories of these two teams as a whole, exactly where we've been really focusing a lot of the narrative discussion for these teams, especially for VKS. It really has been about the building blocks that Kisei brings to the table, everything kind of built around him. They communicate English. But honestly, I had huge props to say for Sorolu and Telas in the last game that they played. And I think trying to find those combinations to enable Kisei is so important for them.
We'll see what they can do. This is going to be one of the best opportunities for Kisei to showcase that he really is that guy in this tournament, because he is going up against a coach. If he doesn't smash this lane, if he doesn't come out of this lane with an advantage, it's going to be very impressive for Raiden in this game. So Kisei really, I mean, he's got the pin set up yet again. It's up to him to knock them down on his own this time around, and I am looking forward to seeing how they try and abuse this as WAP immediately go towards the Corki. Not a whole lot of surprise picks coming through. It looks like WAP is just coming out with a very standard draft.
I'm just going to say, I know I brought it up in their first game. Neither team in the first game of the day had won on red side, and that still at least hasn't remained the case because Dragonsteel won their last game. But now maybe Evocade Stars trying to take advantage of that and not lose on the red side. But they are going to get the Ezreal, so trying to take away actually some of the pieces that the Corki Ezreal combo usually is picked for. And they're also maybe looking at a little bit more of an aggressive jungler.
Ooh. Yeah, I definitely like this Ezreal. It's clearly very strong on this patch. It clearly has a lot of play, and you can even throw it into the mid lane if you really want to. Rel also been very strong so far throughout this tournament, going over to Telos this time around. One of the interesting things that we have seen is that Shuhari chose to play Blitzcrank earlier in this tournament. It did not go particularly well, but this is their opportunity to try and play something to shut down the bottom lane. Kindless and Shuhari have been looking for some of these plays, but it's not necessarily been the most successful for them thus far.
All right, we're going to get a couple interesting lock-ins so far as well. So much CC available for WAP as they have the Skarner Jhin lock-in. We'll see what the final lock-in for Cade Stars is in this first phase.
Yeah. It is going to be the double marksman coming through. We are pretty confident at this point that the Skarner is going to go into the jungle. It's not really playable top lane anymore. And you have a strong front line already coming through for WAP. One of the main things that you're going to be looking at is how inventive is QQ Moore going to be with his gank paths. You can go for all kinds of different angles. People at this point have kind of understood that you have to ward similar places that you would going up against Zac, because suddenly, sometimes there's just a Scorpion coming through the wall. But with the Sejuani once again being the longest 0 seconds of my life coming through, it is going to be plenty of crowd control and plenty of engage coming through for Cade as well.
I like to call him a refrigerator with a tail because he's literally just like a rectangle walking around on the Rift. If you saw those hitboxes yesterday,
I've ever heard you say that.
Q-Kumor, though, speaking of, is actually going to have a super important job on his shoulders. Not only is, I feel like he a super important piece to kind of the building blocks that we're setting up for both these two teams, but especially on the Skarner, I mean, he's going to have the onus of getting a lot of the big pickoffs and a lot of the big catchouts in the team fights for his team.
Yeah, he's definitely a brawler both as a player and as a champion this time around, so it should be a pretty natural combination for these two as we see the last couple of bands come out, the Poppy and the Nautilus coming on one side, the Jax on the other. This is going to be rather interesting because I think Thorin has been outperforming Tyrion so far throughout most of this event, and it is going to be on Thorin to try and find some advantages. We were saying Thorin and Q-Kumor working together have been one of the ways that WAP have tried to find some of the victories this series, but they have not been able to do it just quite yet. This is an opportunity to go up against a player that Thorin can absolutely manhandle if they get the right matchups.
I'd be okay. This is also typically a pretty good matchup into the Jhin. Well, the Kaisa coming through, but also a lot of follow through to the CC chaining that Vivocade Stars are going to be looking for. I think now you need some more stability, maybe a little bit more damage packing there for WAP in these final two picks.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage already coming out, and as we see the Kaisa is already locked in, it asks the question, which one of these two champions is going to be playing in the mid lane? Generally, Ezreal way more likely to come through, and the Lilia going to... This is playable top lane. Skarner is not the easiest thing in the world to still pilot top lane. There's a lot of bad matchups that it still has, especially things that can really kite it out. And currently, the crowd control that WAP is currently picking up doesn't really come online until later in the game. You really need the ultimate, and oh my gosh, we're just throwing things at the wall at this point as the Darius pick is coming through.
That's got to be a Skarner support, right? Like maybe,
I think so.
I don't know. We'll see where everything goes, but I love it here. They're throwing everything at the wall. We'll see exactly what WAP can do with it. Again, haven't found a win, but looking to be the spoilers in a way to Cade. And we'll see what the final lock-in is going to be for them. They got to figure out where everything else is going. It is going to be the Gnar, so I know one of your favorites, but also a team fight setup for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of wild things coming out in this draft from WAP. They are really throwing a curveball here to Cade, so we'll see how Cade actually responds to this one. Remember, we're looking at Kise as one of the strongest mid laners in this event, has had a lot of success so far. Going to be playing probably the Ezreal, and up in the top side, Tyrion on this Gnar. Doesn't really know what he's playing into. That's one of the major problems of this. Is it the Skarner? Is it the Lilia? Is it the Darius? It's probably the Darius, but it doesn't really make sense to throw the Skarner in the bottom lane either. He's not particularly well known as a support, and he's just not going to be a better engaged support than this Rels. This is either some deep tech coming out from Shuhari, or just allowing Tyrion to get a decent match where he can kite out the Darius.
Will the deepest, darkest tech be left in the dark or find some light? WAP are here to find out. Get your investigative glasses on. But I'm very interested. Obviously, the changes are not ideal for them to come into a last game to try to represent LR South so much in this tournament. Find that win for them. And in this case, it's also maybe even a little bit of pressure on VKS. I know they say they're best whenever their backs are against the wall. Backs aren't really against the wall this time around, but trying to maintain a little bit of positivity, a little bit of momentum going to that knockout stage, but also claiming that seeding.
Yeah. We said this earlier as well. I think one of the big things here is all the cool kids have already beat up on WAP. So if Cade lose to WAP while there's something in a coach, I think it's going to do a lot of mental damage to them, not going to lie, simply because of what it will do to their prospects looking at the rest of the tournament. Remember, if they lose here, they are guaranteed 4th seed going into the playoffs. They are going to be playing up against the 1 seed, and we still have Fear and Pain Gaming as another game that will be closing out the day to see which one of them they would have to play against.
Yeah, and as we get on to the Rift here, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the group stage here for our first America's Challengers, and I think it's where we can be appreciative of some of the moments we've gotten to see and some of the back and forth nature of some of this tournament that we've seen so far. But now getting into this one particularly, all eyes on jungle, it feels like. I know Sorolu had some incredible early game smites last time around, and QQ Morgan has been such a stable piece for WAP in a lot of their positive moments.
I am also going to be watching the Skarner because it has a Arcane Comet. This is either really deep. I'm going to look this one up really quick because I've never actually seen Skarner played support. I'm pretty sure there's a good reason for it. However, sometimes there's like really odd things that people don't know about. Okay. All right. Even in support, most people are going Grasp at the Undying. But what about like the Masters players? What are they doing? They're also going Comet. It does okay. It seems like it's not actively trolling. It's just weird.
It's not actively trolling, skirting around it, maybe? No.
You know.
All right. Gonna be a nice little trade early. That's the Ghost pop by Thorin. Another piece to the puzzle for WAP that I know you were likely to like to talk about. I think him and QQ Moore have combined for some of the moments that put WAP in actual good positions in this tournament. Oh! They know where to target Joshi. They've done the research. Oh my god, Kisei getting low. There's a Conquer from Raiden. Tries to go for the play. He's going to get the thumbs up from Kisei.
Yeah, that's the flash trade here in the mid lane, but a lot of HP taken off of Kisei here. So we'll see what this coach turned mid laner can actually do, while QQ Moore takes away not a whole lot. It ends up just being, it looks like Raptors going back into their own side of the jungle. So it is still going to be plenty of pressure coming out from QQ Moore, and we'll see what Raiden can actually do. And so QQ Moore now finds himself on the bottom side of the map, took a lot of damage due to the almost dive that we were seeing, but Morteus and Telos now have a lot of freedom because they should have a decent idea on where this jungler actually is to make sure that they aren't overpushing.
And if you can get a little bit of resources for Morteus, I feel like the Kaisa can really unlock a lot of the contests that VKS can have on the map this time around. Now, Kisei is playing with fire in the mid lane, waiting to use that TP to get back, obviously. Still trying to get as much of the farm there and knowing that he has Sorolu in the side lane. Now, we are going to get our supports maybe a little unlocked from here on out. So, does Shuhari want to roam on this Skarner? Do we want to see proactivity from the support role?
I think so, right? Like, it's a really good ganking jungler in theory, so if they can move onto the rest of the map, one of the big things is this Gnar into Darius matchup is really good for Gnar until it isn't, right? Sorolu? A
little bit of contest. Oh, QQ Moore actually gets the advantage of that one. Now going to continue fighting down on the Sorolu. Let's have red and blue, so maybe trying to contest him a little bit harder there. Raiden gonna push off Kisei, but now Sorolu gonna get that stop, and Kisei's first here. Kisei taking advantage. Who's gonna go down first? First blood goes to none other than that pillar in the mid lane for VKS. It's Kisei, and now Raiden is in a little bit of trouble as Tyrion is coming down to throw the big house at him.
Really good stuff from Sorolu to cancel the W coming out from QQ Moore, take them down, live, and even still have enough HP to pick up the Raptors. And now Kisei can leave the mid lane in this position because it's such a short lane. He can walk right back on in, but Tyrion in trouble.
Warren might just have the better of him. He's going to get the flash out and immediately flash back, and no guillotine needed this time. He smells blood, and Thornton gets it.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly how that one started, but this is kind of what I mean. It's really good until it isn't, and suddenly it's not, because Thorin in a lot of trouble keeping more bottom lane.
Ooh, all the CC missing. Telos is going to get away with his flash, but the slowdown coming through, and Shuhari making it happen. Raiden picking up the kill as well.
And WAP firing right on back, giving some gold to the top lane, giving some gold to the mid lane as well. This Corki's down a lot of CS, but at least it has a little bit of gold from that last kill. Needs to get back into the lane to pick that one up. But this gives win conditions over to WAP. This Darius if you start getting ahead of the Gnar, especially if you get the Gnar's flash early on, you have the Ghost that you can actually chase them down very aggressively in the next couple of minutes. Once you get level 6, Gnar has to be very respectful, whereas that's generally not as true if you don't end up losing your flash early on in the game. So Tyrion ends up being in a really tough position. You can see how far forward Thorin is playing now.
Gonna wait to become an impact when he's mega. Shuhari can throw a rock at people. I mean, that's honestly a common theme right now for WAP. They're just throwing rocks at people. Now as well onto the map goes WAP on bot side. They're bringing QQ more down here as well, and they're going to try to contest over Sorolu's side of the jungle. Hellas maybe in a little bit of trouble here. He does have his crash down to get over the wall. They're just going to try to take this grub, and they do.
Yeah, Kese moving, but he doesn't have any friends to really play with anymore, so going to have to back away from that one. It is going to be a bit of an invade coming through from WAP as they are still looking to be very aggressive. The bowling ball almost hits Gnar on the top half of the map, but it doesn't quite, but was very entertaining. And now Tyrion has to be very careful because this wave is not in a good position for them whatsoever, and misses the boomerang. Will be okay because they have to walk around the long way to the lane anyway, but they don't have a whole lot of control over this lane, and with the Ghost still available for Thorin, Tyrion has to be very careful how they're going to be farming this wave.
We're also going to see a readaptation of towards topside now because the grubs are up. We already had that first dragon taken by Vivo Cade Stars, but the grub's also going to be very, very important, it feels like, for both compositions. We've seen literally teams just willing to fight over these consistently now, and Sorolu's already up here as well, and we will see QQ more start them up with a little bit of presence from Thorn on topside first. Maybe he wants to kill instead. QQ more not going to be level 6 yet, but using Thorin's level 7 to maybe take priority there. They also have already moved Raiden a little bit, but Kise is going to push that lane in and force the prio from Raiden.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Kise is really low on his mana and Sorolu is not going to be playing for the grubs, it's okay. So Raiden takes quite a bit of damage. Also, the Ghost being used from Thorin suddenly means that there is an opportunity to play for the grubs from Cade.
Okay. Hellas nicely. Oh, and 4-shot doesn't even need to be dodged. Oh, okay, we're going to get the follow-through up and top. That's a huge true shot barrage, and he can't even sing them to sleep. He's already dead. As now it is also VKS continuing to find little advantages. And I'll just say, Kise, he's taken full good advantage of this mid lane. I mean, he's up a monstrous amount of CS, and now he's getting involved on the map.
Yeah, with no real crowd control coming out from QQ More or Raid, and they are just going to be able to do whatever they want on this Ezreal as long as they maintain their distance. They are past the point of the game where the Gatling gun is the most important spell on the map, and he's going to be able to shove this lane out, force Raiden to teleport or walk back into lane and try and spend. And we are seeing that Kise showcasing nearly 1,000 gold lead already in this game, is going to be able to crash another wave and deny even further, force this experience to go over towards the Skarner. And Cade, they have this very obvious point of power to play around. Also, Thor no longer having Ghost means Tyrion is doing alright for a little while. That was the major threat that Thorin had. Squandered it a little bit after not really using the Ghost actively, just waiting for Tyrion to already jump away.
And just to highlight a little bit of background for player, I mean, Kise is literally what this team has been built around. Literally a CB LoL team that communicates in English because they want to be able to provide for this guy, and I think he's paid dividends for them, not only at home in CB LoL, but here on the international stage as well. And see if this Ezreal comes in even more clutch. He's already almost 40 CS up over Raiden, and try to utilize that as best as possible. We are going to have Dragon coming up in about a minute 20. Maybe more important, the preemptive setup around the Grub's second spawn in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Ooh.
Got backup. I mean, that's a little gnar, but he's got backup. True shot barrage.
Oh.
It's the predicted. Telos is the one that gets the kill as well. I'm telling you, it's a refrigerator, Joshi, and that refrigerator getting thrown at Mortis. And now opening up is the curtain call. Try to land the shot. Needs one and gets some. A sniper in the theater, and that is huge as well for the moment of WAP to try to take advantage of this and take this turret ahead of the grub spawn. That's going to be about a minute and 30.
Yeah, no flash coming out from Merteus does mean that it is going to be a kill. A couple of plates going right on over Chuhari.
I mean, Chuhari could just keep fighting. I love this kind of setup from WAP.
Yeah, it's just a brawling champion, which kind of makes sense considering that that's what Chuhari was trying to do even on characters like Blitzcrank.
Oh, they absolutely just take down QQ more, though. He burns to death as well. It's going to be a kill going over to Telos. Now maybe Kisei is going to follow through with the damage they need. Nice little deadly flourish to stop Morteus in his tracks. They're going to go for the dragon now. Would be a second one for VKS, but Kisei, he wants to kill the Raiden. Raiden, you got to walk. No, one more auto. And that is going to be a kill for Kisei.
You know, not the cleanest kill in the world, but hey, a kill is a kill. Chuhari considers trying to make something happen, thinks better of it as Sorolu now also going to be starting up the dragon. Kisei, I mean, if he lands another W, that is a very dead Skarner, but overall, VKS still coming out ahead across all of these interactions. Top lane very firmly in favor of Gnar from this position. The bottom side of the map is the one place where WAP has a bit of strength, where Kindless does have more gold than Morteus. But it's going to take a while. As a Jhin main yourself, Mazel, you should know that this Jhin kind of struggles in the mid game until you really have a lot of AD.
Yeah, I mean, you're just a utility pick at that point. And the other thing I think that people don't talk about a lot is the cleanup factor that Jhin provides. If you can kind of play reserved in a lot of the fights, we see some of the best Jhins in the world utilize that and try to clean up a lot of the latter half of the fight when people have low health. See if that ends up being the case here, though. WAP just going to go fully engage right onto Telos. He does not have as much tankiness now after that engage goes through, but he's still out with that big blast cone, and now WAP put themselves in a weird position. Morteus comes over the killer instinct. Raiden can't get out of there, and he's just dead to Tyrion. Now who's stacking up the Mega Gnar? He's looking for that big ulti. Sorolu starting it up. There it is. We were waiting for it, and the wallop to follow through. Morteus claims the kill, and BKS turn right back on to even up the grub score.
Yeah, you can tell that WAP, they tried to throw this curveball, doesn't seem to be working very well, and so their hopes of trying to find at least one win in America's Challengers slowly fading away in this last one of their tournament, at the very least. I appreciate that they're trying to do something a little bit interesting. QQ more, unfortunately, trying to make a lot of these plays happen, but overextending yet again in this last one. And we can see that so many different members of WAP come through, but some good plays, some good heads-up ideas coming out from Cade means that there's no real damage to come through. Thorin not able to find anyone as he charges on in with that ghost, and by the time that everyone else from Cade comes back on in, it's just time for Tyrion to jump in, finds the ultimate on 2, only the wallop on 1, but it's still another time that the Lilia not able to get anything done.
And I'm just watching how much damage Kisei's Mystic shots are doing by themselves without even the Essence Flux. I mean, it is monstrous. As speaking of monstrous, wolf in the bush, Thorin making the play onto Tyrion. Oh, God. None of the CC connected, Joshi. It was so close.
Sag. Yeah, you can see that Thorin not having the most fun of his life. He's kind of, I feel like he's kind of
really
going through
cool,
the motions
though.
right now. Yeah. I feel a little bit bad, right? It's been a rough tournament. His mid laner ends up not feeling well, so we have to sub in the coach. The game's not going particularly well. You got counterpicked on what's supposed to be a cool and fun pick, and Tyrion's like, no, I want to win this one. Now he's just trying to run away.
Oh, maybe they're singing sweet, sweet lullabies to Tyrion. He will end up falling and giving the kill over to QQ more. That's big. Now, Kisei did end up getting the first turret for VKS, but the bounties are already up, and they got it for the bot lane kill, so they will give over the Rift Herald for it, but they get a little bit back.
We have to ask the question here, Mazel. How do they beat Kisei? How do they beat Morteus? They don't really have easy tools to get there, and one of the major things about the Kaisa is because your builds are so fluid, you can build to chunk through these Juggernaut champions very easily, so I'm kind of wondering what WAP is going to try and do to find their edge in this game. Is Thorin going to just be off in one side, split pushing the entire game? Are they going to try and go for some of these big team fights? Is Chuhari going to do his best challenge for something else? You can see that at least QQ more seems to be having a good time. I know that Raiden
I see some smiles.
also,
I see some smiles.
Yeah. Raiden is very clearly like, I can tell he's the kind of guy who's like cracking jokes. Like, guys, I haven't played a stage game in like 3 years. It's okay.
At least they get the games. and actually gave a couple of good fights at the beginning. They still are in this. Obviously, we're not counting them out just yet. VKS definitely do have the strength of the map right now, though. Kisei has a massive shutdown on him, and you know what an Ezreal hates? Any kind of top laner. So Thor is just going to walk at him here. See if Kisei can play out this 2v1 as he's getting real close to getting one. Misses, and the guillotine comes for his life anyways. He was just a distraction, though, as a tier 2 tower by VKS is going to be taken over WAP, and Morteas actually has to burn his cleanse.
Yeah, that's what we call a good death overall, actually, because of the amount of pressure the rest of your team is able to get with you dying. Ends up blowing his flash, which is not his favorite thing in the world, but he is still an Ezreal who's going to have a lot of ability to kite later. There is a dragon spawning at the same time that kid will struggle to play for, but they get some good damage in the top lane. They get the mid lane turret. They get a lot of pressure overall, and now it's on WAP to try and prove this advantage now that the flash does go down, whereas the rest of them, Tellus is here. He's got a good flank angle. You've called this a death wall before for good reason.
Oh, Raiden needs to get over here. I feel like if they want to contest this. Oh, the refrigerator! It strikes again. I don't know if that's the target, though. Tellus is able to easily kite that one out and tank it up. Here comes Morteas, though, on the side. Thorin almost going down. Boomerang is not going to hit. Raiden has TP to the bot side to reinforce his team. Dragon is going to reset. VKS turn right back on it, though. I feel like WAP might have an opportunity here. Ooh. Ooh. Not actually going to find anything on the back end of it, as they do end up just ceding control of the dragon. Ends up going to Soul Point for Vivocade Stars.
Yeah, that was a massive true shot barrage across 3 people coming through from Kisei, who is still very strong, up 80 CS effectively at this point in the game. So Cade are really looking to make sure that they don't drop anything further. We have seen that WAP try to upset things a little bit. Thorin does a decent job like trying to run down Kisei before, like we looked at. Unfortunately, Darius is uniquely poorly equipped to actually go for Darius and Kaisa by himself, and he doesn't have a whole lot of support unless they're going for picking people off in the side lane. Now that is one thing that Cade has done a lot. They generally play towards their side lanes pretty heavily, especially because Kisei's like, I want farm. I'm going to be in the side lane getting farm. And suddenly, that's something where you can do weird plays around. You can see that Thorin, once again, just waiting in a bush up top.
He's just trying to see who he can catch out. And, hey, last time we saw this combo, it worked out for Thorin, although now Kisei has brought more people. And sometimes that's just not fair. Lilting Lullaby going to be used, but both go right over the wall. WAP really want this, though. They're going to keep fighting on the Telos. Because now that CC chain is just enough. Curtain call going to be called. But look, Morteas has to get Kindless and forces him to cancel it. Now trying, Tyrion rather, looking for the Meganar. That's a 3-man there. Morteas going down though. Thorin maybe looking for a little bit more. He's stepping forward. Gonna miss the damage though. Maybe one more. WAP just trying to hold strong, but strong they are not. As VKS use Kisei's strength to just pommel them into the dirt.
Yeah, Kisei ends up coming through. A couple of big teleports are there as Tyrion makes sure to show up for the fight with most of the Narbar already completed. They are just in total control of this game, and as soon as that fight is done, they go back, okay, let's go back to lanes, guys. Let's make sure we get our farm. Let's make sure we get some damage coming through. Cade looking pretty good in this game, as we should expect. I'm very surprised that Kikimura actually committed this ultimate, because you see immediately afterwards, Thorin has to flash just to get on top of this fight. He instantly gets stunned up. He's not able to get a whole lot of damage in, and the only reason this looks okay is because Morteas sticks around and is like, hey, I'm just waiting around the backside of this fight, gets himself into the pit where he ends up dying. And if he was just not there without baiting out all the members of WAP, it looks like VKS probably just could have walked out of the engage in the first place.
I will also say it's unfortunate timing. There was no reset on the guillotine because he had used it and then gotten the kill. So little things like that actually mean a lot in these kinds of setups. And things just not falling the way of WAP this time around, though. Tyrion, he is nowhere near Meganar, but does end up dodging out of the impale. Oh! It's enough? The bird? Oh no, he's getting the healing. Is he enough? Oh, the flash play. There we go. Making the Skarner worth it. Shuhari getting the kill.
Wow. Great stuff coming through. They end up finding that one. They do get the kill onto Tyrion. but it's going to be at the cost of a bottom lane turret. That's again what we will call a good death overall, because Kisei and Talos here to pick up the bottom lane structure straight for the top lane structure at the same time. So VKS could probably play this a little bit cleaner, but in such a chaotic game, just finding these advantages over and over is what we are really looking for. A minute and a half left until the Chemtech Soul actually spawns, and now Sarolu, you can't kill him by himself, but he's got Morteus coming up, and a teleport comes out as well.
Thora's like, bring one, bring all. Everybody's coming for the party up here. Unfortunately, he will be left out to dry. There was no support coming his way. And Sarolu goes on a killing spree on the Sejuani.
Yeah, well done overall, Sarolu. Just finding people caught off on the side. Again, is how Cade has won several of their games thus far, just picking off people in side lane. But now, Tyrion, the only person left in the mid lane to defend, is going to be allowing a lot of damage onto the structure because of how much Cade actually committed towards the top half of the map. And now, as they move towards the bottom half of the map, there again, the Chemtech Soul spawning in 40 seconds for Cade to actually play for. And Kisei, I think he's just hitting blue buff? That's okay, he's got time.
I will say, this might be the most bounty gold I've ever seen picked up in a game, though. I mean, they're doing really good for the timings of that. You know, they've gotten a bounty on all the outer towers now. See if they can contest over this next dragon, though, because I think giving any of that extra tenacity and stuff over to VKS can be very difficult to deal with. Thorn is coming. They're clearing out some waves. Feels like WAP's big stand is coming up now.
Yeah, and then they immediately get everyone right over the wall. So as they group back up, Kisei is just going to be throwing out a little bit of damage. This is when Thorn is supposed to be pretty strong on these two items if he can find himself in the fight. But there's so many champions with crowd control trying to make sure he does not get any actual damage in.
Shuhari is a major factor in starting off a lot of these fights. WAP do not feel confident to do that. They're going to let that dragon fall and start the counter for an Elder Dragon. Honestly, if you're this far behind, why not get that Elder Dragon spawning sooner and maybe try to flip the game?
Yeah. Cade don't want to let them. They're going to go for the Baron. They should start it up pretty much right away.
You don't say so.
Yeah, they see that there's no wards. Oh, come on. Let's hit that Baron. Go for it. Force them to come fight you. You're so strong.
Gonna walk menacingly into the bush. Gotta still remember Kisei is on like 2.5 items now. Still doing a lot of damage comparatively to really anybody else. I will say a little unlocking factor that Kukumor has that Seekers. So gonna have the Lilting Lullaby combo if he wants it. Baron is still being hovered around. WAP just want to try to get a little vision. They did get a blue trinket around there, so it should be fine. Tyrion is headed to the side lane right now. Does have TP available, but going to put pressure on WAP to respond.
He's almost got a Black Cleaver completed as well. He is actually behind Thorin in this game as they are continuing to push down the bottom side of the map. That is 2 members that we can see as Shuhari has to reset for wards, and Raiden moves down towards the bottom side of the map, nearly Flame Horizon 24 minutes into the game. I did look it up. According to lol.fandom, this is Raiden's first ever stage game.
Definitely not put in a great position.
Yeah, a lot of coaches are previous players, right? But it doesn't look like Raiden has played at this level of competition before. So, to his credit, he didn't get completely run over. That was one of the things that we were looking at. It's not a position where he has like gotten killed multiple times in the lane, like we have seen in other times where we have had emergency subs. However, this is definitely a position where Cade in a very dominating position. Almost all of the gold lead that Cade has in the hands of Kisei. So, Vision already completed, that 3rd item already there. He's going to have a lot of burden on him to make things work out. Is Shuhari fighting pick?
A little bit of a pick onto a very tanky target, though. Unfortunately, Sarolu is going to be a very hefty frontliner. Tyrion actually gets tagged, and now a lot of damage coming down. Curtain call is going to be called. Look at that. The IE had been completed by Kindless. So not able to hit that 4th shot, though, leaving a lot of damage on the table. Now Kisei is joining and peppering Thorin. Sarolu gets tagged on by Kukumor. Gets a shutdown for him as well. Tyrion gonna use his Meganar here, try to pressure. Talos goes in. Morteus finds the follow through, and that's a couple quick kills for VKS. And now WAP are backs against the wall trying to run away from VKS as they surround them. The carries, Kisei and Morteus over here on the backside of the fight, trying to take down some very tanky members. Kisei just stepping forward, about to get blown up himself, going down low, but still able to survive. The shift is successful, and another double kill comes across, and this time it's for Telos. Now Thorin wants a little bit more, stepping up with that Dreadblade. Look at that damage.
Nearly 9,000 damage coming out from Kisei, and even the Chemtech Soul, the Chemtech Dragon's doing so much work as the game goes on, seeing all these players at such low HP where you get the most value out of it as all those stats get better and better the lower you end up getting. But here we got Cade once again coming up at 7,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead already done. A whole level ahead of everyone. Kisei is so strong, has the 3 items completed, and now I really want to see them start hitting this Baron. They have already done it with Thorn on the far side of the map with no teleport available. No real contest is possible for WAP.
Let's see if any praise of life, maybe a long distance deadly flourish. Unfortunately, Kindless is just the Jhin. And this is a non-Jhin world, as we like to say, although the double CC chain now in the Telos. Oh my god! They do so much damage from so far away. VKS, though, maybe overextending Telos. Gets a big Magnet Storm, but doesn't matter. Another kill goes over to WAP.
Yeah, not able to take down Kindless at all, and we're only a minute and a half left from the next Elder Dragon to spawn in this game. We have seen some games flip on the hinges of this dragon. It is still a way for WAP to get their way back in. Even if Raiden is not going to be doing a ton of damage with the auto attacks, just getting the true damage burn across the entire enemy team will help out quite a bit. I'd love to see if they can get the Muramana completed before the Elder Dragon actually spawns, but it doesn't look like VKS is in any hurry to try and get some of these fights started while Telos is still dead.
It's just taking advantage of any kind of in-between moments, honestly. But hey, we have reached the timer, Joshi, the legendary flipping timer of the Elder Dragon. And about a minute away is that setup. So VKS were not able to end the game thus yet. They are still very far in the lead. So the possibility of WAP taking that dragon would be huge in the comeback.
I like the fact that Cade is just creating pressure on the top half of the map, forcing their opponents to react to them. This Thorin gets a bit of damage. Orteas has the 3 items, so the Void Seekers are already on a pretty low cooldown. You can continue throwing them out as long as you're hitting them, but the pressure is still being created on the opposite side of the map by Tyrion, and nobody is there to match them. Thorin, the only one who really can, but he doesn't have the teleport, which allows Tyrion to move across the board super quickly.
That's been such a bane to WAP's advantages, or any of the little incremental advantages that they've been able to find. Now, they don't really have any setup around that bottom side of the map, and the pressure is still on for another minute or so as VKS keeping the siege on with the Baron power play. They're going to try to move some of this presence around the map and try to get over towards this Elder.
Yeah, Thorin will clear all of this out. However, there are still waves that are going to be flying in towards the bottom side of the map. Still good waves overall for VKS in the entire map, and they're making sure that WAP cannot walk into any of these brushes without taking at least a little bit of damage. They're getting ready to start up this Elder Dragon. And Kisei still making sure he gets all the wolves, making sure he's strong as possible, but he also has the Sorello's Grudge, has all of those slows available, and it is so difficult to play Darius in this kind of game.
It really is. You don't really have an entrance. You just have to kind of walk at people or hope they overextend and take advantage of that. That's why you love to see kind of like flanks and things like that set up, but right now WAP just don't have the resources to do that. The back did get completed. Shuhari missing the Impale. That's a massive tool and really one of the only hard CC options they have.
That could be the death sentence right now as Kisei playing in the mid lane, making sure people cannot come over, allowing Morteas. Oh, it's done.
Oh, he runs out of time. That's a Lilting Lullaby coming in. Maybe this is the moment for WAP as they're trying to take down one, but they're starting to get turned around on Kisei, starting to pump in the damage. Kindless able to snipe one down, but look, Kisei is untouched, and they will end up getting a massive turnaround. The Elder Dragon laid bare for VKS to take.
The Lilting Lullaby only really catches Tyrion, who does end up dying, but it still looks like it might be a tilting lullaby for WAP, as they are not going to be able to come back in this one. The Elder Dragon going to be in the hands of Cade Stars. A teleport comes down into the bottom lane, and there's not a lot of opportunities. Kissei just goes in and kills him.
Oh my god, he has true shot. He true shot. Wait, the Elder. Oh my god, it was so close. That was so tight. And Kissei showing what this lead really means on the Ezreal.
Yeah, he is so strong at this point. 4 items completed. The Elder Dragon is here. They will take down this turret. They will take down the mid lane surely as well. One final defense from WAP. Can they do it? Kissei just does so much damage. He just waltzes around this entire fight.
Yeah, he's just walking around and trying to find every pain point that WAP has. As now also Tyrion walking all the way out of base, but coming straight down this mid lane. This Elder Dragon up for another minute and a half. Any of this poke that Kissei lands might just be enough to take him out. Oh my goodness.
Raiden?
Burn. Is it enough? Ooh, it doesn't stay on long enough.
Not quite, but that's still a lot of pressure that is now transferred over towards this mid lane as well. Going to take down the mid lane turret, going to take down the mid lane inhibitor. The top lane wave is slowly coming in, and WAP not going to be giving battle just quite yet, but VKS forcing the issue. They're waiting on that Gnar bar to fill up, but not going to be landing the ultimate either. That might be their cue to leave.
Root comes down on Sorolu. So they're going to try to walk their way out of this one. Again, they still have the Elder Dragon buff, so no real fight should come through from WAP. The resets are going to be there. This 13,000 gold lead is going to be absolutely felt. And honestly, it's a sight to behold from the CBLOL #1 seed as well, as they try to push themselves to 3-2 and get as best seeding as they can.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out as well to Thorn in this game. We said that there was going to be some hope on this Darius and how effectively it was going to be playing. He's the one player on his team who still has a gold lead despite this entirely completely dire position across the entire board. Looking potentially to try and make something happen to Tyrion.
Maybe they get the apprehend. I can't believe that little Gnar is very feisty, and now Thor's in a little bit of trouble. Luckily, he has the rest of his team coming up here, but no, it doesn't matter. He still dies. The Elder Dragon had less than 10 seconds left, and somehow VKS still make it hurt even that much more. They are barreling down this top side, and they are looking to finish off WAP.
You know, I like the attempt. I really like what they were trying to go for. You have to try and make something crazy happen in this game if you still want to keep it in. However, at the very end, Cade will be walking away from this one, as we should have expected. We do see VKS walking away from this game 3-2.
WAP, 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 let them do they stuff. That's all I got to say about VKS, because they absolutely smacked down on WAP, and they will ensure that they finish winless in America's Challengers. But not only that, they put themselves in the best position to try to claim that seeding.
Yeah, and the Brazilian fans still a big fan of that, of course. It is still their team, their #1 seed in this tournament, who did end up finding that game. And you can tell, I think I see more relief on the faces of the Cade members than, like, joy, because they should have been expected to win that one, right? They were already coming through. WAP hadn't yet won a game. They were playing with a substitute, so the fact that it took them as long as they did might look at Cade and say, like, you know, guys, could have done that one a little better. Either way, they still walk away with that win. They're still going to be walking into playoffs 3-2, and that does mean that there's an opportunity for them to potentially move up in the standings, get more than the 4th seed. That'll all depend on the last game of the day.
It will, and I love that we have a little bit riding on that last game, but Vivo Cade Stars doing their region proud and finishing very strong. I mean, their last 3 games, very, very different, it feels like, from the first couple we had seen from them. So love to see that kind of growth in a Tier 2 tournament at the international level here for the first time. We're seeing literal growth within said tournament, and it's paying off dividends for Cade.
Yeah, really good stuff overall. I'm really excited to see what Cade can do. They have been very scrappy. The fact that they are 3-2 is a little bit surprising overall, because they lost to Fuego and to Fear, but they were able to beat Dragonsteel and Pain. So it definitely feels like a little bit of counter logic going on from the Cade Stars, really the nemesis of these teams that are supposed to be the best teams in their respective regions. They're able to take down WAP at the same time. And I think in particular the players that I've been really impressed by, of course, we have to look at Kisei, but also Sorolu being a massive enabler for everything that Kisei has done throughout this tournament.
He absolutely has, and not only going with the Elise, that's kind of changed a little bit of that meta prio in the tournament itself, but also being able to do the facilitation itself too. We got to put a little bit of spotlight on WAP though. This will be the last time we see them as well. They will be bowing out, not having won a single game, but still, I think a lot to behold on that top side of the map, especially when you look at QQ, Moore, and Thorn, and some of the positives we did see from the combos that they had, the utilization of some of those laning matchups that Thorn took advantage of, and glad to see him kind of go out on the Darius where he was actually finding some good moments and some good fights.
Yeah, it's definitely a combination of players that I'm hoping to see more of in the future. They have been looking for plays over and over again and trying to play into teams that once you realize that you're a bit of an underdog, you have to start making some of these more wacky style things happen because you know you're not going to be beating them in standard League of Legends. You have to try and find a way to upset that balance anyway, and that's something that QQ Moore in particular was doing a lot of throughout the course of this tournament. And as long as they keep up that attitude, as long as they keep looking for ways to improve, confident we'll get to see them again.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the fact of the matter is the tournament goes on. We have to bid adieu to some teams. Everybody can't win. And being able to kind of see the growth from a lot of teams throughout this has been really, really big. As we're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights here as well, I think we were seeing a very back and forth, maybe not this moment, but a very back and forth early game, at least between the teams.
Yeah. Yeah, this game was a lot of just odd brawling coming through, and we got to see that WAP went for a lot of things, but unfortunately they were largely playing kind of a man down. Raiden doing their best, but just not able to get any real gold. I don't even know if at the end of the game they still had their Muramana completed. I remember at about 26, 27 minutes, that was still in question. So just not having the damage coming out from the middle of the map really hurts when your opponent is playing as Ezreal who can just dance around fights.
And he showed that strength so much, like not only using the pressure he had mid early on and like moving up towards top, moving out towards bot, but he also just kept pressure on the mid lane itself, like keeping up the farm differential. I mean, he was like flame horizoning him, things like that. And I think that if we didn't see that, that's where the biggest question would come through.
Yeah. Yeah, Kisei, he's definitely a player who has had a long history as well. He played in the Oceanic region for such a long time, where he was pretty consistently on top 4 teams in that region. And for the longevity that they have had as a player is very impressive, because a lot of players, there was that big exodus that they had coming over towards the LCS and NA. Kisei was never a player that came over to our side of the ocean and has still had a lot of domestic success. He's definitely trying to make a name for himself as someone that can potentially move over towards potentially America's North or America's South come 2025.
And utilizing his experience, I think, has paid off dividends. I mean, we already said so many times that this team is kind of holistically built around him. They literally communicate in English to kind of help provide and make feel comfortable as well. But I mean, if it works out like this, absolutely keep doing it. I mean, the fact that we're seeing this guy pop off game after game and be forcing these big bans as well, I think has been really, really big for VKS. They've utilized it very well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they can do, simply because I definitely think there are weaknesses on VKS for teams to look to exploit come playoffs. One of the things that we have been seeing is so much of their play has been based around the fact that they are trying to play 4 champions outside of Kisei that can't really be engaged upon, and allow Kisei to just split push really heavily. So there are 2 ways to attack that. One, you can attack the 1, right? You can have a better split pusher than whatever it is that Kisei is playing. The other one that you can do is you can attack the 4. If you just bring a composition that is going to go hard in the paint with a lot of crowd control, you're able to take down that 4. It doesn't matter what Kisei is doing on the side of the map, because you just kill 4 players and now you're going to take multiple structures, whereas Kisei not going to be able to outpace that if his team is not able to play the rest of the fights.
We're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown there as well, and take a look at that game itself, because it definitely ended up being pretty one-sided, almost a 16,000 gold lead. Maybe doesn't tell the whole story, but that damage from Kisei sure does.
Yeah, and you can see in particular doing nearly 40,000 more damage than your lane opponent doesn't happen very often in League of Legends games, but it does happen in this one as Kisse just absolutely obliterating the early game, obliterating the mid game, obliterating the late game. And then the rest of his team was just able to move around to make sure that he always had someone in front of him so that Thorn in particular could never get to him. So really good stuff from the Ezreal. We can get to see why they're willing to play this, why it became a counter pick to Corki early on in the split, and what he can potentially do with it come playoffs.
And obviously, commiserations there to WAP, and hopefully DD feels better in that way. But there was the obvious caveat of Raiden, the coach, coming to step in mid lane there. So props to them for having the moment. But now we got to give our MVP away. And of course, it's none other than the man that did 40,000 damage more than the other person on the lane. It is Kisse.
Jeez. That might be the highest damage per minute number I have ever seen. 1,462 damage coming out from this Ezreal is wild. It wasn't the highest damage distribution, though. I'm pretty sure that one, at least in this tournament, went over Scary Jerry on the Ziggs. But still, 4,000 gold difference at 20 minutes, a KD of 19. Kisse, really the complete package so far in this game, in this tournament so far, and has really shown that he can just be that guy in basically every matchup. As long as he feels comfortable, he's going to be able to take control of so many of these games. Just make sure you do not give him something where he can split push on, because he is going to get the money he needs.
The AD mids definitely reigning supreme there, but we're getting ready and set for our next series, and honestly the one everybody's been waiting for this whole time. It's Pain Gaming Academy versus Fear X Starforge. Any thoughts going into it? Quick, Josh.
I mean, these are the top two teams. These are the teams that are currently 3-1. They're playing for first seed, looking for their best chance to actually take down the playoffs.
The only certainty I just heard from production that we have is that the team that wins gets first seed. Everything else may be a little bit chaotic after that. I honestly love that for our first America's Challengers. And again, this kind of story of a lot of teams having this experience. And while we are seeing a couple teams bow out now as we get closer and closer to the knockout stage, really nice to see everybody having a lot of fun. Now we are going to step away for a break. We'll be back with our final game of the day.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers 2024. We're into our final game of this group stage. I couldn't be more excited. It's Pain Gaming Academy versus Fear X Starforge. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. Are you excited to finish this one out strong?
Oh yeah, this is the game that I think we've all been waiting for. Two of the strongest performers so far in this event coming through, and Pain. You know that they have a lot of fans out there in the audience. They are currently there. They are currently cheering. They're always making sure that they got their logos front and center for everyone. And Fear X Starforge, the North American representative, they were not our first seed, but they've been coming in and they've been looking good so far.
Now, we did get to hear from Giggs himself for Pain Gaming, so let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
Acho que ontem, no jogo contra a VK, eles fizeram uma comp que a gente não esperava que eles fossem fazer, tipo, muito voltada para early game, pegaram Kalista, a gente não estava esperando muito bem Ashe Support também, Elise, etc. Acho que eles conseguiram snowballar bem early game, jogar nas condições deles e infelizmente a gente perdeu. O jogo contra Fear X acho que vai ser um jogão. A gente acredita que os times do NA são os favoritos, né? E acho que é a opinião geral. Pro jogo de hoje a gente vai vir para ganhar, obviamente. A gente quer tentar ficar em primeiro lugar, né? Acho que é o objetivo de todos os times. E também provar um ponto, querendo ou não, para Fear X, que a gente não tá para brincar e que a gente é o melhor time do campeonato.
They've been backing up that talk all tournament long, all obviously falling to their kryptonite, but maintaining dominant victories over every other team, it feels like, in this tournament. This one, a lot on the line. If you do win this one, you do get first place. I think both teams going to be vying for that.
Yeah, first seed, to be clear, the tournament will not be over today. However, after that, it gets complicated, right? It becomes very difficult because there are so many tiebreakers going on between all of these teams that I'm pretty sure whoever gets second could end up in fourth seed going into the playoffs. It is really all over the place. We'll get all the details for you as we get into this game, but Fear X Starforge and Pain Gaming, both of these second seeds of their respective regions, currently playing for first seed going into playoffs. And in particular, I'm really excited to see how the mid lane for Fear X Starforge is going to be performing going into their counterparts, Tatu and Kats.
I think one of the ways that they talked about, being everybody thinking that NACL were the favorites, things like that. I mean, that's completely changed at this point, I feel like, in a lot of ways. But it was also the conversation about the kind of early game composition that VKS had against them, and that being the thing that kind of made them have a little bit of an advantage. As you see, Philip cannot maintain contact with the camera. It is something to think about. Maybe Fear do go for a strategy like that today.
Yeah. It is definitely something where we're going to be looking quite a bit at what it is that they can do. One of the major things that we have been looking is it doesn't feel like there is really a weak point on this Pain Academy roster. Hedon, Tatu, Kilots, Marvin, and Giggs all have been performing quite well throughout this event thus far. And in particular, one of the things that Fear X Starforge have really prided themselves on is how strong their mid-jungle 2v2 has been. But this might be one of the strongest mid-jungle 2v2s that we have currently at this tournament, where Tatu and Qods, they have been able to move together very well. They've also been moving towards the top side of the map to make sure that Hedon has a lot of pressure in their games. The one game that they ended up losing to VKS was partly because of how much time Hedon was not able to farm because there was a certain spider sitting in his lane.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, hey, early game pressure, early game priority. But that's also something to think about for Fear X Starforge. The last time we saw them, they had all the kind of early game priority they would want, and then they weren't able to close out the game, ended up losing a couple key team fights as well. So as we're getting into picks and bans for what is our last game of the group stage here between these teams, it's already very evident. You can hear the crowd for Pain Gaming Academy, and you love to see the CBLOL representative.
Yeah, I love the chance that they have. That's one of the things I think we're missing up in North America is that level of chance, just having something unique for every single team. But again, I want to pull attention to one of the major things that we oftentimes look at is what happens when certain players are put behind. And as we start jumping into the champion select right now, we've been seeing that whenever the mid-jungle 2v2 for Qots and Tatu is working out, they win the game. They've had a combined KDA of something like 20 in all the games that they've been winning. It is absolutely absurd. However, in the one game that they've lost, they had a combined KDA of like 2. Right, that's one of the major things that we're looking at for this team is when this ball gets going, it really gets going. And already, Cal is putting Fearx Starforge with the Ziggs onto Instinct yet again so that you can save some of your counter picks for that mid-jungle 2v2 and find your advantage that way.
NACL teams loving the Ziggs today, but a couple key highlights of the bans as well. With Fear on the blue side, they did ban away a lot of the setup jungling with the Vi and the Sejuani as well, throwing in that Yone that we've seen just running rampant today. On the side of Pain Gaming, they did ban away the Varus, the Cassante, and the Brand. That response lock-in is the Jax Kaisa, and I love it for Pain Gaming. Smolder is what's locked in for Fear right now.
Interesting. The Smolder pick coming out is surprising. Not because I think it plays all of is bad at it, but simply because it gives over a lot of priority to the other side of the map. Smolder is still fine in terms of like playing the early game, but he's not necessarily going to be putting out just the raw DPS. Doesn't have the same kind of ability to just obliterate one target all at once, like a lot of the other mid lane picks that we sometimes see in Blaze all of play. It is going to be a Gragas coming through, a very good counter pick into the Jax on the top side of the map, so every single lane has already been shown for Fear. It's only about where you can go after this. And with the Orianna coming out for Qots, or at least hovered so far, it definitely looks like a very strong composition already for Pain, a very traditional composition.
I'm honestly just super happy we get the Gragas for Philip here. Have a little bit of fun in that top lane. Into the Gragas, obviously something that he's been willing to take into the matchup itself, but we'll see exactly how they want to dictate the rest of the map. They're still going to need a lot more consistency in the engage that they're going to find. I expect that to come from XU and Winsome, as we could see the double marksman lock in here finally for Pain Gaming, as it is the Tristana.
I swear these 0 seconds are getting longer and longer, Mazel. It takes
But then we immediately get the next ban, so it's like we're skipping forward in time. We're just time travelers.
Oh, there we go. I do like that overall, as we do see the Alistar and the Rel band with no supports coming out just quite yet. We know that in particular Winsome loves playing a lot of these engaged champions, and so taking those away from his champion pool will limit his effectiveness later on in these games, whereas on the other side, Giggs, he's shown some unusual things. He's played both the Maokai and the Pyke so far in this tournament. The Maokai looked pretty good. The Pyke not as much. I wish he had a little bit more of that dog in him every single time he had an opportunity for an ult. Took him a little bit too long to actually go for them. But clearly, he's willing to play some of these wacky things in order to get them good lane matchups and good matchups as a team.
We get a couple of the more niche bans as well, the Skarner ban, as well as the Nidalee ban. Trying to take away any kind of onus in that jungle matchup there itself. Still a lot of powerful picks on the table for those junglers to go for. And honestly, I would not be surprised if Pain Gaming waited for an R5 jungle pick.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. One of the things you always look for is a strong 2v2. You already know the Smolder's on the other side, so most things you can pick are going to be winning. However, if you can interact well with XU on the map, he has been 3-time MVP for Fearx Starforge. Every single game that they've won, he has won that MVP. And so, really looking forward to what they can do in this last game, especially because they're going to have to blind something right now. The Nautilus looking to be a likely answer for Winsome, something he has many games of so far in the regular season. But XU, he's got a lot of champions he likes to pick in these kind of spots.
I think that's of utmost importance to think about, and something they've leaned on very heavily for Fearx Starforge. XU, not only the veterancy, but also the hands to back it up. Maybe their last series wanting back some of those smites, but the lockdown is there. They're going to give him a little bit more of the carry potential here as Viego locked in.
Yeah, just a really good general champion. Can kind of do a little bit of everything. Going to allow XU to strut his stuff as they go into this last game of the round robin. It's not necessarily a champion I think of most for XU, but it is definitely a champion where he can play it over and over again. The Lilia pick going to be coming through, forcing the Maokai down into support position. Is going to be a very strong support still has a lot of the damage on this champion that you are used to seeing, but the Lilia can interact very well with the Viego as long as they don't get hit by the stun, because it becomes very easy to kite Viego after that.
And that's kind of what we've seen in a lot of cases today in the Viegos that haven't necessarily worked out. Maybe nicely known as the NA Viego so far. But now also thinking a little bit about the damage profile setup for both these teams, I think we are looking at two teams that realize they need a little bit of stability to some extent, but team fights are going to be where this game is won and where that first seed is claimed.
And it's important to remember, we have gotten word from production on how this actually affects the standings. So whoever wins this one is going to be the first seed going into the playoffs, and whoever loses is going to be the third seed. We have already locked in Vivo Cade Stars is going to be the fourth seed, and Fuego is second. So this is going to be a pretty big difference. If you win, you're going to be playing up against Cade Stars going to playoffs round 1, and if you lose, you get to play Fuego.
And honestly, with the way all these teams have been playing, I don't know which one I'd prefer. Like, everybody in our top 4 has shown the might that it takes to take a championship here at our first ever America's Challengers. It is our final game of group stage. It's been a heck of a ride. Best of ones get wild and wacky. And something that's been wild this whole time have been the Pain Gaming fans as well, representing strong, cheering for their team. But now it is Pain Gaming Academy versus Fear X Starforge for that first seed going into the knockout stage and going into those best ofs.
I mean, watching the supports in particular this game, I mean, we talked about the mid-jungle 2v2, but both the supports on these massive engaged champs, so you can set up a lot, win some the more aggressive of the two historically, but is also quite likely to get caught out because he's looking for so many of these engages. Sometimes he looks for engages that aren't really there, whereas Giggs on the other side has a lot of tools to stuff anything that Winsome tries to do. One of the reasons why this matchup is good is if you land the Q coming out from Winsome, as long as you time the counter Q correctly from Maokai, you can stop the hook from actually landing. You can prevent yourself from getting rooted by the next auto attack.
Gonna see how these early paths are gonna look like, especially, and maybe putting a little bit more of the onus on XU to get involved. I think we all don't love to see a Viego who doesn't do anything early game. Still, obviously, always the reset composition available for him, but XU definitely going to want to take hold of the map. And I think that's something that both these junglers have really been good at finding, is their avenues in the early game to try to take those advantages to build for their teams. And I think Tatu deserves a ton of credit for what he's been able to do so far in the performances in America's Challengers.
Still, though, the other thing we have to be looking at is Ablaze Olive, right? He has been one of these stars for Fear X Starforge. He is on this Smolder. We saw what happens when the Smolder falls behind. It doesn't do a lot in a lot of these games. However, this is going to be one of Ablaze Olive's best champions that he has played so far. He's so aggressive, and already some good damage being traded in the bottom side.
It's definitely something to think about, and especially how quickly you can get those stacks in mid lane, since you are getting more access to skirmishes and things like that. And that's where I think a lot of that jungle pathing is going to claim who's going to be getting those early advantages from mid lane itself. I think this is going to be a little bit of a topsy-turvy bot lane as well, as I think anybody can kind of get a little bit of advantage and take control of that. But the biggest thing as well is Instinct can play very safe in this lane, and Winsome can get onto the map. And I think that can be a big unlocking factor, at least for FXS.
Yeah. Good little combo from Philip, getting a lot of damage onto Hidan. We also got to see a lot of damage traded onto Ablaze Olive in the mid lane, allowing Tatu to go for this, and baby gets stunned.
Oh! Catches him right in the air there. A nice little watch out Eat though to get some damage back. A Blaze Olive comes over. The immediate flashback. XU taking the damage, but First Blood comes over. He takes the soul, gets some healing back as well, and now Q-Out's in trouble. That explosive charge is not going to be enough. The healing was so massive. The Swirl Seed as well. A Blaze Olive gets the kill before he falls. Hidan there to wrestle it up.
At least they get something, but Hidan haven't used that flash to even get into that, and now he's being blocked from the lane by Philip moving around. Going to be in a bit of a tough position as this. Oh, he missed the body slam. Oh, never mind. I lied. I just totally lied to all of you.
You did. It's fine. You lie sometimes. It's okay.
No.
We forgive.
It's all right.
No, but I think that's actually so massive for Hidan to pick that up. I think he's been kind of saving grace a lot of time for the team so far this tournament, but also the Jax getting any kind of advantage is just going to make side lane that much more of a headache for FXS to deal with, unless you go ahead and root out that headache immediately, which they can't. It's still a migraine.
Yeah, it's going to be all right, though. Philip is going to be able to get a lot of this farm, and now that Viego nearly 600 gold ahead already, as we do get a little bit of a pause. A bit surprising. You can see XU laughing there on screen as well, saying, yeah, that was a bit of an interesting early game. I know that Blaze Olive almost went down in the mid lane, but because it took me so long to die, I was able to get those resets, didn't quite die to the explosive shot coming out from Tristana. It's just a really tough position overall now for the mid-jungle 2v2 of Tatu and Q-Hots, like we were saying, is supposed to be the strong part of their map.
Sure, it'll still continue to be if they can put the building blocks down. Obviously, we have a pause. We'll be getting an update on exactly what's going on here as soon as possible, and hopefully be getting back into it as well as soon as possible. And that's where, we can kind of reiterate what's at stake here. Not only are we getting to the final parts of the first group stage ever, America's Challengers, which is, kind of a cool statement to say, but it's a battle for first seed or third seed if you lose. And very important distinctions there, as honestly, I think both Fuego and VKS are very, very deadly opponents to be facing in that double elimination knockout stage.
I got an important question for you, Mazel, because we have a pause of FXS, XPNG. Do you think it's a transitive property? Is it FXS, XPNG? Like, if you multiply them all together, are you going to get the same thing as if you multiply them each separately?
I was never good with math, my friend. I'm the wrong person to ask. I literally went to animals because I didn't want to do any medical math and research going down physical therapy. So, I'll veer off from your question as we get to go right back to the game.
Yeah, XU comes right on in, takes away some of these Raptors because of the strength that he has already picked up, taking away some of his opponent's good camps. That should have been the first respawn of the Raptors, which is worth a lot of money. Whoa, that was like a slow motion bowling ball. But still, Philip, no mana here.
Still being able to keep a little bit of presence in this top side. The Gragas really comes into importance in the team fights when he can kind of separate a lot of this front line from PNG, and that's of utmost importance when you want to get access to Q-Ots and Marvin. Yeah. As now also thinking about a little bit of a map state and kind of where these junglers have gone to, we do have a Dragon coming up as well, and Grubs in about a minute. I think right now PNG are definitely set up for the Grub side of the toss.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try and make that one happen. Generally, though, we see it go over to the blue side, and the red side will pick up the Dragon. I think that's I actually really like the Dragon side of this one, simply because it is a Hex-type Dragon. The extra stats that you get for, like, a cooldown and the attack speed can really help out characters like the Smolder quite a bit. But it looks like Philip is trying to make sure that he can still play up on the top side. He has committed the teleport a little bit early, and he will have control over how this wave actually moves over the next little bit. Tries to make sure that Hidan is not going to be able to get that back off, but they will be able to do so. And we already see XU and the Blaze Olive getting both of their resets in with the maximum possible gold looking for this play.
I mean, honestly, though, both teams really want the Grubs. I would not be surprised if we just see the Dragon go to the wayside like we had earlier in our series. But one of these teams is going to be trying to get a little bit of priority there because both Ziggs and Tristana love these buffs. And as the Grubs spawn, the junglers are going to readapt their clear. You see Tatu changing after he takes his wolves to go up towards this top side.
Yeah, Yeah, X is up here in the top side. No flash.
Nice. He might actually get the combo. Hidan under trouble here, and now the Heartbreak Kid. No, XU couldn't get the follow-through. Hidan stays alive. He does not have TP, but he is healing up a plenty, and PNG are here to start up the grubs.
Tatu hasn't gotten the first grub just quite yet. XU takes up all of the fruit, leaving only one for Philip should he want it, but no flash available to Philip now anymore either, as XU will be able to walk out with probably all three of these. One of them ran all the way to mid lane, going a bit of a field trip.
Oh no.
No flash, no ult for XU.
One. Although XU has a little bit more skirmishing strength, it feels like. Tatu trying to get him off of this fight. Qats is going to follow through the damage there. As Blaze Olive has made his way over, looking for stacks. This is really big for Blaze Olive because he's just going to be picking up stacks with every Q he throws. Now they might be just looking for. They get 2 out of the 3 grubs. Might be the most contested grubs we've seen all day.
Yeah. All this time as well, Philip trying to make sure that Hidan cannot move uncontested, or at least he would be frozen off at the top side of the map. So overall, a good play coming through from Fear, but most of their gold lead still remains on the fact that XU is actually really far ahead of Tatu, and now has a flashback available, looking potentially for this play, but from the top side, we'll get the red buff at least.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he looks for those Krugs to try to be more aggressive on the Tatu, realizing he has like almost a full level lead on him. The Tatu is finally going to hit that level 6 mark, does lose his red buff for it.
Yeah. XU sticking around. Tatu.
Oh. I mean, he absolutely wants that fight. Heartbreaker is coming up soon, though. Tatu in a lot of trouble. Is going to try to get his way out of there. The washout heap does do so. Now Qats going for the damage onto XU. Now just trying to fight everybody he sees. Don was moving down with Philip, going to take the trade heavily. Now Philip in maybe a little bit of trouble as the Grandmaster's challenge going to be popped away from with the cask. And Hidan in a little bit of trouble is going to back away now. He's under vision, though.
Both on each other's wards.
Does he know? It turns out he
knows.
does. they both know. There's 2 wards.
They both know. Either way, Philip going to be going back to the lane first. His teleport will be coming off of cooldown first as well. He'll be able to clear up this wave relatively easily. A little bit low on mana, so we'll have to go for that full reset. The rest of the map, of course, is still going relatively evenly. We did see that Marvin having a bit of a laning advantage going up against Instinct and Winsome, but that's okay as long as the Ziggs isn't falling significantly behind. He has such a powerful mid-game when you start getting those items done, when you start picking up all of these turrets and just getting a lot of gold. So neither support, who are generally renowned, in particular Winsome, a lot of his compatriots will speak of how effectively he moves around the map early on in the game. Neither of them have been able to leave.
Maybe just showing how contested this bot lane 2v2 can be, as Fear X Starforge is going to start up the dragon. It didn't get left until however long we waited last time, but it's 9.5 minutes in on half health here. A little bit of a collapse coming through from Pain Gaming, though, as XU going to stick onto it now. Giggs is already here. Tatu coming around the way, some vision there. Winsome connects onto Tatu. Mega Inferno Bomb across. Giggs getting low though. Here comes Mom. And a Blaze Olive is sitting here eating this one up because he is getting stacks like nobody's business. Though Pain Gaming have turned around the fight now. Killer Instinct from Marvin is going to claim XU. No, he can't get the auto. Must finally get a double kill for Pain Gaming's ADC, and no dragon to boot.
Yeah, really tough fight coming through for Fear in this last one, simply because you didn't have Instinct. He ends up having to flash out of the pit so he doesn't die towards the dragon. Philip only gets a single plate while Hidan is moving around the rest of the map, but it is still, at least it's good for a Blaze Olive, doing very well on his stacks so far as Qats jumps on him.
Oh, nice preemptive flash there because Qats was going to kill him.
Yeah, just knocking him right on back towards Giggs doesn't end up coming through. So it is still a very even game across the board. The gold lead very small in favor of Pain. But with the next set of grubs spawning in the next couple of seconds, 20 seconds out, we do see a much heavier play coming through from the bottom lanes of both Fear and Pain. And Philip needs to be careful.
There will be no TPs available from those bot laners. So we're going to fight this one fisticuff. It's going to be 4v4. Qats going in onto Blaze Olive. Going to get a really nice chunk with that explosive charge onto him early. No TP to get back for Blaze Olive. Maybe they just have to give this one up.
Yeah. Philip also here on one of his best characters on the Gragas, trying to clear things out, and now looking for Tatu.
Going for the cask engaged there on the Tatu, but the flash immediately responded to. Winsome tried to go for the follow through, but didn't get it. Here's TP now coming in from Hidan, and that is a pretty strong Jax at this point in the game. Being able to have those Merc Treads as well, being very tanky, as they're just trying to scrape away some of the Grugs. Now Philip maybe overextending himself. The Swirl Seed not going to connect as the flash came through from Philip himself, and that will be 4 Grubs secured by Pain Gaming Academy.
Yeah, no Ablaze Olive suddenly means that Fear really struggles to actually play for this, as ABO gets a lot of damage onto Q-Ots once again. And remember, Mizel, we were talking about the drag before, it still hasn't been picked up. No flash.
Oh, that's Heartbreaker used. Gig's in a lot of trouble now. Everything thrown his way, and XU comes away with the kill. So getting XU ahead on this Viego is pretty big. The Grubs did take forever, but they will get the Might spawn at the 4 Grub mark.
Yeah. ABO will also be picking up at least 1 plate, so Pain has the Twitch chat, they have the real-life audience, and now XU and the rest of his team, they're still not going to be playing for this early dragon. Instead, they're just very willing to let this dragon go untaken. It's important to remember that Smolder has historically wanted to fight around Dragon 4, but if Dragon 3 hasn't even spawned by then, you're still doing a pretty good job overall as Fear. And because of all the skirmishes we have been seeing, because of how aggressive Q-Ots has played in the mid lane, Ablaze Olive is very far ahead of the curve. As we take a look, XU, the richest member on the map, but Marvin's not far behind.
Yeah, I think I cursed it earlier when I said, oh, we got that late dragon earlier. We're going to get it. You know, it's been 4 minutes since I said that, and we still haven't even gotten close to taking a dragon. There are some pings now coming down from Pain Gaming, but in about 50 seconds, there's a Rift Herald, and it feels like that standing gold on the map could be very valuable to either side, getting one of those outer turrets.
Yeah, as these turrets start to fall, it is worth noting that Hidan, on this Jax, his champion got some pretty big buffs on this most recent patch, getting a lot of bonus resistances, especially when his ultimate actually goes off, depending on how many people he actually hits it on. But the first dragon will go over to Fear X Starforge. We have a Herald spawning in about 20 seconds, and it means that Winsome moving his way towards the top half of the map, and Instinct has to be very careful because he will not be winning any duels up against a Kai'Sa anytime soon.
Absolutely will not be. That is a no-fly zone. Tatu trying to set up a no-fly zone on top side, though. Will be spotted out by Winsome. Has to use the Watch Out Eep to try to get away. Is going to take the death charge. Okay, a little bit preemptive there from Winsome. Just trying to find the catch out. Rift Herald has spawned, and Pain Gaming Academy, front and center, just going to start it up.
Yeah, teleport comes through from both bot laners. Instinct crashes a wave and teleports into the mid lane. Lots of flashes available.
Again, Ablaze Olive loves skirmishes like this, but not if you're starting to lose it. Hidan goes in, Nature's Grasp is already there. They have claimed Winsome, but now starting to pop back is Fear X Starforge. He got Gigs down, he was a little bit overextended. Means that Pain Gaming Academy cannot start up that Rift Herald. Fear might move in to take him their place.
Yeah, all of these ultimates being spent to try and find the supports. Both Winsome and Gigs will end up going down as XU, let's be very careful about this. That doesn't hit, but it should have given enough vision, and now they definitely know that it is not in the pit. Marvin definitely knows how big the Rift Herald is.
Okay, they're just going to go in onto Instinct. Q-Ot's not able to get the combo there. Yeah, Rift Herald still not going down yet. XU fighting off a little more than he can chew, and it's Tatu comes in clean for PNG, and now they're going to fight XU. That was a mistake. That'll bite you in the butt 10 times out of 10.
Plays Olive. Ooh,
oh, Marvin maybe also making the mistake, although it is not that strong, not that long, but it is a little dragon nonetheless, and a shutdown goes over as he throws up the emote.
The last bits of the flap coming through, and incredibly, Ablaze Olive is at more than 10 stacks per minute in the dragon training. This is some of the fastest stacking that I've seen from the Smolder in a long time. He's going to be hitting at 225, potentially by the 20-minute mark, which is absurdly fast. As now Philip going to be picking up the bot lane turret, the first turret of the game, making sure that the money continues flowing into the Fear coffers, as Hidan should be trading it out in just a moment.
Trying to get his own side lane goal, but here comes the TP actually from Philip to try to upset him. Still going to get the turret. Maybe gets body bumped right into it, although the cast does not connect there. Hidon gonna pop the Grandmasters as Blaze Olive coming across, not able to flat pap his way over there. Now Hidon going straight onto him, giving some more stacks to that little dragon. Philip claims the kill from distance.
I mean, that's all right. It's still a ton of stacks. 174 at 16.5 minutes. Fear is going to be giving a lot more money over towards a Blaze Olive as well, giving them so many stacks. And they have the tools necessary to play the rest of the map effectively, as XU has to be a little bit careful here because both Tatu and Qots are trying to play for this structure. But XU doesn't have a great wave clear. He just wants to fight.
Got a lot of damage, but yeah, needs to be a little bit careful how far he overextends. The outer tower in topside got taken by a Blaze Olive, and they're kind of continuing to just rotate pressure around the map here. And that's where we can a little bit talk about how Pain Gaming Academy get into these fights. I mean, a lot of it is set up by Giggs and by Tatu to get these CC chains to get their damage dealers into the fights.
Yeah. Tatu also still has the Herald available. One of the major things, you talked about it in a previous game, when Lilia gets that stopwatch or the Seeker's Arm Guard completed, it's a big unlock in terms of your power because you can flash, use Q, press ult, and then stopwatch so that you can keep yourself alive during all of these plays. And also dodge out on a lot of the damage that Fear-X Starforge is going to be doing in a bunch of these big heroes. But Philip, I mean, he's got this big stacking. He's actually going to be doing a fair amount of magic damage, which his team is going to be very happy about because they just need to burst out some of these squishy members.
If we go back to the brass tacks of what this game means, we're obviously getting hot and heavy with the action here, but it is for a first seeding into the knockout stage for whoever takes this victory. Both teams definitely taking their lumps and bruises as we've gone through the group stage itself, but Fear looking to make an ACL proud, P&G looking to make CB LOL proud. And we're going to be getting to yet another dragon setup. We wonder how much priority this is really going to take, or we're just going to keep getting these trades back and forth.
Yeah, let's do another quick check. Blaze Olive, 193, 18.5 minutes into the game. Like, this Smolder super accelerated yet again.
One more fight.
Yeah, one more fight, he is going to get it, which means it'll be well in time for all the soul plays. And Blaze Olive just currently hanging out up on the top side of the map. The wave coming in from Hidon is going to take a while to crash, which means that Blaze Olive back away, complete the Muramana at the same time. XU secures, and everybody leaves. Yeah, no leave.
Dude, he came over the wall, and he has to go golden without even popping anything. The wombo combos, they're finally lilting. Lullaby has come in. Marvin finds the back line. Now, XU had found the resets, though, at least trying to get them. And now, Giggs maybe a little bit caught out as the combo from Winsome. He just completely takes down Giggs, and the damage is there to follow it up. XU is up claiming the kill on that one, and Pain Gaming fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, 213 stacks currently, 218. It continues to stack higher and higher for a Blaze Olive. He's going to hit this. Yeah, he's going to hit this at 20 minutes. Like, I think he gets it not quite this way, but immediately after it is absolutely crazy. Anyway, we'll take another look at this. There's a massive Seeker's Arm Guard coming out here from Tatu. Dodges the Mega Inferno Bomb, dodges the ultimate from Gragas as well. Completely nullifies almost all of the major buttons on the other side of the map. He doesn't get any real damage off. He doesn't get anything else done, but even drawing out those buttons from the other team suddenly means that Fear weren't able to chase down more members. But now Blaze Olive, 224 stacks. The next minion that he kills is going to put him over the top. And I don't know what the fastest pro ever was, but this is already going to be in those lists for something that is absolutely ludicrous. He's 5, 1, and 3, completes it about 20 minutes and 16 seconds. This Smolder is doing literally double the damage of the last one we saw.
The fastest one that I know, and I could be wrong, is 1904 Rookie in the mid lane. Had it this split for the Smolder mid, but I don't know if that was actually a world record. That's just the fastest one I know off the top of my head. But the fact that he's getting it around this time anyways is just ridiculous. And now it kind of completely changes the way that Pain Gaming Academy have to approach these fights. And you have to center a lot of your shutdown damage onto a Blaze Olive.
Yeah, that means that Instinct is going to be relatively free to shoot. And there's a lot of damage. One of the major things you always look at with characters like Viego is how do the resets come through. And Instinct doing 1,000 damage to everyone on the other team is a really good way to start setting up these resets for XU in this game. He's done decently well so far. He's reasonably durable. But now, Winsome, gotta be careful. There's a lot more people there than you might think.
Yeah, there's a lot more people there in that Pain Gaming party, and they're going to find all that hurt on Winsome. Here comes the Nature's Grasp across as well. Mom coming to help from afar, as XU was actually looking to turn that back around. It's just the one pick that Pain Gaming needed, and they pull away.
They didn't get the cannon.
Fine.
I know, but I'm just sad.
Something
like, they were both trying to get it. Either way, at least it plays all is going to be continue to stack up. Over 250. We have another dragon spawning in just under 2 minutes. And even though the gold looks fairly even, it's been fairly even so far throughout this entire game, the game definitely does not feel even, as now Philip has to run away.
Caught in the side lane. This is what paid dividends against Fear X Starforge last time around. Fear not able to get away from that one, and now Idan finds that kill, looking to follow more on XU, but can't do so in the end. You did have Marvin coming over and potentially able to follow through with the killer instinct, and that's who I want to talk about next, because the guy has slowly but surely been putting in the work in this game. He's on 2 items now on this Kaisa, and also, you know, one of the best up-and-coming ADCs, it feels like, in the league in CBLO Academy, but also making his debut and winning it in his debut split this year was actually really awesome to see. And now a lot of weight on his shoulders here, Joshi.
Yeah, going up against one of the most veteran teams in the entire tournament, with everyone on Fear X Starforge playing at least a couple of games in Tier 1. But both teams going to be going head-to-head at this dragon in about a minute. Remember, Instinct and the Blaze Olive do 2 metric crap tons of damage each whenever they actually line up together. So it's going to be so much about how they set up. And at least Pain, they have Gigs who can create a lot of space with these saplings. He can make sure that they understand exactly where everyone on Fear is. But when you just line up for a front-to-back team fight, it's very difficult for anyone to try and match the damage that a Blaze and Instinct will do, especially now that a Blaze Olive has access to the Quicksilver Sash and can ignore the sleep that Tatu puts out.
Looks like we're stepping up for a fight, though. Might be one to knock it out of the park. Winsome getting low. Brings the explosive charge back to his team. Now locked down and taken out by Hidan. The setup, though. Tatu buying so much time off. Coming through. Here comes the executes. Look at ABO. This entire time, though, he is the one that you have to focus on, and no damage has gone his way. He is going to miss that Achu, so doesn't get the slow down onto PNG. But you can see where the damage lies, even though it is Marvin that falls, and that was actually a shutdown going the way of FXS.
Yeah, and now Fear, they're going to be starting this one up. XU still around, and Tatu is coming right back on in.
It's going to be a slugfest for a reason. We got double TPs in. Maybe a little bit of a smite fest here as XU does end up claiming the dragon. Will be a soul point for them. Here comes Gig. Goes for the engage. Qot's looking for the resets. Gets locked down and stopped in the middle of his rocket jump. Swirl Seek going to be blocked by Philip. That was actually so massive as the Lilting Lullaby comes across on one target. A Blaze Olive goes for the execute. The burn! It's not enough yet for that little dragon, but it is Fear X Starforge who make their names known.
As soon as we see a Blaze Olive retreat into that corridor, it's like, oh, you cannot try and fight a Smolder in this corridor. He will rip your team a new one, and he was so close to finding a couple of those kills at that last part of it. They still walk away with the third dragon, a small gold lead going in favor of Pain, but Fear, we're just seeing more and more gold come through. Total damage, more than 6,000 in advantage of a Blaze Olive in this game. He's doing so much. However, Hidan, in the side lane, you were talking about Marvin. Hidan's a player who also has been looking fantastic, and in this game, he does a ton of damage. He's a huge flip push threat, and Fear, no fear themselves, just starting up the Baron.
Better Fear, the Grim Reaper is almost half health. Not as fast as maybe you'd expect it, but slowly but surely trying to take down
they don't know.
This Baron. Hidan, maybe sniffing something is up. There's the blue trinket. So they will know. Tatu coming around for a 50-50. Maybe he just goes for it. He does have the... No, he's not going to go for the flash play. Thought he maybe goes for the 50-50, decides not to. And that will be Fear X Starforge making a great macro play into getting a Baron power play.
Yeah, a great call right there. Assuming that Pain has not seen this nearly as often before. Hey, we've got the winnies in our league. We go for this kind of stuff all the time. Fear, very confident that Pain had no idea where the members of Fearx Starforge were, allowing them to find that early on. The Baron power play will build them up a little bit of a gold lead, so we'll see how many structures they can actually take with this, as Philip still out levels Hidan, and these minions do a lot of damage.
They do indeed. The Baron capes are powerful. These little guys. Oh god! He's using NA's best strength, the minions! It might actually not work though. He doesn't actually get Hidan in the end, as Philip is able to press that side lane, leaving a lot of room for Fear to make a play in mid, but it's actually going to be Pain Gaming Academy who try to make the play. Lilting Lullaby plus the Nature's Grasp coming across to claim Winsome's life. Qwats gets that kill, his first kill of the game too.
I mean, it's been a while. They need that right now, and now Philip just making sure he can escort these minions right on in, get some damage down into Qwats while he's at it, but the mid lane turret will fall to Ziggs. They do not need to stop pushing. Just because Winsome goes down, you have so much tools, and everybody on Pain needs to back away, which will mean another turret goes down in the mid lane, and they'll cycle top lane to continue the siege.
And they can just use
over the wall.
Ziggs satchel charges.
Yeah.
Continue picking up all this side lane gold, and those side lane turrets obviously paying out heavily and leading to an over 3,000 Baron power play, although Blaze Olive. Marvin, he might want to pull the trigger there. Ends up having the resets on the Void Seeker, but not going to go for it there.
Yeah. 2 more minutes until the Dragon Soul spawns here for Fear. They are 3 items completed onto a Blaze Olive on this Smolder, who is 324 stacks at 27 minutes. And now Fear, as they start to set up once again, there's so much pressure coming out from this side of the map, and any real front-to-back team fight that Pain tries to go for is going to be dominated by a Blaze Olive, especially on this Infernal map where every single one of these little, what are they called, cinders that they pick up is just going to mean that the next Q is on a shorter cooldown.
It just gets even more terrifying that you have stacking on top of stacking on top of stacking. Multiple layers here. We also now have stacking Gragas getting to his 3rd item. The Cosmic is going to be really nice for him there, and the damage profile going to be very happy with that from Fearx Starforge. And honestly, even after this kind of setup and the items going over, I mean, we still have Marvin and Qwats on par. There is another dragon coming up in about 35 seconds, and that would be a soul for Fearx Starforge.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, in particular for Ziggs. We get to see that Giggs here is going to struggle to walk on in. The true damage burn is going to hurt quite a bit, especially because he does not have a Warmog, so every bit of damage is going to stick onto this Maokai. But Pain, they are in a better position to go for the initial fight, so they can get a little bit of poke down themselves. All depends on how Marvin lands these Void Seekers from this weird angle.
He is cooking with that angle. I like to see it, but no real flank angles coming through from Pain Gaming Academy. Winsome going to tank a ton of damage outright. Now Buster is not going to be there used. I thought maybe he needs to use it as he was taking an angle there with the Blast Cone. Now PNG, a little bit of a setup towards bot side. They are just getting chunked so heavily. And now Fear just turned right back onto the dragon. Qwats going straight in. He wants the damage, but he's just locked in. Oh no! I think he realizes what just happened. Now Tatu going golden bind time. Hidan looking for the angle on the other side, but a Blaze Olive is the centerpiece to this wonderful puzzle. And Fear, that Grim Reaper, has come for PNG, as it's also the soul claimed by XU. It's all Fearx Starforge.
Everything's coming up. You see Qwats jumping in for that fight, trying to find one of the many risks that they need to take in order to make the play work. He's looking for that big explosive shot, but Winsome not letting him get away with it at all. And as soon as he jumps in, you can see that Fear goes like, wait a second, that's not allowed. Instantly grabs him out of that Owen jump, giving the first reset over to XU, and suddenly everybody has to start blowing their stopwatches and their Zonias back and forth to try and stall out the fight, but Marvin just does not have the DPS to make it worth their time to even go golden.
Yeah, I appreciate the pressure he put on the dragon as well there. I mean, it is an Infernal Soul. You definitely don't want to give that one up, but just not enough in the tank, and the Smolder is unstoppable at this point. Going to be very close to 4th item now as well. But we're getting a reset back on the map. You see that gold differential starting to skyrocket for Fearx Starforge, and they are at least hovering a lot of vision around this top side of the map.
Yeah. And even with the gold, like the gold lead itself is not actually that large. It's only about 3,000, but we're approaching 400 stacks here for the Smolder. We are also levels up for all the members of Fear X Starforge, and crucially, the Infernal Soul gives you about 4,000 gold worth of stats. So realistically, this lead is much larger than what just the gold lead would imply.
And honestly, it's been a massive step-up split in a lot of ways for Blaze Olive. A lot of guys with chips on their shoulders on this Fear X Starforge team, especially with all the LCS experience that they have had between them. And really nice to see that a Blaze Olive has been a cut above the rest, not only in an ACL, but here as well at America's Challenge.
It's been a big difference for Fear X Starforge. They were a team that were always kind of the team that I think people were expecting, at least in the second half of the split, to be the main challengers to Dragonsteel. And even then, when they got there to the finals, they were obliterated. It was a 3-0. None of the games were particularly close. But this time, they not only got the better of that rival that they had, they're doing better than them across the entire map. And as we start looking for how this game will end, it's possible we get another Elder Flip coming up very soon, but I do not imagine Fear want to recreate what happened in their last game.
I do not think they want to, but maybe they just do.
You know, maybe they're weird.
As,
oh, hello.
Yeah, maybe. Shots is going to be in a lot of trouble. Does end up rocket jumping away from some of the damage from Philip, but now Philip realizes he has no exit.
Whoa, bird.
You want... Oh, no, it's Philip back again from the grave. Oh, my goodness. Philip is running this map on the big man. Oh, my God.
Hi, Giggs.
Oh, he tries to go over. There's just too much damage. Things are falling apart for Pain, and they're getting their namesake delivered right to them by Fear X Starforge, who go to start this Baron.
Yeah, the Baron gets picked up. It should be almost immediately after going to take every single inhibitor, everything that Pain holds near and dear to their hearts because of how much pressure this is. Marvin, I wonder if he takes this. Honestly, you got to start looking for some crazy plays at this point in the game, but not
so just yet. But again, I go back to the story I was talking about earlier when we got to cast Fear earlier in the day itself. But this team was truly beat up about the finals performance in an ACL. But the thing that they kept praising at the end of the day was that they have a chance to go to internationals. They have a chance to do good on an even bigger stage in some regards. And I think that this will mean a lot to this Fear X Starforge team if they can place first, if they can uphold that end of the bargain at least.
Yeah, we'll take another look at this as Philip just goes, oh, wait, there's a Tristana, and it's actually a really good buffer cancel coming out from Q-Odds, and he almost gets out, just takes the outer edge of the ultimate from Ziggs. Unfortunately, he's got a lot of things to try and dodge out on immediately after that because the burn, not quite enough, and it just becomes another pick immediately after that. You can see how much damage a Blaze Olive is doing. 400 stacks, 34 minutes into the game. It continues to get faster and faster. This game goes longer, has the completed Mercurial Scimitar, and it's even harder to take down with more and more magic resist and the lifesteal to come through.
And I just think it's so wild that this game literally decides first and third seed, right? Like, Fuego is just sitting there like, hey, we did our jobs. We got our purchase. And Pain Gaming trying to upset themselves here, or at least keep themselves from upset if they get a play now. Maybe some resets coming through. A Blaze Olive getting low, and that's the target. Marvin finally claims him. Pain Gaming, they're stepping up to the play now. Edon claims the side lane, and Fear X Starforge have fallen asleep at the wheel, and Pain Gaming are taking full control of that car. XU's going down slowly but surely. They're a little worried to try to give him space here, but Tatu claiming that one as he wants to chase him down. The Swirl Seed to boot as he goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, you can see XU, Blaze Olive, not super happy about how that last one went down. They're still very far ahead, but more importantly than that, Mazel, we are 20 seconds out from the Elder Dragon, and XU is going to be dead for 20 seconds after that. A negative Baron power play. This is the major turn that Pain Gaming have been looking for. Philip was looking for a flank on the other side of this, but Hedon gets there first. The teleport that looked so silly ends up being such a big part of this fight because Philip gets into this one so late. The double flash away from the explosive cast, potentially saving this game yet again for Pain. And I'm sure we'll come out there already hitting the Elder Dragon. Fear, they're getting some of these flashbacks of their last game. They do not want to fall down to third after having such a large lead 2 games in a row.
And man, I bet the energy in that arena is electric right now with all the Pain Gaming fans loving the come up of this team so far. And honestly, they have been able to team fight some of the best of them, it feels like, and being able to find that as a strength here this far into a game is so massive. And it brings up question marks to that consistency that we want to see from FearX Starforge.
Yeah, the consistency is going to be something that they will be kicking themselves for, right? Just as you were saying with the previous one. But now Pain, they also have some of their demons to get through. Even if they win this one, remember that the one demon that they had during the regular season in CBLOL Academy was Vivo Cade Stars. And if they win this game, they have to play them first round of the double elimination playoffs.
Yep.
So it is definitely a tough position for them to try and be in. But still, a Blaze Olive does a ton of damage because of how far back Pain has been pushed so far in this game. It's going to take them a long time. It's not Baron, which means that Ziggs has crazy wave clear into this kind of game. You're going to have to use ultimates from Giggs in order to try and create some space.
Here we go. They're going to try to get as many catch-outs as they possibly can. Nice mom used to clear the wave. The turret's still getting low. Finally goes down to the burn. And that'll be really, really nice to claim a little bit of the side lane gold from Pain Gaming. And now they take the advantage here for the first time.
It is a gold
in a
lead.
while, at least.
Yeah. It is a gold lead, but remember what we were talking about before, right? It is still an infinitely stacking champion that was already a late game scaling champion, right? People talk about Nasus, who's actually a mid game champion as infinitely scaling. This is the one that really
500
matters.
stack Smolders lose, though. I'm just saying.
You have.
I have.
We'll have to see what they can do with this next part of it, because he does so much damage, but he just needs to make sure they do not get access to the back line. A big teleport from Hidan ends up getting them the massive spot, and there is another teleport that they can go for. I'm just saying, there's a good spot behind their lines. 10 seconds.
You're going to try to get a little bit of setup around the game. Yeah, we have the Elder Dragon buff is falling. But I feel like the next move of contest is going to be this Baron spawning in about 45 seconds. Trying to get your side lanes in order to be around that. You already see so many pings from both teams coming that way. And it looks like we're in store for yet another extremely long game here, deciding by the next couple fights at least.
Yeah, Fear is already moving to try and take control of all the vision around this area. Tatu not going to be throwing out their little lullaby. Ooh, the fact that that ward didn't get cleared always makes me a little antsy, especially seeing what happened with that last fight and how important the flank really was from Hidan, as all the vision comes through with the Scuttlecrab and the ward in the pit that it doesn't look like Pain know about just quite yet. There's a lot of control and a lot of knowledge that Fear can play for until Pain clear that one out. They need to get the teleport out from Philip.
Philip is going to TP mid lane. Mega Inferno Bomb doing no real damage, but will get the Nature's Grasp out. They burned the Baron. It's already gone. Fear too far behind the play. And Pain Gaming, they might just get engaged on. Winsome goes for the flash play, but can't really follow it up. Tatu is going down. Philip showing up his belly here as he go ahead and bops Pain Gaming straight into an early grave.
It's a Baron going over to Pain, but it is still 2 members dead for a minute coming through. But with no waves, it's actually Hidan who's pushing down in the mid lane. Philip trying to push as far as they possibly can, but it might be a positive Baron power play anyway coming through for Pain, as now Hidan going back into the mid lane. We see Kiwat pushing down in the bottom side of the map, and Blaze Olive does have to be very careful about trying to play up against Hidan. He doesn't stop the back, so the Jax will be participating in the defense.
And Marvin does a ton of damage now. If he hits the right targets with those Void Seekers, he's able to just pepper it in constantly. Now won't get the reset. Here comes the TP play from Fear. They want to do lasting damage in topside. They say they have the Ziggs. They are just going to take that inhib and get a little bit of that standing gold going for themselves. Some super minions pushing up that way. Pain Gaming, we're maybe looking for a little bit of a play on the back end. Nothing else going to come of it.
Yeah. So we're a minute and a half out from the next Elder Dragon Brazil. This game is going absolutely wild. This game was supposed to be over a long time ago. Fear not able to close out when they're trying to, and Pain, I mean, like you said, we are completely full on items coming through for Marvin. Q-Watts not far away either. Hidan also getting close to finishing that last item. So the gold lead means very little at this point because of how much damage every single player on the map is doing. However, we also got to see that Instinct, his damage did not matter when that ultimate went out. Partly because the Locket is absolutely nuts at this point in the game, and also partly because he hasn't gone with the highest damage of builds. He's gone with the Crypt Bloom coming through this time around to try and help out his team in these longer fights. But they just need to burst someone out so that Viego and Exu can go absolutely nuts.
The resets are super important. What I find so funny as well is before coming today, our longest game was like 39 minutes or something like that. Fear have now given us back-to-back long games. The other one going 48. This one looking like it's about to be just that. The one fight could change the difference. This Elder Dragon could mean the difference between first seed and third seed going into the playoffs and into the knockouts.
Hidan going for another really long flank. Fear don't know yet.
I have no idea. Okay,
they know now. They saw him.
A little scary.
But they can't get in. Marvin is keeping them so far at bay.
Elder Dragon getting low. Nature's Grasp coming across. Hidan still has a massive flank. Oh no, it's Tatsu with a massive little tingle lullaby. Pain Gaming, they're bringing it straight to Fear, and they've lost everybody. As now that Elder Dragon gonna be singing the praises of Pain Gaming as CB LOL roars alive.
Absolutely crazy. They can't let it happen again. Exu looking for Hidan. Are they going to go for the stun? No, they're going to be backing away, but there are pings towards the minions. We saw what happened last time. Fear trying to end the game, but Exu has to back up. These fights have not been going their way. They do not have an answer to the late game. Kaisa and Philip pushing out towards the top side has to teleport back just to defend their base.
And they are losing their base quickly. Exu still has the GA, but he's stunned down. Everybody's trying to follow him. Nice returnal move from Fear X Starforge. Marvin is taking down the turret, though. Watch Marvin. Marvin doing so much work here, though. Fear, they have responded in kind. A Blaze Olive will get another kill. The Elder Dragon still alive for these members of P&G, but Fear show a little bit of grit.
Here comes the counter push. Instinct has a teleport available. They can join immediately, and they're still hunting for Marvin.
Oh, Marvin. He's in trouble. He has flash. He has the tools to get away from this one. Philip wanting to chase him down. Exu wanting to chase him down. The slow not there. Philip, he does not have cast yet for 3 seconds. He realizes chasing is not worth it. They need to try to end the game. This is getting tense, Joshi.
Ultimates are coming up. Giggs has it yet again. Marvin pushed so far off to the side. Fear have 4 members alive. Tatu, 15 seconds left. And Giggs, they still have Elder on these 3 members.
That's massive. That is so massive. The push is denied. Fear, they're getting pushed out of the base, and we are going to keep on going as Marvin continues to hit his Void Seekers.
It is absolutely crazy. The chaining of buffs that Pain have managed to do. They were able to get the Elder Dragon. They got the Baron. They chained it into each other. The Elder Dragon, though, is going to time out before the next Baron actually spawns. We're going to have a quote-unquote fair fight, but those fair fights that we've been seeing so far have been going in favor of Pain Gaming. Pain, they had a massive flank the first time. A beautiful collapse this time as Hidan once again finding their way into the back lines of Fear. These front-to-back team fights have not been allowed to happen because the engage from Fear has not been there. They have not been able to get their way to Marvin, who has traded out his boots for his effort.
And I'll just say a lot of that setup is coming around Tatsu just kind of throwing his body in the mix and utilizing that combo that we know so well with the Lilia to get the preemptive setups going. Because PNG, they do not have a lot of setup. They do not have a lot of direct CC. And they have to make sure to capitalize on the moments that they do. Now we are setting up around yet another Baron. 20 seconds out. Fear are already out in front. PNG trying to push mid.
Look at the flashes. Currently, a Blaze Olive and Instinct do not have those flashes, whereas everybody in the backline of Pain do. So, suddenly Q-Watts and Marvin, very difficult to get a hold of, but the engaged Tatu is still trying to buy time for his flash to get back up. It is so crucial for the Flash Q ultimate to have that first flash part so you can get it in the right place.
Hidan hovering over to Q-Watts. Fear a little bit split now. Philip needs to be careful. Qats comes over the wall. They got a lot of damage now. Philip not very tanky. Remember, he's AP. He's pushing out Qats. He is sacrificing so much of his health bar now. And Fear, they're not going to have a front line to deal as now Marvin goes over the back line here too. Maybe overextends though. Blaze Olive is still alive. He's still kicking. But Fear, they're losing bodies left and right. Pain Gaming rise to the occasion. They don't want no third seed. They want that first seed, baby.
And you can see the faces of the members of Fear and Starforge saying, not again. How can we lose the same way again? 46 minutes in, Pain Gaming waiting for their one minion to walk in so they can end the game. And a beautiful comeback yet again from the opponents of Fear X Starforge as they find themselves the first seed going into playoffs.
What we have truly seen is the grit and tenacity of South America has come to bear, and Pain Gaming will be our first seed in the first ever America's Challengers Knockout Stage. And what a way to do it. The absolute craziness that this roster has been able to represent, and now moving themselves to the prime position and not having to face off against Vivocade, and that is massive itself.
Really crazy stuff coming through, and you can see the Pain players, they're so happy. They're so excited to see that last one. We haven't been getting a lot of the handshakes so far in this tournament, but Pain, the fan favorites, the hometown heroes, yet again showing up when it is needed most. They've only lost to their demons so far. They've only lost to Cade, but they take down Dragonsteel, they take down Fear, they take down every other team from Latin America. And now it is time for them to try and prove that they are really the best that America's Challengers has to offer.
Indeed, so at a little bit of correction, they will be actually facing their Kryptonite in the next stage as well as the Vivocade, our fourth seed. But nonetheless, I think being able to find this win in the way that they did it, and I think bringing some serious questions to bear for Fear X Starforge, who have consistently found advantages, found massive leads, and then not able to close them out time and time again now, especially today.
Yeah, that's a really tough position to be in, right? Multiple games, you're up 6,000 gold. You have this Smolder who hits 225 stacks at like 20 minutes. You have everything you could possibly be asking for in this game, but not able to close it out. It just looks like a rough position to be in mentally for all the Fear players. You can tell they're just like, guys. So we'll see how they bounce back, because they are still in playoffs. They are still going to be in the upper quarterfinals to start, just like everybody else. It means that they have plenty of games to actually play, plenty of fearless best of threes and best of fives to play to showcase that they can turn this part of the season around.
The fact that we got to see Latin America North Representative Fuego have a game like that and pull it out of seemingly nothing, and then we also have Pain Gaming Academy from CBLOL having a same kind of roundabout victory there in the end. It just makes me love this tournament that much more, and all the depositions from people beforehand, who's going to be the favorites, all of that being completely upset in our first Tier 2 international here in the Western Sphere. And I think that kind of stuff is super fun to keep an eye on and get to see a lot of the rise of players maybe you didn't know before coming from other regions, as we're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown of that wacky and wonderful victory from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, you can see 5,500 gold about 33 minutes into the game is absolutely massive. Huge damage coming through from a Blaze Olive on that Smolder. Still 23,000 more damage than his opponent, but it doesn't matter. Players like Tatu, players like Marvin later on in the game having so much control over how the engagements were happening just allowed them to take total control of that game, and Fear just did not have the tools to get any of these fights to close out. Really good stuff overall from Pain. Really loving the resiliency that they showed, especially up against such a strong scaling comp and their opponents, because they know how much more control that they can actually exert over the game.
And I was given a little bit of praise in the game itself, and then everything got chaotic. But I think Marvin, having made his rookie debut year at least in the academy scene, but having a lot of weight on his shoulders for the entrances of that Kaisa in the later parts of the game, and that kind of killer instinct, pun intended, absolutely reigning key for them. And I think obviously you have so much to say with a lot of these members showing some serious hands in that game, and it remains the conversation that Pain Gaming are a masterful team fight team a lot of the time. When you come to these team fights, it feels like maybe even Fear were in the advantage, but somehow the hands diff just rings true every time.
Yeah, really impressive stuff overall from Marvin, as I'm really impressed to see how effectively he was able to manage moving back and forth in these fights, making sure that he was always playing at distances that he was never going to be touched, and consistently putting damage into Instinct in particular, his lane opponent, where he was able to land Ws over and over again, making sure that the Ziggs was not able to do the damage that they needed, making sure that they could not walk up and throw the bombs where they were supposed to be. Ultimately, really good performance in showcasing how effective this pick really is, because you can play it in so many different ways.
And that's the beauty of it, the flexibility that it brings to the table. But it was, again, just very obvious, especially in the later parts, that there was just a very clear game plan and kind of activity from Pain Gaming. And that's the kind of stuff, especially from a tier 2 team, that maybe you don't see as consistently as often, but it's something that can be so deadly and so big to have, especially going into a knockout stage like we're going to have coming up.
Yeah. I'm really excited that we have 2 CBLOL representatives going into the playoffs in this one. I think there were some people who were expecting it was going to be 2 CBLOL, 2 NACL, but ultimately that's not what ends up happening coming through, as we do have some LATAM players coming through. Fuego also earning their position, and also as the 2nd seed as well. It's not just that they got in, they made it as the 2nd seed because of their big victories that they were able to pull off today. So really good stuff overall to the Latin American regions, and I'm really curious how this playoffs is going to play out, because we've only had best of 1 so far, Mazel, which means that the Fearless hasn't really come into play, because you're playing a best of 1. It doesn't matter if you can play it for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be really curious. As we take a look back at the highlights, everything is going to be looking good for FearX Starforge until things start to look bad. And isn't that just the case of League of Legends, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, so much of this game really was the effectiveness with which Pain was able to handle Philip and Winsome. They were each individually trying to go for a lot of these engages, and some of them worked out. That's how the lead for Fear developed in the first place. However, a lot of them were dodged out. Winsome not able to get on the targets that they wanted. Philip overreaching a little bit to try and make plays onto individual members that didn't go their way. And even with the Infernal Soul, even with the Baron Sneak that they were able to pull off, so many of these plays end up just going awry because the ultimates from Pain, or the ultimates from Fear, were dodged out by Pain.
And it sucks to see a composition like this kind of fall apart in that way, because it really, truly does just come down to like a mechanical setup right there, because they had so much strength in the way that they were presenting. And I think, honestly, I'm still very happy with Phillips Gragas. I think even if there were some moments that you could say, you know, maybe stop overextending, but there was a lot of moments that he also made the biggest difference. But it was things like this where PNG just knew that it was their turn to take fights. And once you split this kind of composition from Fear, it loses so much of its bite.
Yeah. I think that moment right there when Hidan actually goes for the short teleport, it looked a little bit silly, but the fact that he was able to get into position faster than Philip really changed the pace of the game, because as soon as you interrupt the front to back, that siege that FearX Starforge really has, if they can move towards one of those lanes and just line up and trade poke back and forth where there's a static position, where you have this lane that you have to play for the turret, that changes the dynamic of the fights entirely. But Hidan never lets them get to the turret. Instead, they have to play it in a much more dynamic way around all of these dragons, where there's so many different ways to access your opponent's carries.
And Marvin coming in big with the MVP from that game, and I feel like rightfully so. A big praise for a guy who's obviously just making his first marks in the scene itself, but doing so masterfully. And honestly, you saw in that last footage, he literally one-shot somebody almost, goes to the back line, gets all the tools used on him, and then also follows it up with another Void Seeker kill. I mean, the guy was just on it in this game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Looking forward to seeing what they are able to do going forward, because remember, a lot of these players, they're not just playing for their opportunity to win this tournament, they're also playing for their opportunity to play in the Tier 1, in the Americas South region coming in. A lot of these players, this is not their end goal. They want to do international play, not just here in America's Challengers. They want to go to Worlds next year.
Well, we have our interview ready with none other than Tatu from Pain Gaming Academy. What a victory! It's a first seed, and I know you're feeling great about it. The team looked ecstatic. I got to ask you first and foremost, what does it mean to be able to claim this first seed in our first ever America's Challengers?
Bro, it's so good. Like, I'm feeling so much better now. I lose yesterday, so sleepy, kind of sad. I lose, bro. But now I'm feeling very happy. It's good to be at the first place.
Yeah. That game looked really tough. Your opponent had a Smolder that was hitting 225 stacks at 20 minutes. What do you do in these kind of games to make sure spirits on your team are high in order to make sure you can come back?
Bro, like, at scrims, we never forgive? Surrender. Yeah, we never surrender. So if the game is 10k ahead for the other team, we don't surrender never. So I just said, guys, we just need one more hard fight, because we got a lot of hard fights in the scrim. So just more one. And in the game we got some hard fights that make us win, like the Elder fights, the Nash fights. Some fights that I need to flash into 5 people, let 5 people to sleep, get a hard flank. Like, so much things to win, but we did it.
And that's all that matters, Tatu. Congratulations on your first
Thanks, bro.
seed, and keep on going forward. I can't wait to have some more talks with Pain Gaming Academy. Thank you so much. We're going to take it back from you, and we're going to round out the day here on the caster desk. And what a way to round us out as well, because in the end, we're going to have a little bit of the standings look going through here to see exactly what has panned out for these teams, and especially the way that things fall out. We see Pain Gaming Academy, our first seed. Fuego, they did the work against FearX Starforge earlier in the day, and they claim second seed. FearX Starforge will be our third seed, and Vivocade Stars are going to be our fourth seed, and they have that kryptonite against Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear what Tati was going to say, knowing that the only team that they lost to was the team that beat them in the regular summer split, in summer playoffs at the very end, and now they have to play them in round 1 of the America's Challengers playoffs as well. Everything just looking like it might be going Cage Stars' favor. They seem set up for success going into this, but of course, Pain Gaming, they're coming off this big high. We have a day of break after this, Mazel. We have some time for these teams to reevaluate how they feel about their read on the meta, get a couple of scrims in, and try and figure out what they can do to take down the opponents in this next part. Because remember, it's not best of 1s anymore. We have best of 3s, we have best of 5s, and it's not just the one game. The Fearless is going to matter for the rest of the tournament.
It's going to be so much fun. Joshi, it's been a pleasure to round out our group stage here as well. Got to give huge shout outs to all the casters that joined us as well, 4x4 and RMC and Kangas. As we do have our end of day, we are going to have the final time to say goodbye. Goodbye.